Beneath the pulsating, alien blue glow of the temporal rift, 12-year-old Anya's voice trembled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "It's getting stronger," she whispered, her breath misting in the cold air. The shimmering tear in reality expanded and contracted like a living, breathing organism, casting long, jagged shadows across the ruins of the forgotten facility. "Stronger, yeah," replied Liam, gripping the metallic edge of the console before him. His knuckles turned white, the tension in his posture betraying the bravado in his tone. "But that's why we're here. We control it, or at least we're supposed to." His eyes darted to the faint symbols etched into the console, glowing faintly in response to the rift's energy. The alien language seemed to mock him with its inscrutable complexity. Behind them, Caden adjusted his thick goggles, the youngest of the group but the first to dare approach the rift weeks ago. Now he was staring at it again, mesmerized. "You think it remembers us?" he muttered under his breath, his voice almost lost to the hum of the unstable energy field. "Don't say stuff like that," Anya snapped, her hands gripping the straps of her worn backpack. She refused to look directly at the rift, as if avoiding its gaze might somehow protect her from its unknowable consequences. "It's not alive. It can't remember anything." "Maybe not alive," Caden murmured. "But it knows things. I can feel it." "Stop feeling it and start helping," Liam said sharply. "We didn't sneak out here to have another staring contest with whatever this is. We're fixing it this time. No mistakes." His words hung in the air, heavy with the unspoken memory of the last time they tampered with the rift. The time Anya's stopwatch had frozen in mid-tick, its hands quivering unnaturally in the same second for an entire week. The time Liam's younger brother had vanished for 6 hours, returning with no memory of where he'd been or when. Caden glanced at Liam, his lips twitching as if he wanted to argue, but he swallowed his words. His hand hovered over the strange device they had pieced together from scavenged parts, a crude amalgamation of wires, glass panels, and ancient circuits scavenged from the abandoned research lab. Anya stepped forward, her voice barely audible. "Liam, what if we're wrong? What if fixing it doesn't mean making it stop but making it worse?" "We don't have a choice," Liam shot back, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. "We have to try. You want this thing growing until it eats our whole town? Or worse?" The room fell silent except for the rift's omnipresent hum, rising and falling like a heartbeat. "I'll set it," Caden finally said, his voice steady but his hands trembling as he crouched beside the device. He began adjusting dials, his face illuminated by the flickering light. The rift pulsed in response, growing brighter, sharper, as if it were watching them. Anya turned away, her unease growing as the air itself seemed to thicken. "Liam, I think it's changing. Look at it." "Not now, Anya." Liam barked, his focus locked on Caden's progress. But she wasn't imagining it. The rift's glow shifted, deepening into a menacing crimson hue. The sound it emitted grew louder, an oscillating whine that clawed at their ears. A gust of air erupted from the rift, cold and sharp, scattering papers and loose equipment across the room. Caden's hand slipped, and the device emitted a high-pitched screech. Wait, he yelled, frantically twisting dials to stabilize it. The rift surged outward suddenly, engulfing the room in red light. Anya screamed as the world tilted. Objects floated momentarily, suspended as though gravity had surrendered to the rift's will. The hum became deafening, a chorus of overlapping sounds that felt alive with anger, desperation, or something far more alien. "What did you do?" Liam shouted over the noise, his voice raw with panic. "I didn't do it," Caden stammered before the rift flared again, and a shape began to form within it. It wasn't human. A dark silhouette emerged, tall and jagged, its edges rippling like smoke but with a weight that seemed to pull light and air toward it. Its face was a void, yet Anya swore she felt it looking directly at her. "Turn it off!" Liam yelled, shoving Caden aside and grabbing the device. "I don't know how," Caden cried, his voice breaking. The figure moved closer, its presence suffocating, its form shifting with impossible geometry. Anya felt her knees buckle as an overwhelming sensation of dread gripped her. The rift was no longer just a tear in time, it was a door. And something was stepping through. The room plunged into chaos. The figure took another step, its silhouette shimmering like molten glass, as if the very fabric of its existence couldn't decide what it wanted to be. With each step, the air grew colder, heavier, and harder to breathe. Anya instinctively stumbled back, her hand gripping the edge of a nearby console for support. "Liam," she yelled, her voice a shaky echo in the cacophony. Liam was frantically twisting knobs and pressing buttons on the device, his face a mask of desperation. Sparks flew as the machine whirred violently, its crude design straining against the forces it was never built to withstand. "I'm trying," he shouted, though his words sounded as much like a plea to himself as they did to Anya. The shadowy figure tilted its head, its form flickering unnaturally, like an image struggling to stabilize on a broken screen. The movement was subtle but deliberate, calculated. It was watching them, studying them. "Why isn't it stopping?" Caden whispered, his voice trembling as he backed away. "It's not a machine you can just turn off." Anya snapped, panic making her sharp. "This is bigger than us. Bigger than anything we understand." The rift surged again, and with it came an ear-splitting crack. A spiderweb of jagged light shot through the air, splitting open small fissures in reality. Through them, glimpses of other places, other times, flashed like fractured mirrors. A bustling city frozen in mid-motion. A desolate wasteland where shadows moved without light. A serene forest bathed in an unnatural golden glow. "Do you see that?" Caden whispered, his voice barely audible. "I see it." Anya snapped, her pulse racing. "But what does it mean?" "It means we're running out of time." Liam barked, slamming his fist against the console. Another fissure cracked open, larger this time, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. The figure in the rift extended what might have been an arm, its smoky form coalescing into jagged, crystalline shapes that shimmered unnervingly. "Liam, it's coming through." Anya screamed. "I know," he yelled back, sweat dripping down his face. He twisted another knob, and the machine emitted a low, guttural hum. The rift flickered, momentarily shrinking, but the figure didn't retreat. Instead, it pushed forward with renewed vigor, as if angered by their resistance. The fissures in reality widened, their glimpses into alternate worlds becoming more vivid and more disturbing. One showed a version of the room they stood in, but it was empty and decayed, as if abandoned for centuries. Another revealed a version of themselves, staring back with hollow, lifeless eyes. "What if it's us?" Caden said suddenly, his voice high-pitched and frantic. "What are you talking about?" Anya snapped, not taking her eyes off the rift. "The figure, the thing in the rift, what if it's us? Another version of us from one of those timelines? That's insane." Liam shouted. "Is it?" Caden countered, his voice trembling. "We're messing with time. We've opened doors we don't understand. What if it's coming through to stop us?" Anya's heart skipped a beat. The thought was as absurd as it was terrifying. Could they be fighting themselves, versions of themselves from a future where they'd already made the wrong choice? Before she could voice her fears, the figure lunged. Its movement wasn't fluid but jagged, like a skipping frame in a corrupted video. The air around it crackled with energy, and the lights in the room flickered wildly. "Get down!" Liam yelled, diving to the floor as the machine sparked violently. The figure's arm, or what passed for an arm, extended toward them. A wave of force rippled through the air, slamming into the walls and sending equipment flying. Anya hit the ground hard, her breath knocked from her lungs. "Liam," she cried, scrambling to her feet. "I'm okay," he shouted back, though his voice was strained. Caden wasn't so lucky. He lay motionless near the far wall, pinned beneath a fallen shelf. Anya's stomach churned as she saw the blood trickling down his forehead. "We have to get him out of here," she yelled, rushing to Caden's side. "There's no time." Liam shouted, his hands moving frantically over the console. "I can contain it, but I need more power." "Contain it?" Anya snapped. You don't even know what it is. I don't care. Liam shot back. If we don't stop it now, it's going to tear everything apart. Anya hesitated, torn between helping Caden and stopping Liam. The figure in the rift took another step forward, its form solidifying into something more monstrous with each passing second. The air around it shimmered like a mirage, distorting reality itself. Anya, help me! Liam yelled, his voice breaking through her paralysis. She turned to him, her heart pounding. What do I do? Hold the stabilizer, he said, pointing to a glowing lever on the console. Anya rushed to the console, her hands trembling as she grabbed the lever. The moment she touched it, a jolt of energy shot through her body, making her gasp. The machine groaned in protest, its parts rattling as if on the verge of collapse. The rift flickered again, and for a brief moment, the figure hesitated. It turned its void-like face toward the machine, as if it recognized the threat. It's working! Liam shouted. Keep holding it! But Anya wasn't sure how much longer the machine, or she, could take it. The stabilizer burned hot in her hands, and the room felt like it was spinning. Liam, hurry, she screamed. I'm trying, he yelled, his fingers flying over the controls. The figure roared, a sound that wasn't a sound but a vibration that seemed to reverberate inside their skulls. The rift surged one final time, and the room was consumed by blinding light. The light was blinding, searing through the room like a tidal wave of raw energy. Anya squeezed her eyes shut, her grip tightening on the stabilizer. The heat radiating from it was unbearable now, the metal scalding her palms. She felt as though she were holding onto a live wire, every nerve in her body screaming in protest. Anya, don't let go. Liam's voice was faint against the roaring chaos, but it carried the weight of desperation. She opened her eyes, squinting against the glare. The rift had grown impossibly large, stretching and contorting as if fighting against the constraints of the machine. The figure was still there, but now it was split, fracturing into multiple versions of itself, each one more terrifying than the last. One was humanoid, its crystalline form glinting like a nightmare-given shape. Another was an amorphous mass, its edges flickering in and out of existence. The third was almost familiar. It had Anya's face, but its eyes were empty, devoid of life. No, Anya whispered, her voice trembling. It's reacting to us. Liam shouted, his voice thick with urgency. It's feeding off our thoughts, our fears. Caden stirred, groaning as he tried to push the debris off himself. What's happening? Stay down. Anya yelled, her voice cracking. The figure, or figures, advanced, their fragmented forms shifting and merging as if deciding what to become. The version with her face stepped forward, its gaze locked on hers. Anya, it said, its voice a distorted echo of her own. Her blood ran cold. No. You're not real. The figure tilted its head, mimicking her movements with eerie precision. I am as real as you are. And you don't belong here. The word sent a chill down her spine. What are you talking about? You know what I mean, it said, its tone both accusing and mournful. This world, this time, it was never yours. Liam. Anya yelled, her voice shaking. What is this thing? It's not just a rift. Liam shouted, his hands flying over the console. It's a convergence. A point where timelines collide and bleed into each other. And that means what, exactly? Caden groaned, finally pulling himself free from the rubble. It means, Liam said, his voice grim, that we're standing at the center of a storm. And if we don't stop it, it'll unravel everything, past, present, future. Every version of us, every world, gone. The stabilizer in Anya's hands began to hum violently, the vibration so intense she feared her arms might give out. Liam, it's getting stronger, she yelled. I know, he shouted back. But if I push it too far, the whole system could collapse. Then what's the plan? Caden snapped, limping toward them. There is no plan. Liam barked. We're improvising. The rift pulsed again, and this time, it wasn't just light that spilled through. Tendrils of darkness snaked out, curling and writhing as they reached for the room. One of them lashed out, striking a piece of machinery, which exploded in a shower of sparks. Anya screamed, jerking back instinctively. "Liam, do something." "I'm trying," he yelled, his voice ragged. The tendrils lashed out again, faster this time, and one of them wrapped around Caden's leg. He cried out, falling to the ground as it began to drag him toward the rift. "Caden!" Anya screamed, letting go of the stabilizer and diving toward him. "Anya, no!" Liam shouted. But she didn't listen. She grabbed Caden's arm, planting her feet and pulling with all her strength. The tendril tightened, its texture cold and unyielding, like living steel. "Don't let go!" Caden yelled, his voice thick with panic. "I'm not letting you go!" Anya shouted back, her hands burning from the effort. Liam abandoned the console, rushing to their side. He grabbed a loose piece of metal and swung it at the tendril, striking it with a sharp clang. The tendril recoiled, releasing Caden, but the victory was short-lived. The rift surged again, the room shaking violently as more tendrils spilled through. The figures within it loomed closer, their fractured forms more solid now, more real. "Liam, we can't hold it off!" Anya screamed. "We don't have to!" Liam yelled, running back to the console. "We just need to redirect it." "Redirect it where?" Caden shouted, still gasping for breath. "Anywhere but here." Liam snapped, his fingers flying over the controls. The machine groaned in protest, sparks flying as it pushed past its limits. The rift pulsed one final time, the tendrils retracting as if preparing for something catastrophic. And then everything went silent. Anya froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The rift was still there, but it was no longer growing. The figures within it stood motionless, their forms flickering as if caught in a standoff. "What's happening?" she whispered. "I don't know," Liam said, his voice barely audible. The rift began to shift, its edges curling inward as if collapsing on itself. The figures turned, their gazes locking on the three of them. "You are out of time," one of them said, its voice resonating with finality. And then the rift exploded. The explosion wasn't what any of them expected. It wasn't fiery or destructive in the traditional sense. Instead, it was as though reality itself shattered. The air rippled like a stone dropped into water, bending light and sound into unrecognizable chaos. Anya felt herself lifted, weightless, as if the world beneath her feet had been snatched away. For a fleeting second, there was silence, absolute and deafening. Then came the rush of 1,000 sensations at once, voices whispering in overlapping languages, flashes of unrecognizable places, and a crushing pressure on her chest as though she were being squeezed through a narrow tunnel. When it stopped, she slammed into the ground, the air punched from her lungs. Gasping, she struggled to push herself up, her vision swimming. The room was gone. No walls. No console. No machine. Just endless, inky darkness stretching in every direction. "Liam? Caden?" Anya's voice trembled as she called out, her words swallowed by the void. "I'm here." Liam's voice came from somewhere to her left, shaky but alive. "I think I'm standing, but it feels wrong." "Here too," Caden rasped, though he sounded far off. "What the hell is this place?" Anya staggered to her feet, turning in slow circles. Shapes began to emerge from the darkness, faint outlines, shimmering like mirages. She squinted, her breath catching in her throat. The shapes were people. Dozens of them. Hundreds. All frozen mid-motion, their features blurred like smudged paint. Some seemed to be running, others reaching for something unseen. "Are those us?" Caden's voice cracked, and he stepped closer to one of the figures. Anya's stomach churned. The closer she looked, the more she recognized. There, frozen in a running stance, was a version of herself. Her hair was shorter, her eyes wide with panic. "It's not just us," Liam murmured, his voice thick with dread. It's all of us. Every version. Anya's pulse raced as she scanned the figures. They weren't just the three of them. There were versions of themselves she couldn't comprehend, one where Liam wore military armor, one where Caden had a robotic arm, one where Anya was holding a child. "Why are we seeing this?" she whispered, her throat dry. "Because," came a new voice, soft and deliberate, "you've stepped outside the boundaries of time." They all turned sharply, searching for the source. Out of the darkness stepped a figure, cloaked in a shimmering material that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. The face beneath the hood was indistinct, shifting like a reflection in rippling water. "Who are you?" Anya demanded, forcing steel into her voice despite the chill crawling up her spine. "I am an observer," the figure said, tilting its head. "And you, my dear travelers, have disrupted the flow." "We didn't mean to," Liam snapped, stepping forward. "We were trying to fix it." The figure's laugh was soft, almost pitying. "Fix it? You cannot fix something you don't understand. You've torn a hole in the fabric of reality itself, and now every version of you is bleeding into this convergence point. What happens if we can't stop it?" Caden asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The figure's shifting face seemed to smile, though it was hard to tell. "It won't be a question of if. If the collapse continues, time will reset itself. But it will be imperfect. Fragmented." "Meaning what?" Anya pressed, her fists clenched. "Meaning you, and every version of you, will cease to exist in any meaningful way," the figure said calmly. "You'll become echoes. Shadows in a broken timeline." A cold weight settled in Anya's chest. "How do we stop it?" The figure stepped closer, its presence unsettlingly weightless, as though it didn't quite exist in the same space as them. "The rift is still connected to you. It responds to your choices, your emotions. You must find the core of its energy and stabilize it." "And how do we do that?" Liam asked, his voice tight. The figure's face shifted again, this time almost sorrowful. "By making a choice. A sacrifice. The rift demands balance, and it will take what is most precious to you to restore it." Anya felt her knees weaken. "What kind of sacrifice?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, it dissolved into the darkness, leaving them alone once more. Caden cursed under his breath, pacing. "This is insane. Sacrifice what? One of us? Something from our lives? How do we even know that thing was telling the truth?" Liam looked pale, his hands trembling as he rubbed at his temples. "It's not like we have better answers right now. And if we don't act, we lose everything," Anya finished, her voice hollow. The frozen figures around them began to shimmer, their outlines growing sharper. Some of them moved, just barely, a twitch of a hand, a flicker of an eye. It was as if they were waking up, and the thought filled Anya with a deep, gnawing dread. "We need to move," Liam said, his voice firm despite the fear in his eyes. "Whatever the core is, we have to find it before this gets worse." Anya nodded, swallowing hard. "Then let's find it." The darkness around them shifted again, the frozen figures parting like a curtain as a faint, pulsating glow appeared in the distance. It was faint but unmistakable, a beacon in the void. "That has to be it," Caden said, his voice filled with both hope and unease. But as they started toward it, the frozen versions of themselves began to stir. Their heads turned, their eyes locking onto the group. And then they started to move. Slowly at first, then faster. They reached out, their distorted faces filled with a mix of desperation and malice. "They're waking up," Anya yelled, breaking into a run. "Go!" Liam shouted, sprinting toward the light. The air grew heavy, each step feeling like wading through water. The figures closed in, their movements erratic and unnatural, as though they were being pulled by unseen strings. Anya's breath came in ragged gasps, her legs burning as she pushed herself forward. The light grew closer, brighter, but so did the swarm of frozen versions. Their voices rose in a cacophony of distorted cries, overlapping and incomprehensible. "We're not going to make it," Caden yelled, glancing over his shoulder. Yes, we will, Anya shouted, her voice filled with defiance. But even as the words left her lips, she wasn't sure she believed them. Anya's heart pounded as she forced herself to keep running. The light ahead seemed maddeningly out of reach, like a mirage taunting them with hope. Behind her, the distorted figures moved faster, their limbs jerking unnaturally, their cries like warped echoes of their own voices. Don't look back, Liam yelled, his voice cutting through the chaos. Anya gritted her teeth, fixing her eyes on the pulsing glow. The air felt thicker now, like a magnetic force was pulling them back, dragging at their limbs. Caden stumbled, his hand brushing one of the figures as he caught his balance. Instantly, it latched onto him. Its touch wasn't physical, it was something deeper. Caden screamed as his body stiffened, his movements jerking like the creatures around them. For a moment, his face mirrored the figure's blurred, unrecognizable features. Caden! Anya skidded to a halt, reaching for him. No! Liam grabbed her arm, pulling her back. You can't touch him. Keep moving. But Caden's voice broke through the chaos, raw and filled with terror. Help me. Anya's instincts roared with reason. Every second spent here brought the swarm closer. But leaving him felt like betrayal. We can't leave him, she yelled, pulling against Liam's grip. Liam's jaw tightened, and he let her go, his eyes blazing with determination. Then we fight. Gripping a jagged shard of what looked like glass from the ground, Liam lunged at the nearest figure. The shard cut through the creature, its form dissolving into shadow and mist. Anya didn't hesitate. She grabbed a piece of debris nearby, its edges sharp and cold, and swung at the creature holding Caden. It dissipated, but Caden collapsed, his body trembling violently. Caden, get up, she shouted, dragging him to his feet. His eyes flickered, his pupils dilated, but he nodded weakly, stumbling forward as she supported him. The swarm was relentless now, converging like a tide of desperation. The glow pulsed brighter, almost blinding, and Anya realized it wasn't just a light, it was shifting, alive, its energy rippling outward. The air crackled with static, the hairs on her arms standing on end. What is that? Liam asked, his voice tight as he fell into step beside them. I don't know, Anya said, her voice barely audible over the rising hum. But it's pulling us in. As they drew closer, the figures began to change. They weren't just distorted versions of themselves anymore, they were evolving. Some looked older, worn by years of struggle. Others looked stronger, more capable, their eyes cold and calculating. One stepped forward, its features almost identical to Anya's, but with an edge of cruelty in its eyes. You don't belong here, it said, its voice a chilling echo of her own. Anya froze, her grip on Caden tightening. Who are you? The figure smirked. I'm what you could have been. What you might still become. That's not possible, Liam muttered, his voice faltering. Oh, but it is, another figure chimed in, stepping forward, an older version of Liam, his face lined with scars, his eyes shadowed. This place is every choice you've ever made. Every path you didn't take. And you're tearing it apart. Anya's stomach twisted. We're trying to fix it. Fix it, the cruel version of Anya laughed, a hollow, mocking sound. You can't fix something you've already broken. The only way forward is to let go of what you were. What does that mean? Liam demanded, his voice rising. The older Liam stepped closer, his expression grim. It means you have to decide. You can't save everyone. His gaze shifted to Caden, who was leaning heavily on Anya, his breath shallow. No, Anya snapped, stepping protectively in front of Caden. We're not leaving anyone behind. The cruel version of her tilted its head, almost amused. Then you'll all fail. The rift demands sacrifice, whether you like it or not. The light ahead flickered violently, its pull growing stronger. The ground beneath them trembled, fractures forming in the void as if reality itself was breaking apart. Anya, we don't have time for this. Liam yelled, grabbing her arm. We have to move. But the figures didn't step aside. Instead, they formed a wall, their eyes glowing with eerie light. "You'll have to go through us," the older Liam said, his voice calm but unyielding. The glow pulsed again, and Anya felt something stir deep inside her, a connection to the rift, to the energy swirling around them. It wasn't just external, it was inside her, inside all of them, like a thread tying them to the chaos. "We can't fight all of them," Caden rasped, his voice weak but determined. "But maybe we don't have to." Anya turned to him, her brow furrowing. "What are you saying?" Caden's eyes met hers, and there was a clarity in them that sent a chill down her spine. "It's me. The rift's connected to all of us, but I felt it the most when they touched me. Maybe I can hold it back. Buy you time to get to the core." "No." Anya's voice cracked. "We're not sacrificing you." "It's not a sacrifice," Caden said, a faint smile on his lips. "It's a choice. One that might give us a chance." The light grew brighter, the fractures widening. The swarm of figures surged forward, their voices a deafening roar. "Anya, we're out of time," Liam shouted. Anya's mind raced, her heart breaking under the weight of the decision. There had to be another way. But as the figures closed in and the rift's pull became unbearable, she realized there might not be. Caden's hands tightened around hers, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Trust me." And then he stepped toward the light. Caden stepped toward the light sent a ripple through the air, a shockwave of energy that knocked both Anya and Liam backward. The figures surrounding them froze for a moment, their movements stuttering as if the rift itself were holding its breath. "Caden!" Anya screamed, clawing her way forward against the invisible force pushing her back. She could feel the energy pulling at her too, like it wanted to claim all of them. Caden turned to look at her, his face illuminated by the pulsating glow of the rift. His expression was a mix of calm resignation and fierce determination. "Anya, trust me. I can hold them off." "No," she shouted, her voice cracking. "You don't even know what will happen." "I don't," he admitted, his voice steady. "But I know what happens if we do nothing. The rift will consume everything." Liam grabbed Anya's arm, pulling her back as the ground began to splinter further. "Anya, he's buying us time. If we don't move now, none of this will matter." Anya's heart wrenched as she looked between Caden and Liam. She could see the fractures spreading across the void, the rift's light growing more volatile with every passing second. But leaving Caden behind felt like tearing a piece of herself away. The figures began to move again, their distorted forms closing in. But now, their focus was entirely on Caden. They reached for him, their hands shimmering with the same ethereal glow as the rift. Caden stood his ground, his body trembling as he extended his arms toward the light. The energy surged around him, a cyclone of raw power that made the air crackle and hum. "You have to go," he shouted, his voice strained as the figures pressed closer. "Find the core. Stop this, for all of us." Liam tugged at Anya again, his voice urgent. "We can't let his sacrifice be for nothing. We have to move." With tears streaming down her face, Anya finally relented, turning away from Caden as Liam dragged her toward the glowing center of the rift. The path ahead was treacherous, the ground crumbling beneath their feet as the light intensified. But as they ran, Anya couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. The energy in the air felt too alive, too aware. It wasn't just the rift pulling at them, it was watching them, waiting for something. "Liam," she gasped, her voice barely audible over the roar of the energy. "What if this isn't just a portal? What if it's something sentient?" Liam glanced at her, his face pale but resolute. "We don't have a choice. Whatever it is, we have to stop it before it tears everything apart." Ahead of them, the light shifted, forming a swirling vortex that seemed to beckon them forward. The closer they got, the more Anya felt her thoughts slipping away, fragments of her memories flashing through her mind like broken film reels. "Anya," a voice called out, Caden's voice. But when she turned, he wasn't there. The figures around Caden were no longer attacking him. Instead, they were merging with the light, their forms dissolving into the vortex. Caden's face twisted in pain as the energy consumed him, his body glowing with an intensity that made Anya's chest tighten. "Do you feel it?" a voice whispered, her own voice, but not hers. It came from the air itself, resonating deep within her mind. Anya froze, her hand gripping Liam's tightly. What is that?" "The rift," Liam said, his voice trembling. "It's speaking to you." "No," the voice corrected, cold and unwavering. "I am not the rift. I am what you have forgotten. What you have lost." Anya's knees buckled as a wave of emotions washed over her, grief, anger, hope, despair, all crashing into her like a tidal wave. She saw flashes of her life before this moment, choices she didn't remember making, paths she didn't remember walking. "What is this?" she demanded, her voice breaking. "It's us," the voice said. "Every version of you. Every choice you could have made, every life you could have lived. And now, it's time to decide which one survives." Anya's breath caught in her throat as she realized the truth. The rift wasn't just a portal or a tear in reality. It was a convergence, a place where every possible version of herself and Liam and Caden collided. And now, it demanded a sacrifice. Liam's grip on her hand tightened. "Anya, we can't let it control us. We have to fight it." But Anya wasn't sure if they could. The rift wasn't just a force, it was them, and fighting it felt like fighting their own existence. The vortex ahead shimmered, its pull growing stronger. Anya knew they were running out of time, but every step forward felt heavier, every decision harder. And deep within the light, something was waiting for them. Something that knew them better than they knew themselves. Anya felt a surge of dread as the vortex pulsed again, its pull growing more intense. The air thickened around them, as if every breath was being sucked out by the rift. She glanced at Liam, whose face was now ashen with fear. His grip on her hand felt unyielding, but his eyes betrayed doubt, a flicker of hesitation that mirrored her own. "We can't keep going blindly," Anya said, her voice strained. "If this thing is alive, if it knows us, then it's already anticipating our every move." Liam shook his head, his jaw tight. "What choice do we have? Turning back isn't an option. We either confront this thing, or we let it swallow everything." The vortex shimmered again, and within its glowing maelstrom, Anya thought she saw a figure. It wasn't like the twisted silhouettes that had attacked Caden. This figure was eerily familiar. She could make out her own face, her own eyes staring back at her from the light. "Do you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Liam followed her gaze, his expression darkening. "No." "What do you see?" Anya's heart raced. Was the rift showing her something meant for her alone? Or was it manipulating her, digging into her mind to weaponize her own thoughts? The figure stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate. As it emerged, the details sharpened. It was her. Not just a likeness, but a version of her that radiated confidence and authority. This other Anya wore a sleek, metallic suit that glinted with the same energy as the vortex. Her expression was calm, almost indifferent. "Who are you?" Anya demanded, her voice rising. The other Anya tilted her head, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. "Isn't it obvious? I'm what you could have been. What you were supposed to be." Liam took a protective step in front of Anya, his body tense. "Don't listen to it. Whatever this is, it's not real." The other Anya's gaze shifted to Liam, her smirk widening. "And you, always so loyal, so predictable. Do you even know why you're here? Or are you just following her lead, like you always do?" "Stop it!" Anya shouted, her hands balling into fists. "If you're me, then you know we don't have time for games. What does the rift want from us?" The smirk faded, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. "The rift doesn't want anything. It is everything. Every choice, every failure, every possibility. And now, it's collapsing because of you." "Because of me?" Anya repeated, her voice shaking. "We didn't create this." The other Anya took a step closer, the glow of the vortex illuminating her sharp features. But you fed it. Every decision you've made since you stepped into this place has strengthened it. It thrives on your doubt, your fear. And now, it wants to see which version of you deserves to survive. Liam's grip on Anya's arm tightened. We're not playing its game, he said firmly. We'll find another way. The other Anya laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally around them. There is no other way. The rift doesn't just consume worlds. It tests them. Only one timeline can remain intact. The rest, well, they unravel. Anya's mind raced, her thoughts a chaotic whirl. Could this be true? Was the rift a trial, a way to decide the fate of infinite realities? And if so, what would happen to the versions of her and Liam that didn't survive? Behind them, the ground began to quake, fissures spreading outward from the vortex. The air shimmered with heat and energy, the rift growing more unstable by the second. Anya, Liam said urgently, we need to move. Whatever this thing is, it's stalling us. The other Anya stepped aside, gesturing toward the vortex. Go ahead. But every step you take will cost you something. Are you ready for that? Anya locked eyes with her double, anger and fear swirling within her. If you're me, then you should know, there's nothing I wouldn't sacrifice to fix this. Her double smirk returned, but there was no humor in it. We'll see. Anya turned to Liam, nodding. Together, they moved toward the vortex, the pull of its energy now almost unbearable. But with every step, the voice in her mind grew louder, whispering doubts and regrets she couldn't ignore. You could turn back, it said. You could let someone else bear the weight of this choice. Shut up, she muttered under her breath, forcing herself to keep moving. But as they drew closer, the air around them grew heavy with a strange pressure, as if the rift itself were testing their resolve. Shadows flickered at the edges of her vision, and the faint cries of Caden's voice echoed through the vortex. Anya, Liam said, his voice barely audible over the roar of the energy. Do you trust me? She hesitated for a split second, then nodded. Of course. Then hold on, he said, his grip tightening around her hand as he stepped into the light. The world dissolved into a blinding cascade of color and sound, and for a moment, Anya felt as though she were being torn apart. But then, just as suddenly, everything went silent. They stood in a vast, empty void, the rift now a faint glow in the distance. Around them, countless versions of themselves flickered in and out of existence, some familiar, others strange and unrecognizable. In the center of the void stood a massive, crystalline structure, its surface pulsating with light. Anya knew instinctively that this was the heart of the rift. But as they approached, the ground beneath their feet shifted, and the voices of their alternate selves grew louder, each one demanding to be heard. You can't trust him, one voice said. She'll betray you, another whispered. Anya and Liam exchanged a glance, their determination unshaken despite the chaos around them. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. But deep down, Anya couldn't shake the feeling that the hardest choices were still to come. The crystalline structure loomed larger as Anya and Liam advanced, the swirling lights within it dancing like trapped stars. Each step they took seemed to amplify the voices around them. The cacophony wasn't just sound, it was emotion. Fear, anger, regret, and despair lashed at their minds like a storm. Anya tried to focus, but the weight of the voices was relentless. One particularly harsh whisper stopped her mid-step. Do you remember what you gave up to be here? It hissed. Her chest tightened. Images flickered in her mind, her family, her childhood home, moments of laughter she had buried beneath the urgency of their mission. She clenched her fists, refusing to be derailed. Ignore them, Liam urged, his voice steady. But even he couldn't hide the strain in his expression. As they approached the crystalline heart, the ground beneath their feet shifted again, forming intricate patterns that glowed with a faint, golden light. Anya felt an odd pull, as though the structure was reading her thoughts, peeling back layers of her psyche. Then it spoke, not in whispers like before, but as a single, resonant voice that reverberated through the void. You seek resolution. But to rewrite the timeline, one of you must remain here. The statement hit them like a physical blow. Anya froze, her mind racing. Remain? Liam asked, his voice sharp. What does that mean? The crystalline surface pulsed, its glow intensifying. To stabilize the rift, a consciousness must merge with it. One mind, one soul, to tether the infinite possibilities into a singular thread. It is the price of balance. Anya felt the blood drained from her face. That's not. There has to be another way. There is no alternative, the voice replied, cold and unyielding. Choose, or the rift will collapse, consuming all timelines. Liam turned to her, his jaw tight. Anya, this doesn't make sense. We weren't told about this. How can it demand something like that now? But deep down, she knew. The pieces fit in a way she didn't want to admit. The anomalies, the strange visions, the voices, they had all been leading to this moment. Maybe it was always supposed to end like this, she said quietly, her voice trembling. Liam's eyes darkened. No. We find another way. Together. The crystalline structure flickered, and a projection materialized between them. It showed the timelines collapsing, entire worlds folding in on themselves like crumpled paper. Delay, and all will be lost, the voice intoned. Anya looked at Liam, her heart pounding. If we don't do this, if no one stays, everyone we know, every version of us, disappears. And if one of us stays? Liam countered, his voice cracking. The other is left with that guilt forever. Don't you see? This isn't a choice. It's manipulation. The structure pulsed brighter, and the patterns on the ground began to glow more fiercely. The voices around them grew louder, screaming, crying, pleading. You must decide, the voice commanded. Anya's breath came in short, panic bursts. She felt like the walls of the void were closing in on her, the weight of the decision crushing her. And then Liam did something that froze her in place. He let go of her hand. Liam, she began, but he cut her off. You've sacrificed enough, he said, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. If one of us has to stay, it's going to be me. No. Anya grabbed his arm, her grip fierce. Don't you dare. We don't even know if this thing is telling the truth. But Liam's gaze was steady, his resolve unshaken. You're the one who can fix things. You're the one who's always seen the bigger picture. If anyone's going to rebuild the timeline, it has to be you. The crystalline structure shimmered, and a tendril of light extended toward Liam, as if acknowledging his decision. Anya felt a surge of desperation. There's got to be another way. Don't do this. Please. Liam smiled faintly, a rare softness in his expression. We've faced worse odds, haven't we? You'll find a way to make it right. The light wrapped around him, and for a moment, everything slowed. Anya's world narrowed to that single moment, the crystalline glow reflected in Liam's determined eyes. But then, something unexpected happened. The light recoiled, the structure dimming as if rejecting his choice. You misunderstand, the voice said. The choice is not yours to make. The rift has already chosen. The ground beneath Anya's feet began to glow, the light pulling her toward the structure. She struggled, panic surging through her veins. Liam, she screamed, reaching for him. He lunged for her, his hands closing around hers, but the pull was too strong. The last thing she saw before the light consumed her was his face, twisted in anguish as he shouted her name. And then, there was nothing. Anya opened her eyes to find herself standing alone in the void. The crystalline structure was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of shimmering timelines. They flowed around her like rivers, each one teeming with possibilities. But she wasn't alone. A voice echoed in her mind, not the cold, mechanical tone of the rift, but something warmer, more familiar. You've become the anchor, Anya. Now, you decide what the future holds. Her heart pounded as she realized the weight of her new reality. The power to shape time itself was in her hands, but at what cost? Anya stood suspended in the glowing expanse of flowing timelines, the pressure of infinite possibilities threatening to crush her. Each shimmering thread whispered its story, its reality, its sacrifices. She reached out tentatively, her hand trembling, as one thread glowed brighter than the others. It showed a version of Earth untouched by the rift, a world where she and Liam never had to step into the void, where life had unfolded with quiet normalcy. For a moment, she felt an unbearable longing. But then another thread caught her attention, darker and more chaotic. This one revealed a world consumed by collapse, where the rift's unchecked power had unraveled everything. She saw glimpses of herself, fractured, desperate, fighting to contain a chaos that seemed alive. The voice returned, calm and implacable, resonating in her mind. You are the axis now. Each thread depends on your choice. Balance, chaos, or oblivion, it is yours to decide. Anya clenched her fists, the weight of responsibility nearly unbearable. What does that even mean? How am I supposed to know what's right? There was no response. Instead, the glowing threads shifted, forming patterns in the air around her. Faces appeared within them, people she knew and loved, people she had lost, and some she didn't recognize. But one face stood out among the swirling possibilities, Liam. He was alive in some threads, fighting against the collapsing rift in others, and, in one thread, gone. Her chest tightened. I won't lose him, she whispered, her voice raw with determination. The threads seemed to react, their movements growing faster, more erratic. The voice returned, colder this time. Preservation comes with a cost. The more you save, the more you risk unraveling the axis itself. Anya gritted her teeth, anger surging through her. You keep talking about costs, about choices. But what if I don't play by your rules? A sudden pulse of energy rippled through the void, shaking the threads violently. One snapped, unraveling into nothingness, and Anya felt a sharp pain in her chest, as though a piece of herself had been torn away. Defiance destabilizes the balance, the voice warned. Anya staggered but didn't falter. Then I'll find another way. There has to be one. In the distance, a new light appeared, red and pulsating, like a heartbeat. Anya's instincts screamed at her to stay away, but she couldn't ignore it. The light grew brighter, and she realized it wasn't just a glow, it was a distortion, a tear in the fabric of the timelines. From within it emerged a shadow, humanoid but distorted, its edges flickering like static. Its presence made the threads recoil, their whispers turning into panicked cries. The figure spoke, its voice layered with countless echoes. You think you control the threads, but they control you. Every choice you make strengthens the Nexus's grip. Anya took a step back, her mind racing. Who are you? The shadow tilted its head, its features indistinct but somehow familiar. I am what remains when the threads are severed. I am the cost of balance. The words chilled her to her core. This wasn't just a warning, it was a manifestation of what could happen if she made the wrong choice. Anya. Liam's voice cut through the chaos, pulling her attention. She turned to see him, his form flickering as though struggling to remain within her reality. He was reaching for her, desperation in his eyes. Don't trust it, he shouted. The threads, there's something they're not telling you. Before she could respond, the shadow moved, faster than she could react. It reached for Liam, its hand dissolving into a black tendril that lashed out toward him. No! Anya screamed, diving forward and grabbing Liam's arm just as the tendril wrapped around him. The force of the pull nearly tore them apart, but she held on, her fingers digging into his wrist. You can't fight this, the shadow said, its voice cold and final. Let go, or you will both be consumed. Anya gritted her teeth, her muscles straining as she pulled Liam closer. I don't care what it costs. I'm not letting go. The void shuddered, the threads around them vibrating with an intensity that made the air hum. Anya felt the weight of the entire rift pressing down on her, testing her resolve. Liam's eyes locked onto hers, filled with determination. We do this together, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos. No more sacrifices. No more choosing between us. The shadow hesitated, its form flickering as though Liam's words had disrupted its control. The tendrils loosened slightly, and Anya seized the opportunity, pulling him free with all her strength. As they fell back, the shadow let out a piercing cry, its form dissolving into the void. But the red tear remained, pulsating angrily, and the threads around them began to fray. Anya and Liam lay on the glowing ground, gasping for breath. "We're running out of time," Anya said, her voice shaking. Liam nodded, his expression grim. "Then we figure this out. Together." The void trembled, and the threads began to twist and knot, their whispers turning into screams. The rift was collapsing, and Anya knew their next move would determine everything. The tremors in the void grew stronger, each one a violent shudder that rippled through the glowing threads of possibility. Anya struggled to her feet, her breath ragged as she turned to Liam. His face was illuminated by the pulsing red light of the tear behind them, his expression one of grim determination. The shadow may have dissolved, but its warning lingered like a dark cloud over Anya's thoughts. Every thread surrounding them trembled, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. She couldn't decipher their words, but the urgency was unmistakable. Something else was coming. "What now?" Liam asked, his voice low but steady. Anya glanced at the chaotic threads, then back at the pulsating tear. The void was closing in on itself, and the threads were unraveling faster than she could comprehend. "We stabilized the threads," she said, though the words felt hollow even as she spoke them. "Or at least, I think we try." Liam stepped closer to the tear, squinting as its light intensified. "And how exactly do we do that?" "You heard what the shadow said. These threads aren't just about choice, they're about control." Anya stared at the glowing strands that hovered around them, their colors shifting erratically. They seemed alive, sentient, as though responding to her very thoughts. Her hand hovered near one, the faint warmth of its energy brushing against her skin. "Maybe they're not about control," she said quietly. "Maybe they're connected to us." Liam turned to her, skepticism etched across his face. "Connected how?" She hesitated, her eyes locking onto one particular thread that pulsed faintly with a soft blue light. Unlike the others, it didn't writhe or twist in chaos. It seemed calm, steady, as though it were waiting for her. Slowly, she reached for it. "Anya, wait," Liam warned, his voice sharp. But her fingers brushed the thread before he could stop her. A surge of warmth shot through her body, and suddenly, she was no longer standing in the void. She was in a different reality, a thread she'd unknowingly stepped into. The air smelled of rain, and she stood in a bustling city square. Towering buildings rose into a stormy sky, their glass facades reflecting streaks of lightning. People moved around her, oblivious to her presence, their faces blurred as though she were seeing them through frosted glass. "Anya." Liam's voice was distant, muffled, but it cut through the haze. She turned, disoriented, but he wasn't there. Instead, she saw a young boy standing in the middle of the square, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. He pointed at her, his hand trembling. "You shouldn't be here," the boy said, his voice eerily clear despite the storm around them. "What?" Anya started, but the world around her flickered, like a glitch in a program. The boy stepped closer, his movements jerky, unnatural. "They'll come for you," he whispered, his voice breaking. "They always do." Before Anya could react, the thread she was standing in snapped back, yanking her violently into the void. She stumbled, gasping for air as Liam caught her before she fell. "What the hell just happened?" he demanded, his grip firm on her arms. "I don't know," she managed, her voice shaking. "I touched the thread, and I was somewhere else." "Somewhere else?" His expression darkened. "Anya, this isn't just about choice. These threads aren't just showing possibilities, they're opening doors." She glanced at the tear, its light now pulsing erratically. The void around it was collapsing faster, the threads tangling into chaotic knots. Her brief encounter with the thread had left her shaken, but it had also revealed something important. "The threads," she said, her voice gaining strength. "They're not just timelines. They're the gateways. Each one leads to a different reality. And if we don't stabilize them, they'll all collapse, Liam finished grimly. The red tear emitted a low, ominous hum, and the ground beneath them began to crack. Shadows emerged from the fractures, their forms indistinct but menacing. They moved with purpose, their eyeless faces fixed on Anya and Liam. Liam stepped in front of her, his fists clenched. "What are those?" "I don't know," Anya admitted, fear creeping into her voice. "But I don't think they're here to help." One of the shadows lunged, its form twisting unnaturally as it reached for them. Liam grabbed a loose fragment of the glowing ground and swung it at the shadow. The impact sent a shockwave through the void, and the shadow dissolved into black mist, but two more took its place. "We can't fight them all," Liam said, his voice tight with urgency. Anya's eyes darted to the threads, their chaotic motion almost hypnotic. Her mind raced. The shadow's words echoed in her thoughts, every choice had a cost. But this wasn't just about choice anymore, it was about survival. She reached for another thread, this one glowing a deep gold. "Anya, don't," Liam started, but it was too late. Her fingers brushed the thread, and the void exploded into light. The moment her fingers touched the golden thread, the void around them exploded with a blinding flash of light. Anya gasped as the world around her twisted, the familiar darkness melting away into something new, something terrifying. Her body was weightless, suspended in a sea of radiant energy. Liam's voice was a distant echo in the storm of light. "Anya, get out of there." But she couldn't move. The golden thread was pulling her deeper, its warmth suffusing her body, making her feel both at ease and horribly exposed. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, and her breath quickened as she tried to pull away, but it was no use. The thread was now entwined around her, tightening with every passing second. The light began to fade, and she found herself standing in an entirely new world. The ground was cracked and uneven, stretching out before her in endless expanses of dry, barren earth. Jagged mountains jutted into the sky, their peaks shrouded by a heavy, unnatural fog. Dark clouds swirled overhead, blotting out any sunlight. The air was thick and oppressive, carrying a strange metallic scent. But it wasn't the desolation that made her heart race, it was the silence. The kind of silence that felt too deep, too suffocating. "Liam," she called, her voice barely breaking the heavy stillness. Her surroundings offered no answers, only the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Her mind raced as she scanned the horizon. Where was she? What was this place? How had the golden thread brought her here? A faint rustle broke the silence, and her gaze snapped to the left. In the distance, a figure emerged from the fog. It was a person, walking slowly but with purpose, their silhouette barely visible in the haze. Anya froze, her muscles tensing. She felt a creeping unease crawl up her spine. Who was this? What did they want? The figure stopped and turned slowly toward her, revealing nothing but an empty face, a smooth, featureless mask. Her breath caught in her throat as she took a step back, her instincts screaming at her to run. But before she could act, the figure raised a hand, as if beckoning her forward. Against every instinct, Anya took a hesitant step toward the figure. The world seemed to close in around her as the air grew heavier, thicker. Her body felt sluggish, like the weight of the world was pressing down on her. "What do you want?" she called out, her voice trembling more than she wanted to admit. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it extended its hand farther, the gesture slow but deliberate. Anya's heart hammered in her chest. There was something almost hypnotic about the way it moved, something wrong about the way it didn't speak, didn't respond. It was then she realized, this wasn't a person at all. It was a construct. A puppet. A mechanism designed to control. Her eyes darted back to the golden thread that still held her in its grip. It was now coiling around her arms, tightening, pulling her forward toward the figure. She tried to pull away, but her body wouldn't obey. She couldn't move. A cold, detached voice echoed in her mind, "You are already ours." "Liam," she screamed again, but her voice was swallowed by the dense silence. She tried to push against the pull of the thread, but it only grew stronger, more insistent. The figure moved again, this time closer, its steps unnervingly smooth. Anya could feel her heart pounding in her chest, her breath shallow. The world around her felt wrong, artificial, like a trap closing in on all sides. Then, as the figure drew near, its mask began to crack, the lines splitting down the middle. It was as though it was coming apart, revealing something beneath. Something that shouldn't be. The cracks spread faster, and the mask split open entirely, revealing not a face, but a swirling vortex of shifting colors, red, black, gold, and white, all twisting together into a chaotic, ever-changing pattern. The air vibrated with an unnatural hum, sending a deep, penetrating chill through her bones. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to escape. But the thread pulled her closer. With every step the figure took, the air around her grew colder, more suffocating. The world itself seemed to bend, as though the rules were shifting. She was trapped between two forces, one pulling her into the strange vortex, the other the ever-tightening grip of the golden thread. Suddenly, the figure lunged, its hands now not reaching toward her, but toward the thread that bound her. Anya gasped as its fingers made contact with the glowing strands. The moment it touched the thread, the world shuddered violently. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, and the sky above warped into a swirling mass of black clouds, lightning flickering through them in rapid bursts. The threads, the very threads that had once seemed so alive, began to writhe and twist uncontrollably. And then, a voice, not the figure's, but one that resonated from every corner of this warped reality, spoke. You cannot change what has already been set in motion. The time you seek to control is not yours to keep. The words echoed in Anya's mind, filling her with an icy dread. Her pulse raced. The figure's mask was now gone, its face no longer a face at all, but a swirling mass of the same chaotic vortex that had consumed the sky. The moment it touched the golden thread, the vortex began to pulse with a dark, terrible power. And then, a realization struck her. This wasn't just about her anymore. This was something much bigger, something far more dangerous. This wasn't just a game with time, it was a war with reality itself. And she had just become its latest pawn. The world around Anya twisted again, pulling her into a swirl of colors and sounds. She felt the pressure of the golden thread tightening like a vice, squeezing the air from her lungs. She gasped, her chest heaving, her heart beating erratically as the vortex grew stronger. Every inch she was pulled closer to it felt like her body was being torn apart. She tried to scream, but the air was thick, suffocating. The figure, no, the thing that had once looked human, was no longer just standing before her. It was everywhere, its presence filling every corner of the fractured reality. The swirling vortex now had a mind of its own, expanding and contracting as though it were alive, breathing with a malevolent hunger. Her body felt weightless, disconnected from the world she knew, and yet every nerve screamed in pain. The golden thread pulsed through her veins like liquid fire, coursing through her, embedding itself deeper with each passing second. Help, someone! She whispered, her voice barely audible. There was no answer. For a moment, she could only hear the deafening hum of the vortex, the low rumble of the reality around her, unraveling. The sky overhead was a patchwork of twisted colors, purple, green, red, and the ground beneath her feet cracked with the force of something immense pushing through it, an energy so powerful it threatened to swallow everything in its wake. Anya squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the overwhelming sensations, but the moment she did, her mind was flooded with visions. Flashes of strange faces, of ancient cities burning in the distance, of mountains rising out of black oceans. Time, or what she once understood as time, was unraveling, merging into a single point that stretched and contracted with impossible speed. The voice came again, cold and echoing through her thoughts. You think you can control time. But it is time that controls you. Anya's stomach lurched. Her mind struggled to hold onto her sense of self, but it was slipping away, unraveling just like the reality around her. What was she becoming? Was the thread altering her too, transforming her into something else entirely? She couldn't tell if it was her own thoughts or if they were being planted in her mind by the force that controlled this place. The golden thread was no longer just a thread. It was a connection, a lifeline, but also a leash that tied her to something far greater, far darker. She had wanted to understand time, to change it, to control it, but she never realized how much it would demand in return. She opened her eyes, desperate to escape the maddening spiral of thoughts. And that's when she saw it. Liam. He was standing on the edge of the vortex, his face a mask of fear and determination. He was holding something in his hand, a strange device, the same device they had found in the ruins. It was glowing faintly, its surface reflecting the chaos around them. Anya! Liam shouted, his voice cutting through the distortion of the world. Hold on. I can fix this. Anya tried to respond, but her throat was constricted, her words lost in the oppressive air. She could only watch as Liam moved closer, his footsteps slow, deliberate. The golden thread seemed to pull him in as well, tugging at him with a force that made him stumble, but he refused to stop. His hand gripped the device tighter, and with a sudden, almost desperate motion, he raised it toward the swirling vortex. The ground beneath them shook, sending ripples of energy through the fabric of reality. The vortex pulsed, responding to the device, and for a moment, everything seemed to pause. The chaotic colors in the sky slowed, and the fractured ground stilled. But it was a trick. Anya felt it before she saw it. The thread around her arm snapped taut, pulling her toward the vortex with an unrelenting force. She could feel the fabric of reality twisting again, and she realized in that moment that Liam's attempt to stop it wasn't working, it was only making things worse. Liam, she screamed, her voice ragged. But it was no use. The vortex responded to the device, but not in the way they had hoped. The energy that had been building suddenly erupted, a blinding flash of light and sound that made the air vibrate with power. Everything around them cracked and splintered. Liam's eyes widened as the device in his hand began to disintegrate. It wasn't just falling apart, it was being consumed, as if the very essence of the device was being drawn into the vortex, its power feeding into the chaos. No, no, no! Liam shouted, dropping to his knees as the device crumbled to dust in his hands. Anya's pulse quickened. She could feel herself being pulled in, her body becoming a vessel for the energy of the vortex. Her thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind, her mind not her own anymore, just a fragment of something greater. The golden thread was everywhere now, tightening around her, constricting her chest, her legs. It was as though she were being woven into the very fabric of this strange, fractured world. Then, just as she thought she would be consumed completely, a sharp, cutting pain surged through her body. She gasped, her vision flashing white-hot with the intensity of it. It wasn't just physical, this was something deeper, something inside her, pulling at her very soul. And in that moment, she understood. The golden thread didn't just tie her to the vortex, it was the vortex. It was the source of its power. And in trying to control it, they had unknowingly tethered themselves to it, binding their very existence to the unstable fabric of time itself. She felt Liam's presence nearby, but it was distant, fading. Her mind was slipping from him, from everything. Her last coherent thought was that if they didn't stop, if they couldn't find a way to break free from the thread, they would be lost forever, lost not just in time, but in something far worse. The air around her crackled, and a voice, cold and indifferent, whispered in her ear. "This is only the beginning, Anya." And the world around her began to collapse once more. Anya's breath came in shallow, frantic gasps. The pain coursing through her body felt endless, as if the very fabric of her being were being shredded, torn apart, and remade. Her mind was slipping, her consciousness flickering between clarity and madness. The golden thread wrapped tighter and tighter around her, its edges like burning wire, searing into her skin and her soul. The voice, cold, distant, and mocking, lingered in her thoughts. Asterisk, this is only the beginning, Anya. Asterisk. It wasn't just a warning. It was a threat. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the air, trying to steady herself, trying to grab hold of something, anything, but there was nothing to grip. Her world was slipping through her fingers like sand. The vortex around her pulsed with an unsettling rhythm, as if it were alive, feeding off her fear, her desperation. And in the distance, the image of Liam, fading, flickered like a dying star. "Liam," she screamed, but her voice barely reached him, lost in the chaos. His form was barely visible, a shadow in the overwhelming light. She saw him moving, stumbling toward her, his hands outstretched as though trying to reach her, trying to pull her back from the edge of oblivion. But no matter how hard he tried, the vortex was relentless, dragging them further apart. Anya's heart pounded in her chest. She had to do something. Anything. She focused on the thread, trying to will it to stop, to break. But it was beyond her. The golden light twisted around her, coiling with a life of its own, wrapping tighter, until the pressure was unbearable. Her vision blurred, and the world around her seemed to warp and twist, folding into itself. The distant stars, once so clear and comforting, now looked like fractured shards of light, stretching and contracting in the sky. Reality itself felt like it was tearing, piece by piece. And then, just as she thought she couldn't take it anymore, the vortex surged again, pulling everything into a violent spiral. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, and she was falling through space and time, spinning wildly. There was no ground, no sky, no time. Just the endless, suffocating pull of the vortex. She gasped for air, but none came. There was no air here, no world to breathe it in. Liam's face appeared before her again, but it was distorted, fragmented, like an image on the verge of fading completely. "Anya, you have to stop it." His voice was muffled, almost drowned out by the roar of the vortex. But how? How could she stop this? Everything felt out of control, slipping further into chaos with each passing second. Then, the most impossible thought hit her. What if the only way to stop the vortex was to let go? What if she had to break the thread herself, sacrifice everything to sever the connection once and for all? It was madness. She knew it was madness. But the vortex was growing stronger, and the thread that connected her to it was pulling her deeper into its grip. And if she didn't act, if she didn't do something, it would consume everything. Not just her, but the world, the very fabric of time itself. Her hand trembled as she reached toward the golden thread, feeling its pull, its power. She didn't know if she was ready. She didn't know if she had the strength to let go. But she had no other choice. With a sharp, breathless gasp, Anya yanked at the thread. The moment her fingers touched it, a surge of energy shot through her like lightning, a shock that knocked the wind from her lungs and sent her spinning. The thread burned against her skin, but she gritted her teeth and pulled harder, focusing all her strength on one single, desperate thought. Break it. The thread vibrated, its golden light flaring like a dying star, and for a moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. The vortex halted, its endless pull momentarily paused. And then, the world shattered. Reality fractured like glass, splintering in all directions. Anya felt her body tear apart, felt herself being pulled in 1,000 different directions, each moment an eternity, each thought a lifetime. She couldn't see, couldn't hear. She was nothing and everything, all at once. For a moment, there was nothing. Silence. And then, she was back. But it wasn't the same. Nothing was the same. She stood in a vast, empty void, a place that existed beyond time and space. The air was thick with the echoes of her own thoughts, her own fear. She reached out, her hand trembling as she felt the void stretch around her, pushing back against her touch. And then, in the distance, she saw it. A figure. A shadow. Liam. But something was wrong. His face was pale, his eyes distant, as if he were no longer fully there. He was staring at her, but his gaze seemed to look past her, as if he could see something far beyond her. "Anya." His voice was faint, a whisper carried on the wind. "We've done something terrible." The realization hit her like a slap to the face. The vortex hadn't just pulled them into another realm, it had changed something fundamental. They had altered something, broken something they couldn't fix. And the consequences were only just beginning. Anya's pulse hammered in her ears as she took a tentative step forward. The void around her stretched endlessly, an empty expanse of blackness that seemed to pull at her very soul. She reached out instinctively, but the air felt dense, thick as if it were resisting her presence. She glanced at Liam, his silhouette now sharper in the dim light, but his gaze never wavered from something behind her. Liam? Her voice barely broke the stillness, and it seemed to echo forever in the emptiness. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, his eyes seemed to shift, darting around like he was searching for something, or someone. You don't understand," Liam finally murmured, his voice strained, his breath shallow. "We've broken the flow. This place, it isn't just a consequence of our actions. It's a rift in reality itself." Anya's heart skipped a beat. A rift? A tear in reality? What did he mean? "What are you talking about, Liam? What happened to us? Why can't I feel time? I don't understand." Her voice faltered, the uncertainty in her tone betraying the fear that was crawling up her spine. Liam turned slowly toward her, his face twisted with an expression of deep anguish. "The thread, it wasn't just a link, Anya. It was a safeguard, a barrier holding everything in place. And we tore it apart." His eyes flickered toward the distant horizon of the void, his expression darkening. "We're in the cracks now. Between moments. Between worlds." Anya felt a chill crawl across her skin. The ground beneath her felt unstable, like it could collapse at any second. The more Liam spoke, the less she understood. Asterisk cracks between worlds? Between moments? Asterisk the weight of his words pressed down on her chest. "We have to find a way back," she said, trying to steady her voice, to find some semblance of control. "If we're in between, whatever this is, there has to be a way to reverse it. We can fix it, right?" Liam didn't respond right away. Instead, he stared at her with an intensity that made her blood run cold. "There's no going back," he said quietly. "Not now." The words hung in the air like a dense fog. Anya's breath caught in her throat. She took a step back, trying to comprehend. "What do you mean? If we did this, we should be able to undo it." His gaze darkened. "It's not that simple. We altered the fabric of reality, Anya. We didn't just create a void. We created a wound, and now we're trapped inside it. And there's something else, something worse." Her stomach tightened. "What are you saying? What could be worse than this?" Liam hesitated, then turned his back to her, as though unwilling to meet her gaze. "The rift," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "it's waking up." Anya's eyes widened. "What does that mean?" Before he could answer, a low, resonating hum filled the void around them. It started quietly, almost imperceptibly, but then grew louder, vibrating through her bones, deep into her very core. The air itself seemed to distort as the hum transformed into a rhythmic, pulsating throb, like the heartbeat of the void itself. And then, from the edges of the dark expanse, something began to move. A figure, no, several figures, emerged, their forms twisted, like shadows broken by light. They moved slowly, deliberately, as if they had been waiting for something, waiting for them. Anya took a step back, her heart racing. "Liam," she whispered, but his gaze was fixed on the approaching figures, a grim realization settling over him. "They're not just shadows," he muttered. "They're fragments. Fragments of the timelines we've broken." As the figures grew closer, Anya could see them more clearly, or, perhaps, it was that they were becoming clearer to her. They weren't human. At least, not entirely. Their shapes were humanoid, but their faces were blurred, like distorted reflections in a broken mirror. The closer they came, the more details she could make out. Parts of their bodies seemed to flicker in and out of existence, as if they were not entirely present, trapped between states. Liam stepped forward, a look of grim determination on his face. "We have to move. They're hunting us." "Who are they?" Anya's voice was shaky, the overwhelming terror bubbling to the surface. What do they want with us? He glanced back at her, his eyes wild. They're the lost. The broken timelines. They were once part of the flow of time, and now he didn't finish. Instead, he turned and started running, pulling Anya along with him. But the figures, fragments of forgotten moments, were closing in faster than they could move. Anya's heart pounded as she ran, the ground beneath her feet shifting, warping with each step. The empty void around them seemed to grow heavier, oppressive, as if the very fabric of their surroundings were starting to collapse in on itself. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet cracked, and Anya felt herself falling. She screamed, grabbing onto Liam's arm, but it was too late. They were tumbling, spiraling downward into a new, darker place, something deeper within the void. She landed hard, the impact knocking the breath out of her. She struggled to her feet, her body aching, but her eyes were wide as she looked around. This new place wasn't like the empty expanse they'd just been in. There was something alive here. Liam was already standing, his hand outstretched. We're in the core now, he said, his voice tight with fear. The rift's heart. And it's waking up. Anya turned to look at him, her mind racing. What does that mean? What's going to happen to us? Before Liam could answer, the air around them shimmered. The ground began to shake violently, and the figures, the fragments, were now everywhere, filling the space around them, their faces now clearer, more defined. Their eyes burned with hunger, and their movement was fast, too fast. The rift had truly awoken. And now, there was no escape. The ground beneath them trembled as the figures closed in, their limbs bending unnaturally, like they were stitched together from fragments of forgotten history. Each step they took seemed to send a ripple through the air, distorting reality around them. Anya's breath came in short gasps as she pressed herself closer to Liam, but the overwhelming presence of the figures made it feel like the very air itself was closing in. Liam's grip tightened on her wrist, pulling her forward through the quaking landscape. We can't stay here, he hissed, his voice strained. We're too exposed. Anya's heart raced. Where are we supposed to go? The ground was cracking open beneath them, large fissures appearing as if time itself was starting to erode their surroundings. The figures, if they were even real, seemed to draw closer with each passing second, their haunting eyes locked onto the two of them. Liam's gaze flickered upward, toward a faint flicker of light that appeared like a distant beacon in the darkness. There. We need to get to the source of the anomaly, he said, his voice edged with desperation. If we can reach it, we might be able to reverse the flow. It's our only shot. But as they moved, the figures came closer. Their distorted, flickering forms seemed to grow stronger, their movements sharper, more aggressive. Anya's stomach churned with a rising sense of dread. There was something deeply wrong about them, something that didn't make sense, as though their very presence was a tear in the fabric of reality. A sudden, deafening screech echoed through the rift, and one of the figures lunged forward, its arms stretching unnaturally long, claws elongating as if drawn by invisible strings. Anya barely had time to react before Liam yanked her away, but the figure's claw scraped across her arm, the coldness of its touch sinking deep into her skin. She gasped in pain, looking down at the spot where the claw had touched her. Her skin was changing. The wound wasn't just bleeding, it was warping, like time itself was bleeding out of her, as if her body had already begun to unravel. Liam's eyes widened in horror as he pulled her further away. Anya, no, we need to move. The rift is already starting to take you. Her mind was racing, and the pain from the wound was almost unbearable, but the fear of what might happen if she didn't move kept her legs moving. The figures were everywhere now, their eyes glowing with a hunger that made her blood run cold. She could hear their distorted whispers, snatches of forgotten conversations, cries of anguish, pleas from people who had never existed. They reached the edge of a massive chasm, the very air around it warping with a visible, shimmering distortion, like a fracture in reality itself. At its center, the source of the anomaly, the flickering light, seemed to pulse, a slow, steady heartbeat in the void. Liam's breath was ragged as he looked at Anya, his eyes filled with a desperate determination. This is it, he said. We jump. We have to. Anya glanced over her shoulder, her chest tightening at the sight of the figures drawing closer. The edges of her vision were blurring, her skin aching with the sensation of time slipping through her fingers, of being pulled in multiple directions at once. But the rift, the light. It was their only chance. Without another word, Liam took her hand and leapt. Time seemed to stretch, bend, as they fell toward the center of the anomaly, the world around them warping into chaos. The rift itself seemed to scream, a soundless, deafening force that tore at their minds. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went black. When Anya's eyes snapped open, she found herself lying on the ground in a different place entirely. The weight of the air around her felt different, thicker, colder, and for a moment, she couldn't tell if she was still inside the rift, or if she had somehow emerged on the other side. She sat up quickly, her body sore and disoriented. Liam was beside her, breathing heavily, his face pale, eyes wide with confusion. What happened? Anya's voice was a whisper, barely audible. Did we make it? Liam didn't answer immediately. He was staring ahead, his eyes unfocused, as though something far off had caught his attention. Slowly, he turned to her, his expression unreadable. It's not over, he said quietly, his voice hoarse. We've moved, but the rift, it's not finished with us. Not yet. Anya's blood ran cold. Her gaze followed Liam's, and she froze. In the distance, beyond the crumbling landscape, she saw them again, more figures, their shadows creeping ever closer, their eyes fixed on her and Liam. The figures were different now. More solid. More real. The rift had followed them. And it was changing. Growing. Liam's grip tightened around her hand. We need to find the center of this place, he said urgently, pulling her to her feet. If we don't, it'll consume us. Anya's heart pounded in her chest as they began to move, the figures closing in faster now, their haunting presence stretching farther than before. The ground beneath them began to crack again, and the air was thick with a growing pressure. Each step they took felt like it might be their last, the tension rising with every passing moment. The stakes were higher than ever, and Anya couldn't shake the feeling that they were being hunted, not just by the figures, but by something far worse, the very force of time itself. They had only one choice now, keep moving, or let the rift claim them both. But as they ran, Anya couldn't help but wonder, was this really the end of their journey, or was it only the beginning of something far darker? The ground beneath them continued to tremble as Anya and Liam ran, the figures growing ever more tangible, their movements synchronized with the unnatural pulse of the rift. The sound of their footsteps seemed to echo across a void, but it was a strange, muffled sound, like they were running underwater. Every time Anya looked back, the figures had gotten closer, their faces no longer indistinct shadows, but warped reflections of people she thought she recognized. Her chest tightened. The faces were too familiar, too unsettling. Liam tugged at her arm. We need to keep moving, don't look back. But Anya couldn't help it. The faces were pulling her in, each one a fractured image of her past, her mother, her brother, friends she hadn't thought about in years. Each of them reaching out, their eyes filled with a strange mix of sorrow and hunger. They weren't just reflections of the people they had been, they were twisted versions of them, pulled into the rift, and she could feel their pain like a physical weight pressing down on her chest. Anya. Liam's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. Focus. We don't have much time. She turned back to him, trying to shake the haunting images from her mind. He was right. They couldn't afford distractions. But something about this place, this shifting landscape, made it impossible to focus for long. It wasn't just that the figures were drawing nearer, it was that the very air around them felt wrong, like the world itself was bending, slipping between moments in time. Ahead of them, the path twisted in impossible ways, as though the ground itself couldn't decide where it should lead. It was like they were trapped inside a maze of infinite corridors, each one leading to nowhere, or worse, leading back to where they had started. We need to find the source, Liam said, his breath coming in ragged gasps as they pushed on. We have to. Before he could finish, the sky above them cracked open with a sharp, unnatural sound. Time seemed to stretch, and Anya's body jerked forward, as if she was being pulled into the crack itself. The ground beneath them gave way, and for a brief moment, they were weightless, falling through a pitch-black void. Then, with a violent thud, they landed hard on the ground, the air knocked from their lungs. Anya gasped, scrambling to her feet, only to find herself standing in a place that felt entirely alien. The atmosphere was thick with fog, and everything seemed to shimmer with a strange, iridescent glow. It wasn't the sky above them, but rather a surface, like a dome, stretching high into an abyss that defied logic. "This isn't possible," Liam muttered, staring around in disbelief. "This place, it's not even real." Anya took a tentative step forward, her mind reeling as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The landscape around them was shifting, changing like it was being drawn in real time, mountains rising and falling in seconds, rivers freezing over before thawing again. The very fabric of reality here seemed to twist with every breath they took. It was as though time wasn't just warped, it was being torn apart at the seams. But there was no time to dwell on the surreal landscape. The figures had followed them. No, not followed, they had arrived. There were hundreds of them now, more than Anya could count, their eyes glowing brighter than before. And with them came the low hum of a frequency that sent a deep vibration through her bones. It was a sound she could feel, not just hear. The figures spread out in front of them, a wall of shadows closing in from all directions. Liam's grip tightened on her arm, his face set with grim determination. "We need to move. Now." But Anya was frozen, her eyes locked on one figure in particular. It was taller than the others, its eyes a glowing silver, its features more defined, a reflection of something older, something familiar. For a brief moment, it almost seemed to be smiling at her, its lips curling in a way that made her skin crawl. "Anya," Liam said urgently, but she didn't hear him. The figure's presence was consuming her thoughts, its gaze pulling her in. No. I can't be distracted. Not now, She snapped back to reality and pulled Liam forward, forcing herself to look away from the looming figure. They had to escape, and fast. The rift was closing in on them, the edges of the fractured world becoming more distinct, more dangerous. But as they turned to flee, a new sound pierced the air, something deep, rumbling, like a distant engine. It was coming from below them, a low-frequency hum that felt like it was vibrating through her very soul. "What is that?" Anya asked, her voice barely audible over the noise. Liam's eyes narrowed, scanning the shifting landscape. "It's the core. The source of all this. We have to reach it. If we can get to the center of the rift, maybe we can control it. Maybe we can fix it." The hum grew louder, more intense, vibrating through the air like the sound of 1,000 heartbeats pounding in sync. It was coming from the ground itself. Without warning, the ground split open beneath them, and a surge of raw energy shot up, sending them both stumbling backward. The energy felt like a wave, one that was both cold and burning at the same time, pulling at their bodies, at their very essence. Anya's vision blurred, the world spinning as if caught in a cyclone of time, but through the chaos, she saw the figures closing in. One of them reached out, its fingers brushing her arm. A shockwave of energy coursed through her, and her body jerked, paralyzed with an ice-cold grip that seemed to freeze her blood. She gasped for air, but no sound came out. Liam shouted, but his voice was lost in the overwhelming hum. Anya's mind screamed. We can't stay here. We can't, With every ounce of strength she had left, she yanked herself free from the figure's grasp, but her body felt heavier with every passing second. The world was slipping from her control, and she felt herself being pulled further from reality. She turned to Liam, her words a frantic whisper, "We have to stop this." But the figures were closing in, their eyes now all focused on them, their forms growing larger with each step. The rift was far from over. Anya's heart pounded as the rift's energy surged around them, the air growing thicker, like it was pressing against her from all sides. She could feel the weight of it, suffocating, every second stretched like an eternity. The figures, now fully surrounding them, had stopped advancing. Their eyes, those glowing, unnatural eyes, watched her and Liam intently, each pair of eyes reflecting something darker than she had ever seen. It was as though they were waiting for her to make a move, to make a mistake. Liam tugged at her arm, urgency in his voice. "We need to get to the core, Anya. Now." She wanted to move, but every instinct screamed to flee, to get away from the suffocating presence of the figures. But where could they go? The rift was closing in, the ground beneath their feet shaking more violently now, the very fabric of reality starting to warp around them. The hum was growing louder, vibrating through her bones with an intensity that made her teeth rattle. It was as though the rift was alive, feeding on them, on their fear, their confusion. She could feel it deep inside her, like it was trying to reach into her thoughts, to pull her into its grasp. "Anya," Liam repeated, shaking her out of her thoughts. His grip tightened on her arm, pulling her toward the center of the rift where the energy seemed to converge, a swirling vortex of light and darkness that flickered in and out of existence. She didn't know why, but she followed him. There was no time to question. No time to think. Each step they took felt like they were wading through thick, invisible mud, the weight of the rift's energy dragging at them, pulling them back. The figures remained motionless, but their eyes followed every movement they made. Every footstep, every breath, seemed to be watched by 1,000 unseen eyes. Anya's mind raced. The figures, their eyes, their faces, there was something familiar about them. She had seen them before. It was impossible, but she was sure of it. These weren't just random reflections of people she had once known. They were something else. She couldn't explain it, but it felt as though the rift had taken fragments of her life, twisting them into something she couldn't fully understand. But even with the rising dread crawling up her spine, the thought of the core, the center of the rift, pushed her forward. They had no choice. It was their only chance. They reached the center, and Anya stopped short. The air here was different, charged with an unnatural force. The ground beneath them was no longer solid. It was like standing on the surface of water, the very earth rippling beneath their feet. Liam looked at her, his expression determined but also filled with an edge of fear she hadn't seen before. "It's here, Anya. This is the heart of it." But Anya's gaze was fixed on something else now. In the center of the vortex, something moved, something large, shifting in and out of sight. At first, she thought it was just the rift itself, some trick of the light, but as she focused, she could make out the form more clearly. A figure. Taller than any of the others. And its eyes, they were like hers. For a moment, the rift seemed to hold its breath. The hum ceased, and an unnatural silence filled the space. The figure's eyes locked onto hers, and a surge of cold terror shot through her. "It knows me." "Anya, don't," Liam's warning came too late. Before either of them could react, the ground beneath them trembled once again, and the figure stepped forward, its massive form looming above them. The rift seemed to twist and contort around it, like it was being drawn toward the figure, feeding off it. Anya's pulse quickened as the figure reached out, its hand moving toward her, its fingers stretching unnaturally long. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was as though time itself had stopped. Liam shouted, shoving her to the side, but the figure's hand was already upon her, a shock of coldness coursing through her body. Her vision blurred, and for a moment, everything went white. A voice, deep and resonant, echoed inside her mind, sending waves of disorientation crashing over her. "Asterisk, you don't understand yet. But you will, asterisk." Anya gasped, shaking her head to clear the fog from her thoughts. The voice, no, the presence, had left an imprint in her mind, a ripple of power that felt like it was tearing through her very essence. She fought against it, but her body felt numb, frozen in place. Liam's voice cut through the silence, his voice panicked. "Anya." But it wasn't just his voice anymore. It was as though the words were coming from everywhere, overlapping, distorting. The rift's hum began to build again, the vibrations reaching a fever pitch, shaking the ground beneath them. The figure's eyes glowed brighter, its form flickering in and out of reality like a broken image on a screen. Anya clenched her fists, pushing against the force that threatened to pull her under. Asterisk focus, Anya. Focus, asterisk. She couldn't let herself be swallowed by this thing. Whatever it was, she had to fight it. But just as she gathered the strength to move, the ground beneath her gave way, and she was falling again, plummeting into a new abyss, deeper, darker, more suffocating than before. This time, there was no sound. No hum. No vibration. Just the cold, empty darkness stretching around her like a void that had no end. And in the distance, she could hear the faintest whisper, "It's only just beginning." But what did it mean? What had she unleashed? The darkness enveloped her, its weight pressing down like a thick fog. Anya tried to scream, but no sound escaped her mouth. She was falling, but there was no sensation of motion, no wind in her hair, no ground beneath her feet. Just endless, suffocating blackness that seemed to stretch into eternity. Where am I? She forced herself to breathe, her chest tightening as panic began to claw at her mind. She had to stay calm. She had to focus. Suddenly, the air around her shifted. A soft pulse, a vibration that seemed to come from deep within the darkness itself. Then another pulse, stronger this time, sending ripples through the void. And then, light. It flickered, weak at first, but growing steadily brighter, until it pierced the darkness, revealing the shape of a figure ahead of her. Her heart skipped a beat. The figure was humanoid, its outline shifting in the light. A shadow within the shadow. As it drew closer, Anya's pulse quickened. She recognized the form, the outline of the figure. It was her. But how? She tried to move, but her body wouldn't respond. Her limbs were frozen, her mind screaming for her to do something, anything, but the paralysis was overwhelming. The figure, or the version of herself, floated toward her, its eyes locked on hers with an intensity that felt almost invasive. Asterisk, is this a dream? A nightmare, asterisk. But there was no time to dwell on that thought. The figure's eyes began to glow, its features shifting rapidly, melting between faces she knew, faces from her past, people she'd lost, people she'd forgotten. Her mother. Her childhood friends. Even Liam's face appeared for a split second, before it morphed into something unrecognizable. Her breath caught in her throat. What was happening? Was this some kind of vision? Or was it something worse? Then, the figure's mouth moved. It didn't speak with words. Instead, the message flashed inside Anya's mind. You've opened it. Her heart pounded. She couldn't tell if it was the figure's voice or her own thoughts blending together, but the meaning was clear. The rift, the thing she had been drawn into, it was her doing. She had opened it. And now, she wasn't sure if she was even in control of anything anymore. The figure's eyes locked onto hers once again. The glow intensified, growing brighter, until it felt as if the light was consuming her from the inside out. What do you want from me? Anya tried to shout, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, a deep, hollow silence filled her mind, suffocating her in its emptiness. Then, she felt it, the pull. Something deep within the core of the darkness, pulling at her, like gravity itself. She was being drawn toward it, against her will, toward the center of the abyss. The figure remained motionless, watching as she struggled to break free, but it didn't speak again. Anya's heart raced. This couldn't be real. She couldn't be trapped in this nightmare. But the pull was undeniable, and as she was dragged closer to the center of the void, she realized with a sinking dread that she had no choice. She was being forced into something, some fate she didn't understand. The light flickered one more time, then vanished entirely. All that remained was a growing darkness, a darkness so thick that it seemed to swallow every thought, every sense, leaving her with nothing but an overwhelming feeling of being lost. Then came the voices. At first, they were soft whispers, like echoes of her own mind, but they grew louder, more distinct. She could hear fragments of conversations, words she didn't recognize, phrases that sounded almost like warnings, as if they were being spoken by people who had once stood in her place. Asterisk, it's too late. Asterisk. Asterisk you can't go back. Asterisk. Asterisk times children. You're one of them. Asterisk. The voices swirled around her, making it impossible to focus. Her head spun, and she felt as though she might collapse under the weight of it all. Times children, what did that even mean? Who were these people? Where were they? Then, the darkness seemed to dissolve, and she was standing in front of a vast, ancient door. The door was etched with strange symbols, glowing faintly in the darkness. The rift's energy pulsed around her, swirling with a chaotic energy that made her skin prickle. Without thinking, she reached for the door. Her fingers brushed the cold surface, and a sudden surge of energy shot through her arm, sending a jolt of pain through her body. She gasped, pulling her hand back instinctively. The door, however, remained still, undisturbed. But as she stepped back, she noticed something terrifying. The glowing symbols on the door were now shifting, rearranging themselves, as if they were alive, and aware of her presence. Anya took a step back, but then stopped. A new realization hit her. The figure, the one that had been haunting her thoughts, wasn't gone. It was here, just beyond the door, waiting for her. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the door once more. This was it. The moment she stepped through, if she stepped through, there would be no turning back. The stakes were higher than ever, and she couldn't shake the feeling that this was where everything, all the choices, all the consequences, would come crashing together. The voices in her mind grew louder, warning her of the dangers, but she didn't know if they were warnings or if they were just another trick of the rift. Was it trying to stop her? Or was it trying to show her the way? She braced herself, reaching out again, determined to face whatever lay beyond. But as her hand touched the door, it began to open on its own, slowly at first, then faster, as if it had been waiting for her to make that final move. Anya stepped forward, into the unknown. And as the door creaked open wider, the air around her shifted once again. The coldness intensified, but this time, it wasn't just the cold. There was something else, something darker, something that seemed to watch her. She didn't know what she was about to face, but she knew one thing for sure: the choices she made now would shape everything that came next. Time wasn't just a force to be bent, it was something that could destroy them all. Anya stepped through the door, her heart hammering in her chest. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the world around her seemed to bend, warping into something unrecognizable. The ground beneath her feet was no longer solid, but rippling, like the surface of water disturbed by a single drop. The air was thick, charged with energy, and she could feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The door slammed shut behind her with a deafening crash, leaving her in complete darkness. She spun around, her breath shallow, panic rising in her chest. She had no idea where she was, or what she had just walked into. The absence of sound was deafening, and it seemed like the silence pressed against her skin, trying to suffocate her. Then, without warning, a pale light flickered to life in the distance, illuminating a narrow path stretching into the unknown. She could barely make out the shape of a figure at the far end of the path, silhouetted against the faint glow. It wasn't the same figure she had seen earlier, but it was something else, something that didn't belong here. A presence, cold and heavy, like a shadow that hung just beyond her reach. Anya hesitated. Every instinct in her screamed to turn back, to run, but something inside her, something deep within the pit of her stomach, urged her forward. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was her only chance to understand what was happening, to understand the rift and the twisted force that was controlling her fate. She took a step toward the light. Then another. Her feet moved as if they had a mind of their own, drawing her closer to the figure. The closer she got, the more she could make out the details. The figure was cloaked in darkness, its features hidden, its presence unsettling. It didn't move, didn't speak, but the energy around it was suffocating. "Who are you?" Anya asked, her voice barely a whisper. No answer. Her fingers trembled, and she instinctively reached for the strange device on her wrist, the one she'd discovered before everything started to unravel. It hummed softly, almost imperceptibly, but it wasn't enough to calm her nerves. She didn't know how to use it, or if it would even help her. All she knew was that the device had somehow been connected to the rift, to whatever force was pulling her in. Another pulse of energy rippled through the air, and suddenly, the figure moved. Slowly at first, then faster, until it was right in front of her. Anya froze, her breath caught in her throat. The figure's eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity, and she could feel its gaze penetrating her very soul. It spoke, but not with words. Its voice was a vibration, a hum that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You've come too far." Anya's pulse raced. The voice was familiar, and yet foreign. It wasn't just speaking to her, it was speaking through her, inside her mind, as if it had always been there, waiting. She couldn't make sense of it. "This is your last chance," the voice continued. "Turn back now, or the price will be paid." Anya's head swam. She couldn't breathe. She tried to move, but her body felt like it was encased in stone. She wanted to run, to escape, but the voice, it was everywhere, closing in on her, drowning out everything else. "What price?" she choked out, her voice barely audible. The figure tilted its head, its form shifting, swirling like smoke in the dim light. It took another step forward, and with each movement, Anya felt the air grow colder. The very walls around her seemed to close in, the space shrinking, suffocating her. "The price of knowledge," the figure replied. Asterisk the price of power. The price of time, asterisk. Anya's heart skipped a beat. Time. She had always known that the rift was tied to something much bigger than herself, but this was more than she could have ever imagined. What was the cost of altering time? Was it worth it? "Why me?" she whispered, her voice shaking. The figure's gaze softened, just for a moment. A flicker of something that resembled pity, or perhaps regret, flashed in its eyes. Then it spoke again, its tone colder now, more insistent. Asterisk, you were chosen. You have the power to change everything, to rewrite time itself. But beware, the consequences will ripple through the fabric of reality. Every action has its price, and you are no exception, asterisk. Anya felt a chill settle deep in her bones. She had always thought of time as something solid, something unchangeable. But now, in this twisted place, everything felt malleable, fragile. If she could change time, what would she risk? What would she lose? The ground beneath her shifted again, the path she stood on cracking, splintering. She stumbled back, instinctively clutching at the device on her wrist. It hummed louder now, its vibrations almost painful against her skin. The figure began to fade, its form distorting, as though it was being pulled into the darkness itself. "You will understand soon enough," the voice echoed, fading away. Asterisk the truth of what you've opened. The choice you've made, asterisk. Anya's mind raced. She wasn't ready for this. She didn't know what to do with the power she had unlocked. The thought of going back, of undoing everything, was almost as terrifying as facing whatever lay ahead. Suddenly, she was alone. The path before her was gone, swallowed by the shifting darkness. The only thing left was the feeling that she was standing on the edge of a precipice, teetering between what she knew and what she was about to uncover. Every step she had taken led her here, and now, she could no longer deny it. The rift wasn't just a doorway, it was a test, a trial of choices, each more dangerous than the last. Anya closed her eyes, trying to steady her breathing, but the uncertainty gripped her like a vice. The stakes had never been higher. What would she choose? And more importantly, could she survive the price? Anya's breath hitched as the cold air pressed against her skin, biting at her exposed face. She could still hear the figure's words echoing in her mind, reverberating with an unsettling resonance. The weight of the decision hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. She had never felt so alone, so small, yet so burdened by the enormity of what she had unleashed. Her fingers tightened around the device on her wrist. The humming had stopped for a moment, but it was still there, just beneath the surface, like a dormant beast waiting to wake. What did it all mean? The rift, the power, the warnings, could she really alter time? Could she truly rewrite history? And more frighteningly, what would happen if she did? The silence in the space around her was deafening. She could feel the tension building, thick and heavy, pressing in from all sides. The void stretched on endlessly, no signs of a way out. The walls were no longer just walls, they were alive, shifting, breathing as though the very fabric of reality itself was watching her, waiting for her next move. Then, just as Anya thought she could bear no more, a low rumble shook the ground beneath her feet. It was subtle at first, like the distant sound of thunder, but it grew louder, closer. A tremor ran through her body, and she stumbled forward, trying to steady herself. The ground cracked open beneath her, and she barely had time to react before she was falling into a deep, unending blackness. She reached out instinctively, her hands grasping at air, her heart pounding as the sensation of falling stretched on. Time felt like it was slowing, dragging her deeper into the abyss. Her stomach churned, her mind spinning, and she realized with a sudden, horrifying clarity that this was not just a fall, it was a descent. A descent into the unknown. The void swallowed her whole, but just before the darkness closed in, she felt the faintest brush of warmth, a presence that was not quite there, but not quite gone either. With a violent jolt, she landed, the impact rattling her bones. She gasped for air, her chest heaving as she pushed herself to her hands and knees. The ground was solid now, the void gone, but the eerie sensation of being watched never faded. She looked around, disoriented, but there was nothing here, no walls, no path. Just the feeling of something watching her every move. Then, the ground before her began to shift, the surface rippling like water disturbed by an unseen force. Slowly, words began to appear in the undulating surface, shimmering with a strange light. "Do you see now?" Anya froze, the words pulling at her, like tendrils wrapping around her mind. The voice from before, the one that had warned her, was back, though its tone was darker now, more insistent. She reached out, her fingers brushing the words, but they dissolved as soon as they made contact, vanishing like smoke in the wind. Another ripple spread across the ground, and this time, the words were different, as if they had been waiting for her. Asterisk every choice creates a new fracture. Every fracture echoes across time, asterisk. The message was clear, but it left her with more questions than answers. She didn't understand it fully, but the weight of its meaning sank into her chest. Fractures. Echoes. Was this what the figure had meant? That the consequences of her actions would ripple outward, spreading through time itself? The idea terrified her. A shadow flickered in her peripheral vision, and she spun around, heart racing. She wasn't alone. Out of the shifting darkness, a figure appeared, tall, cloaked, its face hidden in shadow. This time, it was different. The presence was colder, more powerful. The figure was not merely a projection or an echo of the past, it was real, and it was here. Without a word, the figure raised a hand, and the ground beneath Anya began to tremble once more. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating in her bones. The air thickened, heavy with anticipation. The rift, the force, was about to make its move. "You think you can control this power," the figure said, its voice a low, haunting whisper. "But it controls you." Anya felt the words sink deep into her soul. She knew they were true, in some way. She had only begun to grasp the extent of what she was dealing with, but now she could feel it, the immense, suffocating force that threatened to crush her beneath its weight. Her fingers tightened around the device on her wrist again, her mind racing. She could still feel the connection to the rift, its pulse running through her like a second heartbeat. Was there still time to stop? To turn back before it was too late? Before she could make up her mind, the figure stepped closer, its form shifting and distorting, as if it were made of smoke and shadow. The temperature dropped suddenly, the air turning frigid as it moved toward her. "You cannot escape what you have started," it whispered, its voice like ice scraping against her skin. Asterisk you've opened the path. There is no going back, asterisk. Anya stumbled backward, panic surging through her veins. The rift was consuming everything, pulling her deeper into its grasp. The figure's presence grew, its power overwhelming. She had to act, but how? She took a shaky breath, her mind whirling with thoughts of the consequences, of the fractures she could not yet comprehend. Time was slipping away, but every choice, every action seemed to make the situation worse. The figure was right. She had opened the door, and now there was no turning back. She had to face whatever came next, even if she didn't understand it. But as the figure reached out toward her, a voice, familiar and sharp, rang out from the shadows. "Anya, run." It was Caleb. Her breath caught in her throat as she turned, her eyes darting in search of him. The voice had come from the rift, but where was he? What had happened to him? The figure's hand was inches from her, the darkness closing in. And then, just as she thought she would be consumed by it, the world around her twisted, and she was falling again. Only this time, the fall was different, faster, sharper, like she was being sucked into the very heart of the rift. "Caleb," she whispered, the darkness swallowing her words. "Where are you?" And the fall continued. Anya's body tumbled through the unrelenting darkness, her mind struggling to grasp any semblance of control. The world around her was distorted, like a storm of shifting shadows and fleeting images. Time itself seemed to stretch and twist in ways that defied logic, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling before her eyes. She could feel the rift tugging at her, pulling her deeper into the unknown. Her heart hammered in her chest. Every second, every heartbeat, felt like an eternity. The device on her wrist buzzed with an unsettling intensity, its pulse syncing with her own racing thoughts. She could still hear Caleb's voice in her head, distant and fragmented, but it was fading fast. "Where are you?" She screamed it in her mind, but the rift swallowed her words, leaving nothing but an empty, oppressive silence. Then, without warning, the fall stopped. Anya gasped, her lungs seizing in the shock of sudden stillness. She opened her eyes, but all she could see was darkness, endless, impenetrable, as if the void itself had become her prison. She tried to move, but her body felt heavy, as if it was made of stone. Panic surged within her, but there was no escape, no way to break free. The world had closed in, leaving her trapped in the suffocating grip of the rift. And then, a sound. Soft at first, like a whisper carried on the wind. But it grew louder, more distinct, and soon it was unmistakable, a voice, low and trembling. "Anya." She froze. That voice, it was Caleb's. Her heart leapt, and she strained to hear, to make sense of the words that followed. The darkness around her seemed to quiver in response, as if the very air was alive. She closed her eyes, concentrating. The voice was close, too close for comfort. But something was wrong. There was an unnatural edge to it, something that sent a chill down her spine. "Anya, you shouldn't have done it." The words hung in the air, heavy with accusation. Her stomach twisted. "Caleb," she called, her voice barely more than a whisper. But the voice did not respond. Instead, the temperature around her plummeted. Anya's breath came out in visible puffs, the chill cutting through her like icy needles. She could feel the rift's grip tightening once more, its weight pressing down on her. There was no escape, no way to fight it. She reached for the device on her wrist, but the moment her fingers touched it, a jolt of electricity shot through her, throwing her backward. Her body hit the cold ground, hard, and for a moment, she couldn't breathe. The world spun, her vision blurring. But through the haze, she saw it, a flicker of movement, a shadow darting just beyond the edge of her sight. It wasn't Caleb. The shadow moved again, closer this time. Anya pushed herself up, her limbs shaking as she tried to stand. The air grew thick with a sense of foreboding, and her skin prickled with the knowledge that she was not alone. The figure that loomed in the distance was something more than a shadow. It was something ancient, something malevolent. Her pulse quickened. What was it? What was happening? "Anya," the voice echoed again, and this time it was not Caleb's. The tone was colder, more distorted, like 1,000 voices layered together. "You've opened the door, and now you will pay the price." The words sent a jolt of panic through her. What had she done? She had thought the rift would give them power, that it would change everything. But now, standing in the midst of this eerie darkness, she realized the true cost of her actions. The figure moved closer, its form shifting and twisting as if it was made of smoke and shadows. Its eyes gleamed, two pale, glowing orbs that seemed to pierce through the darkness. It stepped forward, its presence suffocating, like the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on her. "Do you understand now, Anya?" the figure asked, its voice both chilling and ancient. "You were never meant to control time. Time controls you." Anya's heart pounded in her chest, the fear rising like a wave. She took a step back, then another, her mind racing. She couldn't let this happen. She couldn't let the rift consume everything she had ever known. But the figure was already upon her, its cold hand reaching out to touch her. The moment its fingers brushed her skin, she felt a surge of power, a jolt of energy that almost knocked her off her feet. The world around her distorted again, and she was falling into something deeper than the rift itself. "No," she screamed, fighting to break free, but the darkness was too strong. The figure's grip tightened, pulling her into the void. She could feel herself slipping away, her consciousness fading. And then, a voice, a familiar, frantic voice, cut through the chaos. "Anya." It was Caleb. His voice was clear, sharp, urgent. But where was he? She couldn't see him, couldn't feel him. The darkness was swallowing her whole. "Anya, you have to wake up." She tried to respond, tried to scream, but no words came out. The rift was closing in on her, crushing her from all sides. And then, just as she thought she was lost forever, something inside her snapped. A realization, a glimmer of hope. She wasn't alone, not really. Caleb was out there. She could still feel him, still hear him. And she would not let the rift take him, too. With every ounce of strength she had left, Anya reached out, her mind reaching for the device on her wrist. It thrummed with power beneath her fingertips, and for the first time, she felt a strange connection to it, a sense of understanding. "The key is within you," the voice whispered in her mind. Asterisk, you have the power. You always have, asterisk. Anya's grip tightened around the device, and with a cry of defiance, she activated it. The rift screamed in fury, the ground shaking beneath her as she was torn between two realities. But she refused to let go. Whatever the cost, she would make things right. Even if it meant losing everything she knew. Her vision went white. And then, nothing. Anya's senses slammed back into focus with a sharp jolt, as if she had been thrust into the very heart of a storm. The white void of nothingness receded, but her surroundings were no clearer. Instead of the oppressive darkness she had expected, a faint light flickered, almost like the dying embers of a forgotten fire. Her breath came in short, frantic bursts, her heart racing as she scrambled to get her bearings. Where was she? The air felt thick, heavy, as if it was laced with the remnants of a strange, almost metallic scent. Her body ached from the sudden shift, but she couldn't afford to focus on it. The fear was still clawing at her chest, but now it was mixed with a strange feeling, like something had been unlocked deep inside her. The device on her wrist hummed faintly, its glow now pulsing in time with her heartbeat. But this place, it wasn't like the rift. It wasn't like anything she had ever seen before. The ground beneath her was uneven, covered in cracked, jagged rocks. The light she had seen before was now much brighter, emanating from somewhere far above. It cast long, eerie shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally across the landscape, making it impossible to judge how far it went. Something moved in the distance. Anya froze, her breath catching in her throat. She wasn't alone. She wasn't alone, and yet, she couldn't sense anyone nearby. It was as if the landscape itself was alive, breathing, watching. The light above flickered again, and suddenly, a voice cut through the stillness, low, distorted, and echoing, like it came from everywhere at once. "Welcome to the place between time, Anya." The words hit her like a physical blow. The place between time, her mind raced. Was she trapped here? Was this the price? She didn't know how much time had passed since she activated the device, or even if time functioned normally here. She didn't care. The urgency was all-consuming. Caleb. She had to find him. But as her eyes darted around the eerie, silent landscape, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for her, watching from the shadows. She took a cautious step forward, then another. The further she moved, the more the ground seemed to hum beneath her feet. The temperature dropped, a cold chill settling over her skin, as if the very fabric of reality was slipping away. Another flicker of movement, this time closer. Anya turned her head sharply, her eyes scanning the distance, but she saw nothing. Her pulse quickened. What was happening here? Suddenly, the voice came again, louder now, its distorted tone sending a shiver down her spine. You cannot escape the consequences of your actions. Anya's stomach dropped. Consequences? What had she done? The rift, the device, had they done something to the fabric of time itself? She didn't know, but she had to find a way out. With trembling hands, she reached for the device once more, but before she could touch it, a ripple of energy surged from the ground beneath her, sending a shockwave through her body. The force of it knocked her backward, her body crashing into the jagged rocks. She cried out as pain shot through her side, but she gritted her teeth and pushed herself up. The hum of the device was louder now, pulsing erratically as if it was reacting to the energy in the air. But before she could make sense of it, another shadow moved closer, this one darker, more solid. It didn't flicker like the light above, it was pure and impenetrable, like a stain on reality itself. Anya took a step back, her breath coming faster. There was something wrong with this place, something wrong about the way it twisted around her. The air seemed to grow thicker with each passing second, and the shadows, those dark, shifting forms, were closing in on her. Her mind raced. Caleb had to be here somewhere. She couldn't be the only one. But as her eyes scanned the landscape again, she saw no sign of him. Was he trapped here too? Or had he been lost somewhere in the rift, separated from her? A low, unsettling laugh echoed from behind her, sending a fresh wave of terror through her. She spun around, but saw nothing, only the ever-present, shifting darkness. The laughter continued, growing louder, more distinct. It was mocking, cruel. You're too late, Anya, the voice sneered. You've already sealed your fate. Anya's heart pounded. She took a deep breath and gripped the device tighter. Whatever this place was, whatever this entity was, it wasn't going to control her. Not yet. Suddenly, the ground beneath her trembled. The shadows twisted, pulling together in a way that seemed unnatural. The flickering light above seemed to dim, as though even it was afraid of the thing moving toward her. Leave this place. The voice was no longer distorted, it was cold, authoritative, and it resonated through the ground, the air, her very bones. The words were a command, a warning. But Anya didn't know how to leave. The rift had torn her from the familiar, and now she was somewhere in between, trapped in a realm that didn't obey the rules of time or space. But there was something in her mind, something rising from the depths of her subconscious. A voice. Caleb's voice. Asterisk Anya. Do not let it control you. Asterisk. The echo of his words hit her like a punch to the gut. She could feel it, the rift, the power of the device, the growing tension in the air. But what had Caleb meant? What had she done? The shadows were closing in faster now, coalescing into something much larger, more monstrous. The whispers around her grew louder, frenzied, like they were speaking in a language she couldn't understand. Anya's fingers brushed against the device once more, the power thrumming through her veins. And then, asterisk, she knew star. The truth of the place between time. With every second she spent here, she was destabilizing the world outside. Every decision, every change she made was fracturing the threads of reality. She could feel it, could feel the time slipping further out of her control. But she wasn't sure she could stop it. And there was no way out, not unless she made a choice. A terrible, irreversible choice. The shadow loomed in front of her now. She could see its outline, monstrous and incomprehensible, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. You cannot outrun time, it growled. And with that, the shadows rushed toward her, and she knew everything she had fought for, everything she had tried to protect, was about to unravel. The shadow lunged forward with terrifying speed, its form flickering like a mirage caught between worlds. Anya's heart raced in her chest as she stumbled backward, her feet slipping on the jagged rocks. The air seemed to tighten, compressing around her, as though the very atmosphere had turned hostile. It was no longer a question of what the shadow was, it was a presence, an entity that existed beyond the boundaries of time, and it was closing in on her. She could feel its power, its hunger, rippling through the air as if it were drawing energy from the very place she stood. Desperation surged through her as she spun to face the growing darkness. The device on her wrist was pulsing violently, its glow now erratic, almost desperate. She could feel it, a connection, a resonance between herself and the chaos around her. The realization hit her like a thunderclap. The device wasn't just a tool, it was part of the very fabric of this place. She had no idea how it worked, but it was the only thing she had left. Anya, the voice whispered again, this time softer, like a command from within her own mind. You must choose. The darkness was almost upon her now, its presence a weight that threatened to crush her. The shadows had taken on a more defined shape, twisting, shifting like tendrils, reaching for her, drawing closer with every heartbeat. But she couldn't move. Her limbs felt heavy, as if they were being pulled into the ground itself. Choose, the voice repeated. The world outside is dying. And you, are the key. Her mind raced as she fought to breathe. The weight of the decision pressed down on her. What choice was she being asked to make? What was at stake? Her thoughts blurred, fragmented, her heart pounding in her ears. She couldn't just stand here. She couldn't let this thing consume her. Or worse, consume everything. She glanced down at the device again, its glow now blinding. The faint hum it emitted was louder now, vibrating through her bones. It was as if it was waiting for her to make a move. To decide. But there was no easy answer. If she activated it again, would she be making the same mistake that had gotten her into this mess? Would it open another rift, one that could tear apart even more than what had already been damaged? Another rumble of the earth beneath her. The darkness was drawing closer. She could feel it now, its presence not just as a threat, but as something that was growing stronger the longer she hesitated. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and a crack ran through the rock, widening beneath her. The shadows erupted from the fissure in the earth, tendrils snaking up from the crack like 1,000 reaching hands. They curled and twisted, surrounding her, trapping her. Suddenly, she heard a sound, soft at first, but unmistakable. The faintest whisper of a name. Caleb. Asterisk. The sound came again, louder this time, and Anya's chest tightened. Her mind flashed back to that moment in the rift, when she had felt Caleb's presence, when his voice had reached her in the void. Had he somehow followed her here? Was he calling to her? There was no time for questions. She couldn't waste a single moment. If Caleb was here, if he was still alive, then she couldn't give up. She had to get to him. The darkness surged forward again, but this time, Anya was ready. She felt the device's pulse quicken, almost in response to her growing resolve. It was asking her to do something, to use it, but how? What would activating it truly do to her? To him? The shadows recoiled as if they could sense her determination. They wavered, briefly losing their grip on the world around her, but only for a moment. Then, with a force like a tidal wave, the darkness pressed in again, heavier and stronger. Anya's fingers closed around the device. The humming grew deafening now, overwhelming her senses. It wanted something. It needed her to act. But what was it? What was this place, and what was the price she would have to pay? Could she reverse the damage she had already caused? Another flash of light. This time, the light was brighter. It wasn't from the device, but from somewhere far above. It pulsed in time with her heart, faster now, almost frantically, and as the shadows recoiled again, it felt like the very sky itself was cracking. The place, this twisted, broken realm, seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Make your choice, the voice boomed. Will you save him, or will you destroy everything? The darkness lashed out with newfound force, the air thick with the oppressive weight of impending destruction. Anya gasped, her pulse surging as the world around her seemed to fracture further. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the voice fell silent. A new presence, colder and more calculating, filled the air. Asterisk, you are not the first to make this choice. Asterisk. The shadows parted just enough for Anya to see a figure standing in the distance. It was a shape, almost human, but twisted in ways that defied understanding. Its eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, glowing like burning embers. Anya felt a rush of dread in her chest. Who are you? She whispered, her voice barely audible over the pulse of the device. The figure's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach its eyes. Your guide, it said, the voice like ice, smooth and dark. But not for long. With that, the shadows surged again, faster, tighter, wrapping around her as if to suffocate her very thoughts. Anya's mind spun as she fought to hold onto her resolve. Whatever this entity was, it was clear that it knew more than it was letting on. It had a purpose, a plan, and if she didn't act fast, she would be nothing more than a part of its design. As the darkness closed in, Anya's thoughts raced. This wasn't just about Caleb anymore. This was about everything. Her every decision had led her here, and now it was time to face the consequences. But with the device thrumming in her hand, she knew one thing for certain. Her choice wasn't just going to change her fate, it was going to decide the future of everything. Anya's grip tightened around the device, her fingers tingling with the sharp, electric hum that ran through it. The shadows swirled around her, pressing closer with each passing second, their presence growing more oppressive, more suffocating. The figure in the distance stood motionless, its glowing eyes locked on her, a silent observer of her every move. She could feel the weight of its gaze, as if it were reading her thoughts, measuring her every hesitation. But there was no time for indecision. Her pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out the world around her as she took a step forward, then another, her eyes never leaving the shadowy figure. What do you want from me? She shouted, her voice cracking as the words tore from her throat. She didn't expect an answer. She didn't even expect to be heard. But the voice, cold and calculating, came once more, its tone sending a chill down her spine. Asterisk, everything you know is a lie, asterisk. The words echoed in the air like a cryptic riddle, twisting and warping in the heavy atmosphere. The figure's lips didn't move, but its voice resonated through her very core, vibrating through the bones in her chest. Anya recoiled slightly, the shadows closing in around her, but she held her ground. She couldn't let it intimidate her. Her mind raced, piecing together the fragments of what she had learned. Everything she had fought for, everything she had sacrificed, was beginning to feel like a cruel game. Was she a pawn in something far greater than herself? Had she unwittingly triggered a series of events she didn't fully understand? A low growl filled the air, distant but growing closer. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and she felt the walls of reality itself begin to warp. The figure's smile, if you could call it that, stretched wider, its eyes burning brighter. Asterisk, you think you're in control, but you are not. You have opened a door that cannot be closed, asterisk. Anya's stomach dropped. The shadows coiled around her like a living thing, tendrils reaching out as though trying to pull her into the darkness. She could feel the weight of the air pressing down on her, as if the very atmosphere were trying to suffocate her. She had no idea how long she could withstand it. But still, the device pulsed in her hand, its light growing more frantic, as if calling out to her, begging her to make a decision. She wanted to trust it. She needed to trust it. The growl grew louder, now unmistakable. Something was coming. And it wasn't just the shadows. There was something else, something far more terrifying, stalking toward her from the distance. Asterisk, your fate has already been sealed, asterisk, the figure intoned, its voice almost a whisper now. Asterisk, you cannot undo what has already been set in motion. But you can choose to let it consume you, or you can fight, asterisk. Anya's heart skipped a beat. Fight? How? She had no weapons, no plan. The device was all she had left. But even that seemed like a gamble. Could she trust it? Could she trust herself? The tremors in the ground grew more violent now, and the sky above them seemed to split open, revealing a rift that sent a strange, eerie light spilling across the landscape. The shadows recoiled at the light, but it wasn't enough to dispel them. They only shrank back slightly, regrouping in preparation for the inevitable confrontation. Then, she heard a voice, low, familiar, distant, cut through the tension like a sharp blade. Anya, it's not too late, Her breath caught in her throat. Caleb. She couldn't see him, but she felt him, his presence, his warmth, as though he were right beside her. But there was no time for hesitation. She had to make a choice, and she had to make it now. The figure's shadowy form seemed to pulse in time with the growing chaos around them, its eyes burning with an almost malicious intensity. The growl that had been echoing in the distance was now unmistakably close, too close. Whatever it was almost upon them. And with it, the destruction would follow. Anya stepped forward, her feet slipping slightly on the shifting ground. She couldn't hear her own heartbeat anymore. It was drowned out by the roar of the rift above her, the pulsing of the device, the growling of whatever was coming for her. All she could hear was the deafening silence of impending doom. She closed her eyes for a moment, steadying herself. She had to act. But the weight of the decision pressed down on her like a boulder, threatening to crush her from within. Then, a whisper reached her ears, a voice, so faint it was barely audible, but it was unmistakable. Don't trust it. It will consume you, Her eyes snapped open. The figure was watching her intently, its eyes glowing brighter now, but something in its gaze had changed. There was a flicker of uncertainty, a crack in its perfect mask. For the briefest moment, Anya thought she saw something else, a reflection of herself, as if she were looking into a mirror. The ground trembled again. This time, it wasn't just the rift. The very air seemed to distort, warping the world around her. The shadows were no longer a mere presence. They were becoming something else, something alive. The growl was a deep, guttural sound now, rumbling from all around her. Anya's heart raced as she stepped backward, feeling the device pulse once more in her hand. She didn't know what it meant to fight. She didn't know what would happen if she activated the device again. But one thing was certain, she couldn't afford to let the darkness take her. She had to make her move, now. The growling grew louder still, echoing in her bones as the shadows lunged toward her. The rift above trembled. The figure's eyes gleamed in the growing chaos, a twisted smile curling at its lips. It was coming for her. And Anya was running out of time. Anya's pulse hammered in her chest, each beat a drum of panic as the shadows surged forward, their forms twisting and distorting in the air, moving with an unnatural fluidity. The growling reverberated through the ground beneath her, a low, bone-rattling sound that made the air around her crackle with tension. She barely registered the device still clutched in her hand, its faint glow now fading, as if it were running out of power, or was it rejecting her? Her breath caught in her throat. She needed to act, and fast. But there was nothing she could do without risking everything. The figure in the distance was no longer still. It was moving, its form flickering between shapes, its glowing eyes locked on her, its smile widening as if it were feeding off her fear. You cannot escape, the voice, like 1,000 whispers layered on top of each other, came from every direction. It echoed in her ears, surrounding her, suffocating her. Anya's mind raced, her thoughts a blur. What did it mean? What did the figure want from her? And why was she the one chosen for this madness, this game of fate and destruction? She couldn't remember how she had gotten here, or why she had thought she could control time. Behind her, the rift pulsed again, sending a wave of energy through the air. The temperature dropped. Her breath became visible in the air, thin wisps of mist that vanished almost immediately. But it wasn't the cold that froze her in place. It was the realization that time was running out. Not just for her, but for everything. Everything was starting to unravel. The shadows closed in, pushing forward like a tide that could not be stopped. Her mind was a whirlwind, and then the voice came again, louder, more insistent. Asterisk, you have seen what happens when you try to change the past. Do you really think you can rewrite history without consequence? Asterisk. She clenched her jaw, her fingers tightening on the device as her grip wavered. Her thoughts scattered as the growl behind her grew louder, closer. Something was coming. Something far worse than the figure in front of her. Asterisk, there is always a price, Anya. And you have yet to pay it, asterisk. Her heart thundered, and she spun, her eyes searching the horizon for any sign of what was stalking her. The growl turned into a screech, a horrifying, high-pitched wail that sent shivers crawling down her spine. The air shimmered in front of her, warping with heat, then freezing with the cold. And then, she saw it. From the rift above, something emerged. A shape, massive and writhing, its edges flickering in and out of existence. Its eyes were red, no, not red. They were black, like voids, absorbing everything they touched. And as it dropped into view, Anya's stomach turned in horror. The creature was enormous, far larger than anything she had ever seen, with tendrils stretching out, each one crackling with energy. It wasn't just physical, it was part of the rift, part of the distortion of time itself. It was a creation of chaos, an ancient thing brought forth by the very fabric of reality breaking down. The growling stopped. The world seemed to hold its breath. Anya stumbled back, her eyes wide with terror. The shadows seemed to retreat in fear, but the creature, the thing emerging from the rift, was not afraid. It was hungry. Its hunger radiated out, suffocating her, filling the air with an unbearable weight. She turned, searching for an escape. The figure in the distance was gone, vanished, swallowed up by the shifting shadows. It was just her and the creature now, and she knew, with an icy certainty, that there was nowhere left to run. Her fingers trembled around the device. Was it really the answer? Could she trust it to stop this, stop the creature, stop the rift, stop everything from falling apart? Asterisk, it won't save you, asterisk, the voice echoed, now cold and mocking. Asterisk, it's already too late. You cannot change what is destined, asterisk. Her knees buckled, but she caught herself, her fingers still wrapped around the device. There had to be something she could do. She couldn't let this thing, this monster, tear everything apart. Not now, not when she had come so far. The ground beneath her feet shuddered again, and the creature let out a deafening roar, its tendrils reaching out, tearing through the air like lightning. It was coming for her. But she couldn't, wouldn't let it. With a strangled cry, she pressed her thumb down on the device's button, activating it. Nothing happened. The device flickered once, its glow fading to a weak pulse before it died completely in her hand. No, 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 she screamed, shaking the device in desperation, but it was useless. The device was nothing more than a broken relic. And now the creature was closer, its massive form filling the horizon, its tendrils reaching for her. You will join it, the voice, her voice, came from the figure, now standing beside her. It wasn't the same figure she had seen before. It was her. A distorted, twisted version of herself, wearing a smile that was not her own, eyes glowing with the same cold, merciless light. Her vision blurred. The shadows were closing in on her, and the creature's roar vibrated through her very bones. She was out of time. The air was thick with dread as Anya stood frozen, the broken device slipping from her fingers and falling to the ground with a dull clink. The figure, the twisted version of herself, loomed, its eerie smile growing wider, and her heart skipped a beat. It knew. It knew everything. The creature's tendrils lashed out, each one like a bolt of lightning, crackling with energy. They reached toward her, their unrelenting movement slicing through the air with terrifying speed. But the figure, stood motionless, watching her, waiting. Her breath came in shallow gasps. Her mind raced, every thought clouded by the overwhelming sense of impending doom. There was no way out. No escape from the nightmare unfolding before her. The rift above pulsed, its glow flickering in time with the growing hum of energy surrounding them. Time was twisting again, and this time, she wasn't sure she could survive it. I told you, the twisted version of her spoke, the voice distorted, as though it was both hers and something else. Time was never meant to be played with. You thought you could control it, change it, but it always comes back to this. Anya's pulse thundered in her ears, her legs trembling beneath her. The thing that stood before her, this mirror of herself, was not just a reflection of her failure, but a harbinger of something far worse. Her mind screamed for answers, for a way out, but there was nothing. The creature roared again, a guttural sound that shattered the silence. Its eyes burned through the darkness, finding her with laser-like precision. It was no longer just a creature of instinct, it was a creature of purpose, born from the very fabric of time itself. Anya's every instinct screamed at her to run, but where? There was nowhere left. The figure stepped closer, its eyes locking onto hers. There was no warmth in those eyes, only the cold, relentless force of inevitability. You think you can save them all, it whispered, its voice a venomous hiss. The past, the future, all of it, gone in an instant. You can't stop it, Anya. You can't change it. Her mind reeled, her hands shaking as she looked around, desperately searching for something, anything, that could help her. But there was only the rift, the pulsating rift that had torn everything apart. The shadows loomed, creeping closer, suffocating her. Suddenly, the air around her seemed to freeze. The tendrils of the creature stopped mid-air, hanging like dark serpents, and the world held its breath. The silence was deafening. And then, it spoke again. There is a cost to everything. You should have known that, Anya's chest tightened as the realization hit her. She had already altered time, the events she had set in motion, the changes she had made, were not just mistakes. They were a trap. A deadly, irreversible chain reaction that had set the universe on a course she could never fix. The shadows began to stir again, but this time they weren't just dark shapes, they were shifting, warping, changing in ways that defied reason. Anya's breath caught in her throat as she saw them now for what they were, the lost souls of those who had tried and failed before her. They were the ones who had tried to manipulate time, only to be consumed by it. And now, they were coming for her. A hand, cold and icy, gripped her arm. She whirled around to find the twisted version of herself standing beside her, its grip ironclad, its eyes gleaming with the promise of something terrible. You will join them, it murmured, the words carrying an unnerving finality. No, Anya gasped, wrenching her arm free, her thoughts scattering. I won't let it end like this. I can still fix this. I can still. But the figure only shook its head slowly, its smile widening impossibly. You've already crossed the point of no return, Anya. There is no fixing this. Not anymore. You will be just another casualty of time's game. The creature's tendrils slithered through the air, their tips sparking as they collided with the rift's edges. A flash of light burst out, and the ground beneath Anya's feet cracked wide open, sending her sprawling onto the jagged surface. Pain exploded in her chest as she struggled to regain her footing. The force of the blast had sent everything into chaos, the sky flickered, time itself seeming to shudder under the weight of what had been unleashed. Anya's breath was ragged, her hands scrambling to find something to hold onto. The twisted figure was there, standing above her, watching with that same cruel smile. This is the end, it whispered, its voice almost tender now, as though it were consoling her. But something shifted within Anya. A spark of defiance flared in her chest. The creature's smile faltered as she slowly stood, her fists clenched. No. This is not the end. Not for me. Not for anyone. The rift above pulsed again, louder now, as though reacting to her defiance. The shadows writhed and howled, their forms twisting and expanding, closing in from all sides. Her heart pounded in her chest, every instinct telling her to run, but her legs refused to move. And then, something happened. A ripple in the air, barely perceptible at first, began to spread, expanding outward from where she stood. The rift above vibrated violently, and the creature's growl turned into a howl of frustration. Anya's mind was racing. Could it be possible? Was there a way to harness the energy, to take control of the rift itself? She didn't know how, but she had to try. The stakes were too high. The twisted figure's eyes widened. You cannot. But before it could finish, the ground around them erupted with force. The world seemed to fold in on itself, time fracturing in every direction. Everything, every moment, every thread of reality, seemed to be pulling inwards, folding like paper in the hands of an unseen god. The creature screeched as the rift expanded, and Anya felt the weight of everything pressing down on her. The question remained, would she be consumed by it, or could she still control it? The energy around Anya crackled, a violent surge of raw power that seemed to ripple through every fiber of her being. The rift above, now a swirling vortex of light and shadow, pulsated with an intensity that threatened to swallow everything in its wake. Anya's pulse thudded in her ears, her vision blurred as she struggled to stay grounded amidst the chaos. The twisted figure, her twisted reflection, stared at her, its expression frozen in a moment of disbelief. You think you can control it? You think you can use it? The words hissed from its lips, thick with contempt and warning. Anya's hands trembled, her mind racing to make sense of the swirling chaos around her. The rift wasn't just an anomaly, it was the epicenter of everything she had set in motion. And the creature, this distorted version of herself, was its manifestation, its consequence. She had altered the course of time, had tinkered with forces beyond her understanding, and now the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. She couldn't let it end like this. She couldn't let everything be torn apart. The shadows surrounding her grew darker, shifting and writhing with an almost sentient hunger. They seemed to be drawn to her, as though they sensed her weakness, her fear. Anya's chest tightened. She couldn't fight them, not without understanding the true nature of the rift, the forces at play. The air grew cold, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift and tremble. The creature took a step forward, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. You cannot stop this. You've already crossed the line, it whispered, the words seeping into her mind like poison. Time cannot be rewritten. It has its own will. Anya's mind flashed to the device she had discarded earlier, the one that had once promised to fix everything. The device was the key, it had to be. But now, with the rift tearing at the edges of reality, she wasn't sure it could work, let alone stop the chaos that was brewing. She took a deep breath, fighting against the rising panic. The creature watched her, its gaze cold and calculating. You will fail, Anya. Just like all those before you. But Anya refused to listen. She could feel something deep within her, shifting. The rift was more than just an anomaly. It was a doorway, a conduit. But to understand it, to control it, she needed to focus. She needed to tune out the voice of the creature, the voice of her doubts, and concentrate. Her fingers brushed the broken device on the ground, and a shock of energy coursed through her. She recoiled at first, the sensation overwhelming. It was like trying to control a storm with nothing but her bare hands. But there was no turning back now. She grasped it tightly, feeling the hum of power beneath her fingertips. The shadows in the distance writhed with increasing intensity, pulling closer. The rift crackled with energy, its pulsations now in sync with the beating of her heart. The tension in the air was palpable, every moment stretched, every second a desperate gamble. Could she control it? Could she use the rift's power to rewrite everything she had broken? Or would she be consumed, just like those who had tried before her? Asterisk, you cannot win, asterisk, the creature's voice reverberated through the air, its tone no longer confident but tinged with something darker. It's already too late. Anya's breath quickened. The stakes had never been higher. She couldn't afford to fail, not now, not when everything was on the line. The rift was more than just a crack in time, it was an opportunity. If she could focus, if she could understand the ebb and flow of its power, maybe, just maybe, she could turn the tide. The air seemed to shimmer around her as she concentrated, the device humming louder in her hands. Time, asterisk her asterisk time, felt as though it were pulling away from her, stretching thinner with every passing second. The ground beneath her seemed to dissolve into a sea of blackness, and the only thing that existed was the rift and the creature, her own reflection, standing between her and her salvation. She had no idea how long she stood there, her mind locked in a battle to control the power surging through her. The creature's form flickered as though it were unraveling, distorted, pulled between different realities. It was losing its hold, but it was far from defeated. Asterisk, you're not the only one who can wield power, asterisk, it hissed, its voice growing frantic. The ground trembled beneath her feet. The shadows closed in tighter, the rift pulsing in response to the building pressure. Anya's pulse surged in her throat. She could feel the power now, growing within her, alive with possibility. She wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on, but there was no turning back. Not anymore. She steadied her breath, focusing on the device, on the rift, on the fractured timeline. She had to understand it. The creature, sensing the shift in energy, let out a furious scream. The shadows converged, a tidal wave of darkness rushing toward her with unstoppable force. In that moment, Anya realized the truth. This wasn't just about her, it was about the future. The rift was a reflection of the balance of all things. She wasn't just fighting for herself, she was fighting for everything that had been lost. A crackling surge of energy shot from the device, and the rift exploded in a burst of light. Time fractured again, this time in a way that felt different. The edges of reality blurred as the world around her began to fold in on itself. The creature screeched in agony, its form twisting violently. But it wasn't just the creature that was changing, the world itself was unraveling, its very foundation crumbling under the weight of the rift's energy. Anya's heart pounded in her chest. The stakes had escalated beyond anything she had imagined. The rift was no longer just a crack in time, it was a war for existence itself. And no matter what happened next, she knew one thing for sure, she was in it now. The air grew thick with static, buzzing in Anya's ears as the world around her twisted and folded. She could feel the rift pulsating like a heartbeat, its energy coursing through her veins, a torrent of power that threatened to tear her apart. The shadows had dissolved, but the ground was shifting beneath her feet, shaking, quaking as though the earth itself were being pulled apart. Anya's mind was racing. She had triggered something, yes, but what? The rift had been pushed beyond its limits, and now the consequences were unfolding, unraveling in real time. She gritted her teeth, her hands clutching the device tighter as she fought to regain control. The figure of her twisted reflection flickered again, its form shifting, melting, as though it were struggling to remain solid. You can't control this power, Anya. Not anymore. The voice was different now, weaker, but still filled with venom. It was aware of the shift, aware that the balance was tipping. And yet, it was not finished. It was still coming for her. The air crackled, and in the blink of an eye, the rift expanded, sending a shockwave of energy that knocked Anya to the ground. She gasped for breath, her body trembling as she pushed herself up. The landscape was changing rapidly around her, like a torn page being ripped through time. One moment, she was standing on solid ground, the next, she was surrounded by swirling, fragmented images of distant places, alternate versions of herself and people she had known, all flickering in and out of existence. Anya's heart raced, the weight of her actions pressing down on her. Each ripple in the fabric of reality felt like it was pulling her deeper into the unknown. What had she done? What had she unleashed? It was too late to undo it now. The stakes were no longer just about fixing her past mistakes. The world, asterisk all worlds asterisk, were on the edge of collapsing into chaos. And the rift wasn't just a doorway to the unknown, it was a living thing, sentient, aware of what was happening. She felt its hunger. The twisted figure that had once been a reflection of her now seemed to split into several versions, each one more grotesque than the last. Each spoke in unison, their voices now a cacophony of threats and warnings. You've broken the boundaries of time. You've released forces that cannot be contained. Everything you know, everything you love, will fade into the nothingness you've created. Her breath hitched, and she staggered back, almost losing her footing as the rift trembled violently. The world seemed to be blinking in and out of focus, as if the very laws of reality had been shattered. Nothing felt stable anymore, no ground beneath her feet, no time she could trust. Anya's eyes flicked to the device in her hands. The once familiar object had begun to hum more urgently, the glow from its core growing brighter, brighter than she had ever seen. It was reacting to the chaos, pulling in the stray energy, drawing power from the very source of destruction. But it was also draining her. She could feel the strain on her body, a pressure building behind her eyes, as if the device were feeding on her very soul. A voice echoed in her mind, cutting through the roar of chaos. It was her own, but it didn't sound like her. You were never meant to control this. You were never meant to tamper with fate. Her reflection, or what remained of it, stepped forward, its shadowy form coalescing into something more real, more dangerous. Time is an illusion, Anya, it hissed. And you've just shattered it. There's no going back. There's no escaping what comes next. The rift's pulse quickened, now a blinding light that consumed the horizon. For a moment, Anya thought she could see something else through the rift, something vast and ancient, a presence that seemed to stretch beyond the universe itself. The creature was right. She had torn open something that had always been locked away, something beyond her understanding. Desperation clawed at her chest. She had to do something. Anything. She couldn't just stand there, paralyzed by the consequences of her actions. There had to be a way to fix this. There had to be a way to close the rift, to prevent the destruction from spreading further. But how? The device, her device, was the only thing that could stabilize the energy. But it was also the very thing that had started this chain reaction. It was a paradox, a trap she had built for herself. And with every passing moment, the rift seemed to be growing more unstable, more unpredictable. The twisted figure reached out toward her, its hand a blur of shadow and smoke. You think you can control this power? You think you can make it bend to your will? You can't stop what's coming. You can't stop me. Anya felt the surge of energy as the rift began to pull. It was drawing everything toward it. The land beneath her feet began to fragment further, breaking into floating chunks of reality, like broken glass that reflected impossible landscapes. She was being sucked into the vortex, her body floating, weightless, as the rift tore through time, space, and her very mind. Her heart was racing. She couldn't breathe. The energy was too much. And then, in that chaotic, fleeting moment, she saw it. The solution. She couldn't stop the rift, not directly. But she could guide it. She could channel its power. She could bind it to herself and force it to recede, to close. But doing so would cost her everything. The reflection's voice grew louder, now a growling shriek in her ears. You fool! You will be consumed by it. Anya's mind snapped back to the present. She knew what she had to do. There was no other choice. The device in her hands pulsed with energy as she took one last, steadying breath. She braced herself for what was to come, knowing she was about to make a decision that could shatter everything she had ever known. And then, with everything she had, she plunged the device into the rift. The world exploded. The moment the device touched the rift, Anya felt a violent shockwave ripple through her body, as though the very fabric of reality had been torn apart. The air grew thick with static again, and the hum of the device grew deafening, vibrating in her chest. The light from the rift intensified, blinding her, its glow swallowing everything around her. Her heartbeat thudded in her ears, drowning out everything else as she tried to hold onto her grip. But the rift was fighting back. The device was slipping, as if the rift itself was pulling it deeper into the vortex, determined to reclaim the power it had once lost. Anya's fingers were burning, the metal searing under her touch. It was consuming her strength, drawing from her, and the sensation was unbearable. The boundaries of her body were blurring as the rift's power surged, threatening to tear her apart from the inside out. You're too late, the distorted voice of her reflection taunted from behind her, its form shifting and elongating like a grotesque mirage. You think you can stop what's already begun? You're only feeding it more power. More destruction. The rift pulsed violently again, a surge of energy erupting outward. Anya was thrown off her feet, her body slammed against the ground as the shockwave tore through the air. She barely managed to keep hold of the device as the world around her began to twist. The horizon fractured into hundreds of shifting images, like windows to parallel worlds, showing versions of events that never should have happened, her life splintering across countless timelines. The rift was warping reality itself. Anya felt the edges of her own mind unraveling, as though she were losing control over who she was, who she had been. The power of the rift was pulling at her identity, each new pulse stretching the very core of her being. Anya. The voice sounded like her own again, soft and pleading. You don't have to do this. You can let go. It isn't you. You don't have to carry this burden. Anya's stomach churned, her thoughts scattered. Let go of what? Of everything she had fought for? Of the only chance to stop this madness from spreading? She couldn't. She wouldn't. With every ounce of strength left in her, Anya forced herself to her knees, gripping the device tighter. She could feel it now, the rift's heartbeat syncing with her own, the energy flowing through her like fire. It was almost as though the rift was aware of her presence, pulling at her very soul, seeking to merge with her. She gritted her teeth, fighting to hold on, her mind racing through possibilities. The air around her thickened. The images of alternate realities grew clearer, more distorted. She could see the consequences of her actions, like ripples across the water. Cities crumbled. People screamed. Faces twisted in agony as the rift tore apart everything they had ever known. She saw herself, two other versions of herself, each one slipping further into darkness, losing their humanity, becoming something else. The reflection's voice echoed again, now a low, mocking laugh. You are me, Anya. You can't outrun your destiny. You're nothing more than the catalyst of your own undoing. A cold shiver ran down her spine. She was the catalyst. This chaos, this destruction, it had all been set in motion by her. The device in her hands was pulsing with a new intensity, and a sense of urgency settled over her like a heavy weight. The rift was opening wider, pulling in everything in its wake. Time itself seemed to warp, the space around her contorting in ways she couldn't even begin to understand. She could feel the timeline, her timeline, slipping away from her grasp, eroding as the rift consumed it. Every second that passed seemed to be another second closer to the end of everything. The destruction was escalating, but what terrified Anya the most was that she couldn't tell if she was controlling it or if the rift was controlling her. She was no longer sure of the difference. Suddenly, a sharp crack split the air, like a bone snapping, and the ground beneath her feet gave way, crumbling into nothingness. Anya gasped, barely managing to catch herself as the world continued to break apart. She reached for the nearest fragment of reality, pulling herself up as the space around her continued to bend and twist. Something had changed in the rift. A new force had entered the fray. The device was pulling at her like a magnet, forcing her to focus, to channel the raw energy, but she could feel something dark coiling around her mind, twisting her thoughts. She was losing her grip on the device. Her reflection, her darker self, was back, and this time, it wasn't just a mirror image. It was fully corporeal, standing beside her, its eyes glowing with an unnatural, soulless light. You've made your choice, Anya, it whispered. And now we both have to face the consequences. The rift's energy surged again, the ground beneath her feet vanishing entirely as a wall of light rushed toward her. Her vision blurred, everything spinning, as she was consumed by the rift's pull. There was no longer any sky, no solid ground, no safe place. Only the rift. And in its center, something was waiting. Something ancient. Something powerful. Anya's pulse quickened. Was it the rift itself, or something worse? She couldn't tell. But she could feel it now, creeping closer, its presence a suffocating weight on her chest. She was no longer sure if she was still fighting to save herself, or if she had already lost. And then, just as the light engulfed her completely, everything stopped. Time froze. Space paused. Anya was suspended in nothingness, floating between what was and what could be, her heartbeat a steady drum in the vast emptiness. The rift's pull had halted, but for how long? Was this some twisted form of balance, a lull before the next storm? The silence was deafening. The silence hung in the air like a thick fog, but it was not comforting. It was oppressive, as if the universe itself had paused in a moment of uncertain anticipation. Anya's breath came in shallow gasps, each one harder to take as the weight of the stillness pressed down on her chest. Her body was numb, and yet, the sensation of the rift, its violent energy, still thrummed through her, vibrating through every fiber of her being. She tried to move, but her limbs felt like they were bound, held in place by an invisible force. Her mind screamed at her to act, to do something, but the nothingness around her seemed to stretch on forever, the rift's presence looming like a dark, undulating mass just beyond her reach. Then, with no warning, the silence shattered. A low, guttural sound began to reverberate in the distance, a deep, resonating hum that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the rift itself. It grew louder, closer, until it was all Anya could hear. The vibrations coursed through her, rattling her bones, making her skin crawl. Her heart raced as the hum became a roar, building in intensity, a tidal wave of sound threatening to overwhelm her. From the edge of her vision, something began to shift. At first, it was a faint shimmer, like a mirage, then a flicker of movement in the corner of her eye. She turned toward it, her eyes straining to focus, but all she saw was a swirling mass of light and shadow, twisting in on itself. It felt like the very edges of reality were being torn apart, unraveling in front of her. The rift pulsed again, and this time, Anya felt it deep inside, a coldness creeping into her chest, spreading outward like ice. It was as if the rift was listening to her, watching her every move. Her reflection, the darker version of herself, loomed in the distance, its form more solid now, more menacing. It stood at the edge of the darkness, watching her with cold, unblinking eyes. "You can't hide from what you are," the reflection whispered, its voice an echo of her own thoughts. "You brought this upon yourself, Anya. All of it. The destruction, the chaos, it's yours to command." The words echoed through her mind like a poison, sinking deep into her consciousness. Anya clenched her fists, trying to block them out, but they persisted, a constant reminder of the twisted path she had walked. The rift, the device, the choices she had made, it was all coming back to haunt her, swirling around her in an ever-tightening grip. But there was something else in the air now. A presence, something new. Something ancient. Something that was far more powerful than anything Anya had encountered so far. She could feel it pressing in from all sides, the air around her growing dense with an oppressive energy. It was as though the rift itself had opened a doorway to a place beyond time, a place where the rules of reality no longer applied. The sensation of weightlessness grew, her feet no longer touching anything solid, as though the very ground beneath her was eroding, disintegrating into nothingness. Then, with a violent rush, the rift spat something out. It was like a massive wave crashing through a barrier, an explosion of pure energy and light. The shock wave sent Anya hurtling backward, her body tumbling through the void, helpless in the face of the overwhelming force. As she struggled to regain control, her vision blurred, and when it cleared, she saw the thing that had emerged from the rift. It was a shape. Massive. Unseen, yet somehow felt, a presence so profound that it reverberated through every cell in her body. It wasn't a being, not like anything she knew, but more a concept, a force that had existed long before time itself. The air around it shimmered with unearthly energy, and its presence seemed to warp reality further. Anya's stomach dropped. The power that radiated from it was beyond comprehension. The rift hadn't just opened a hole in space, it had unleashed something. Something ancient and terrifying. The ground beneath her feet, if it could even be called that, began to shift. The space around her warped again, folding inward, collapsing on itself. The strange, twisted images of alternate realities she had seen before started to bleed together, mixing in a chaotic jumble of broken timelines. She could see a version of herself, older, her face etched with pain and regret, standing in a world consumed by darkness, reaching out to her. Another version was on her knees, her hands trembling, staring at the rift with an expression of defeat. And in yet another reality, she was a warrior, battling against a legion of shadowed figures, her face set in grim determination. But none of them were her. They were echoes, fragments of what could have been, what might still come to pass. Anya realized with a shiver that she wasn't just witnessing these alternate versions of herself, she was becoming them. Each moment, each choice, had splintered into 1,000 different possibilities, each one a branch on a tree that was rapidly growing out of control. Every time she tried to reach for one reality, another one would slip further out of her grasp. Her past, present, and future were no longer distinct. They were tangled, intertwined, and slipping away from her like sand through her fingers. And as she reached out to the one version of herself she could still recognize, her true self, the one who had once hoped to stop the rift, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. A tearing sensation that ripped through her heart, as if something inside her was being forcibly removed. It was the rift. It was taking her. The shadowed figure of her reflection laughed, a sound that echoed in her mind, growing louder, more menacing. You can't escape. You're already here, Anya. You've always been here. And now, you will become part of the rift. It will consume you. It will become you. The words felt like poison, sinking deep into her soul, but Anya didn't have time to dwell on them. Something was shifting in the rift, something far worse than she could imagine. The ancient presence, that thing that had emerged from the rift, was growing stronger, its power expanding outward. It was reaching for her, pulling her deeper into the storm. And she knew, with a sickening certainty, that whatever was coming next, whatever had been unleashed, was only the beginning. There was no way out. Not now. The stakes were higher than ever. And Anya was running out of time. Anya's mind raced, every thought jumbled in a chaotic mess as she tried to grasp the enormity of what was happening. The rift wasn't just some cosmic anomaly, it was alive, pulsating with a terrifying, hunger-like energy. She felt it deep in her bones, as if the very core of her being was being drawn into its insatiable pull. The shifting, broken realities surrounding her blurred into one tangled nightmare, each echo of herself calling out to her in agony, desperation, and fear. She couldn't escape it. She couldn't fight it. There was no place to run, no place to hide. The rift was consuming everything, the fabric of reality, time, and even her own mind, tearing apart the world she knew and replacing it with something darker, something more dangerous. The very air around her vibrated, crackling with raw energy that seemed to drain her strength with every passing second. Her reflection, the twisted version of herself, loomed closer, its dark eyes boring into her, as if trying to strip away her very identity. Its voice rang out again, a haunting whisper that seemed to come from every corner of her mind, suffocating her with its cold certainty. All that you are, all that you've become, it's meaningless now. You are no longer in control. You never were. Anya gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of willpower she had left. She couldn't, let herself fall victim to this. She had come too far. She had survived too much to be taken by the rift now. But no matter how hard she fought against it, the pull grew stronger, and the space around her seemed to collapse inward, distorting into something incomprehensible. The walls of reality were bending, twisting, becoming fluid, and she was drowning in it. There was no escape. Not by running. Not by hiding. The rift was a part of her now, a part of everything. The weight of its existence pressed down on her chest, suffocating her, and she could feel her grip on herself slipping away. Then, as the edges of her vision began to blur and she felt herself losing touch with reality, a strange sensation surged through her, a spark of clarity, a sudden awareness of something beyond the crushing darkness of the rift. A sliver of hope, flickering weakly in the distance. Anya didn't question it. She moved toward it, instinct taking over. She pushed past the broken realities, past the twisted versions of herself that screamed and clawed at her, and she focused on that sliver. It was her only hope. It was the one thing that hadn't been consumed by the rift, the one thing that seemed to be reaching out to her. With every step, the energy of the rift fought back, a wave of force that crashed into her, threatening to tear her apart. The coldness, the crushing weight, it all intensified. But she fought through it, gritting her teeth and pushing forward. And then, just as it seemed she would be lost entirely to the rift, her hand brushed something solid. Her heart leapt as she grasped the object, pulling it toward her. It was an ancient, weathered device, its surface covered in strange symbols and glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. The moment her fingers touched it, a surge of energy rippled through her, a shock wave of power that sent a pulse through the rift itself. The presence that had been hovering in the distance, watching her, stirred. She could feel it shift, its attention now fully focused on her. Its power was immense, overwhelming, but there was something in that device, some force that it could not comprehend. It was as if the device was a counterbalance to the rift, a shield that could push back against the overwhelming force threatening to tear her apart. But she could feel the rift pushing harder, trying to wrest the device from her grasp. The darkness intensified, its cold fingers wrapping around her, pulling her toward it, desperate to claim her completely. "Don't!" Anya shouted, her voice breaking through the oppressive silence. She held the device tighter, a last act of defiance. The moment she did, the rift recoiled, but not without a final, crushing blow. The air around her exploded in a burst of energy, bright, blinding, and filled with a raw, untamed force. Anya was thrown back, her body slamming into the distorted ground, the device slipping from her hand as everything around her began to spiral out of control. The rift trembled, and the thing that had emerged from it, the ancient presence, roared, a deafening sound that vibrated through her very soul. Anya's vision swam, everything spinning in a vortex of color and shadow, each second feeling like an eternity. She tried to reach out for the device, to hold on to it, but it was too late. The rift had already begun to twist again, the fabric of reality unraveling even further. Every time she thought she had a hold on something, it slipped further out of her grasp, as though the universe itself was collapsing, pulling her into the black void where nothing existed. She knew, felt that the battle was far from over. Whatever was coming, whatever the rift was about to release, was going to be far worse than anything she had encountered so far. And the stakes? They had only just begun to rise. The chaos continued to unfold around her. The worlds within the rift spun faster, their boundaries merging, reality itself threatening to collapse under the pressure. And through it all, Anya's mind screamed one question, a question she could no longer ignore. What had she unleashed? There was no answer. Not yet. But she could feel the darkness gathering once more, its shape becoming clearer, its power growing. She had only a few moments left to act, to find a way to stop it before the rift consumed everything, and her with it. The swirling mass of shadows in front of Anya shifted again, its form becoming more distinct, though still impossible to comprehend fully. It was an entity of pure darkness, a manifestation of the rift itself, but there was something more, something ancient and malevolent within it. Anya could feel its awareness, its intelligence, reaching out to her, seeking to understand her. But it wasn't curiosity. It was hunger. It was a force that had been waiting, biding its time, drawing power from the rift, and now that it had found her, it would stop at nothing to consume her soul. She couldn't afford to hesitate. She reached out, blindly, trying to grasp the device that had slipped from her hand. Her fingers brushed against the cold metal, but as soon as she touched it, the rift pushed back harder, like an invisible wall, forcing her to slide back into the abyss of shifting realities. The darkness roared, its voice like 1,000 voices melding together in a single, deafening sound. It wasn't just speaking to her, it was inside her mind, whispering in fragmented syllables, words that made no sense, but filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. "You cannot escape," it whispered. "You are already mine." Anya's heart pounded in her chest. She had to do something. She couldn't let it win, not now, not after everything she had fought for. But the rift was closing in, and she felt herself becoming part of it, slipping away into the vast emptiness. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to focus, pushing away the voices, the screaming chaos, the overwhelming coldness. Something was happening. There was a shift in the energy around her, she could feel it in the air, in the very ground beneath her. It was as if the rift was waking up, becoming aware of her defiance. But it was too late for it to reclaim control. With a scream of raw desperation, Anya reached once more for the device, her hand trembling, her mind racing. She had to make it work. She had no choice but to try. Her fingers closed around it, and a spark of energy shot through her, burning away the fear, igniting a fierce determination in her chest. The entity let out a screech, its form rippling in agony as the device's power began to fight back, repelling the rift's influence. But it wasn't enough. The rift was a living, breathing thing, an ancient entity of chaos, capable of devouring whole worlds, entire timelines, leaving nothing behind but an endless void. She gripped the device tighter, her entire body shaking, as the rift fought with increasing violence to wrest it from her grasp. The sky around her began to fracture, the very stars themselves splintering into shards, raining down like glass. The ground beneath her trembled as if some unseen force was breaking it apart, piece by piece. "Why are you doing this?" she shouted into the void, her voice hoarse, desperate. "What do you want from me?" The rift responded with a silent pulse, the darkness thickening around her, pulling at her mind, her thoughts, trying to drown her in its emptiness. She could feel it now, the weight of the truth. The rift didn't want her. It needed her. Anya's vision blurred as the edges of her consciousness began to fade. She couldn't breathe. The suffocating pressure of the rift was overwhelming, like being trapped under the crushing weight of 1,000 stars. Her limbs grew heavy, her body threatening to succumb to the darkness. But then, as if by some miracle, something shifted. A flicker of light, a tiny spark in the distance, cut through the blackness. It was a signal. A sign that there was still something left to fight for. She focused on it. No matter the cost, she had to reach it. She had to get to the heart of this nightmare and tear it apart before it consumed her completely. As if responding to her resolve, the rift roared in fury, the ground beneath her cracking open. Anya stumbled, barely managing to stay upright as the force of the rift's power tried to pull her down, to swallow her whole. "You cannot stop me," the entity hissed, its voice now a twisted, guttural growl that reverberated in the very core of her being. "You are nothing. A mere vessel. I will feast on your soul." But Anya didn't flinch. She gripped the device with every ounce of strength she had left, the energy pulsing through her veins. She didn't know how she knew it, but she could feel it. The rift was weakening, its hold on reality slipping. It wasn't enough to just fight back. She needed to control it. The device was more than just a tool, it was a key. A key to unlocking the rift's power, to bending it to her will. She just had to figure out how to use it. Her mind raced as the rift closed in around her, trying to overwhelm her, suffocate her with its endless pull. The darkness filled her vision, the pressure mounting in every direction. She had to do it. She had to stop this. Her hand pressed harder against the device, and suddenly, the air around her shifted. The energy spiraled, crackling violently as if the rift itself was fighting against the very force that had once summoned it. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the device, momentarily blinding her. When her vision cleared, the world around her was different. The rift was still there, still swirling, but it was no longer the same. It had become a vortex of fractured realities, each one hanging by a thread. Some were already collapsing, others still fighting to hold on. Anya stood at the center of it all. She could feel the power in her hands, the power to shape it, to destroy it. The stakes were higher than ever, but she no longer felt helpless. She had a choice. She could end it. Or she could become part of it. And the rift? It wasn't finished yet. It would stop at nothing to drag her into its depths. The air around Anya shimmered with raw energy, the world fracturing and twisting in ways she couldn't comprehend. The rift pulsed, like a beating heart, sending tremors through the ground beneath her. The device in her hands hummed, vibrating with an almost sinister force, as though it had come alive, recognizing her as both its captor and its potential savior, or its next victim. Her breath came in sharp gasps as the rift's energy surged, swirling around her, tangling with her thoughts, dragging her deeper into its chaotic grip. She could feel the weight of all the realities connected by this endless abyss, the lives, the worlds, the countless souls it had consumed over the millennia. And now, she was at the center of it all. She tried to focus, her mind racing. The device, this strange, enigmatic tool, was her only hope, but it was far from a guarantee. She didn't know how it worked, what exactly it was supposed to do, or if she had even the slightest chance of controlling it. She could sense its power, but it felt unpredictable, alien. The rift itself was like a living thing, constantly shifting and adapting, its hunger unyielding. "Make your choice," a voice whispered from the darkness. It wasn't the voice of the rift, but something else, something older, an intelligence buried deep within the abyss. A fragment of the rift's will. The voice came in fragments, at once maddening and coaxing, twisting Anya's every thought, every decision. Embrace the void. Let it consume you, and all will be as it was before. Or resist, and burn with the rest of this fractured world. Anya's grip on the device tightened. She had no intention of submitting to the rift's will, but the weight of the decision was crushing. She could feel herself slipping, her mind fraying as the darkness around her pressed in. The rift was relentless, its power pulling at her like a tide, trying to drown her in its endless emptiness. She had to think. There had to be a way to use the device, to control the rift, not just resist it. The more she focused on the glowing symbols on its surface, the more she realized it wasn't just a tool, it was a connection, a link to something beyond this moment, beyond this reality. A conduit to what? She didn't know. But the more she thought about it, the clearer it became. She wasn't the first to wield this device, nor would she be the last. The rift had been here before, countless times, and it had always found its way to someone like her, someone with the strength to challenge it, to bend reality itself. The rift screamed again, the noise overwhelming, like the tearing of the fabric of space itself. She could feel it pushing against her mind, urging her to fall, to let go. But she fought it, grinding her teeth together as she reached for the device again, focusing all her energy on the symbols, trying to decipher their meaning. There was something hidden within them. She could feel it. Suddenly, the device responded, sending a pulse of energy surging through her, filling her with a dizzying rush of power. The rift recoiled, momentarily stunned by the surge. But it wasn't enough to stop it. It was only a brief reprieve, a small victory, before the true battle would begin. Anya's vision blurred, and for a moment, she thought she saw the very fabric of reality around her rippling, distorting. It was as though the world itself was trying to reject her, to pull her into the rift's chaotic maw. But there was no going back now. She was standing on the precipice, the weight of the decision pressing on her chest like a vice. She could feel the rift's hunger, its need to consume everything, to return everything to the void. But there was also something else, something buried deep within her, something she had never fully understood until this moment. A power, a strength that came from within, not from the device, but from her. Anya stepped forward, the rift still pulling at her, but now she felt an odd calmness wash over her. She wasn't just a victim here, she wasn't just standing at the edge of oblivion, waiting to be consumed. She was a part of this world, of this rift, and for better or worse, she had the power to shape its fate. But the rift wouldn't let her go that easily. With a sharp, sudden crack, the space around her shattered, and the skies above twisted into a jagged fracture, the rift's heart pulsing within it like a monstrous eye. Reality seemed to warp in slow motion, pieces of it floating in midair like fragments of shattered glass. The pressure increased, suffocating, every breath a struggle, as though the very air was thickening with the weight of all the lives and timelines the rift had absorbed. She took another step, closer to the center of the rift's chaos. The device in her hands thrummed, alive with energy, and for a split second, she felt as though she could reach out and touch the heart of the rift itself. But then, the entity's presence loomed, dark and oppressive, filling every corner of her mind. "You will fall," it growled. "No one escapes the rift." The darkness pressed in again, wrapping around her thoughts, seeping into her skin. Anya's vision swam with fractured images, worlds collapsing, lives crumbling, realities shattering. She could see everything, every timeline that had ever been touched by the rift, every life that had been consumed. But there was one thing she hadn't noticed until now. A flicker of movement in the distance, barely visible amidst the swirling void. A figure, someone, or something, emerging from the dark folds of the rift. As it drew closer, Anya felt her heart race in her chest. This was no ordinary figure. It was something from her past. Something, or someone, she had long thought lost to the rift. The figure stepped into the light, and Anya froze. It was her. Or rather, a version of her. A twisted, broken reflection, a shadow of herself that had long been lost to the rift. And it was coming for her. Anya's breath caught in her throat as the figure stepped forward, its every movement deliberate, almost measured, as though it knew exactly what she was thinking. The air around her grew colder, the rift's pulse now more like a heartbeat, slow, heavy, menacing. The figure's eyes were black voids, reflecting nothing but the swirling chaos of the rift itself. And yet, despite the emptiness within them, there was something disturbingly familiar about its presence. It was like staring into a mirror, but one that reflected a version of herself that had been twisted beyond recognition. Her heart hammered in her chest, but her legs felt frozen, rooted to the spot. What are you? Anya whispered, her voice barely a breath against the storm of energy around her. She could barely hear herself over the deafening roar of the rift, but somehow the figure heard her. I am the past you've tried to forget, it spoke, its voice low and devoid of warmth. The part of you that was never meant to be. Anya's pulse raced. This was no trick of the mind. This was real. The rift was alive, and it had brought her face to face with the darkest version of herself. She tried to force her feet to move, but the weight of the moment pressed down on her, anchoring her to the ground. The figure's lips curled into a smile, an expression that should have been comforting but instead sent a chill running down her spine. You think you can control this? It asked, its voice dripping with condescension. This rift, this power, is beyond your understanding. And yet, you dare to challenge it? Anya swallowed, pushing the fear back down. She wasn't afraid of herself, not of this twisted version of her past. But the rift itself, that was another story. It was beyond anything she had ever faced, and its grip was tightening around her. I'm not you, she managed, her voice stronger now, though the words felt hollow even to her. I'm not the one who gave up. I won't let this, consume me. The figure laughed, the sound echoing, reverberating in her ears, filling her mind. You think you have a choice? This is who you are. You can't run from yourself, Anya. Not now. Not when the rift calls you. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, and the rift pulsated, its power surging with renewed intensity. The air grew thick, almost suffocating, and Anya could feel the weight of every reality that had been shattered, every life lost, bearing down on her. The rift wanted her. It wanted all of her. It needed her. No, she whispered to herself, shaking her head. She could feel the device in her hands, its pulse aligning with the rhythm of the rift, like it was waiting for her to make the next move. But what move? She didn't have the answers. All she had was a broken piece of a shattered puzzle, and the knowledge that if she didn't figure it out soon, it would be too late. The figure raised its hand, pointing a long, thin finger directly at Anya. You cannot fight what is inside you, it said, the words sinking into her skin like poison. You have already made your choice. You've always been destined to bring about the end. The tension in the air crackled. Anya's heart skipped a beat. The device in her hands thrummed violently, its energy escalating. The rift responded, its pull growing stronger, the space around her warping as if it was unraveling itself. Anya could feel the weight of every broken timeline, every shattered world pressing against her. The rift wasn't just a force of nature, it was the collective weight of the universe's failures, and it was feeding on her fear, her doubt. No, she breathed, her voice barely audible over the growing roar. I'm not like you. I'm not going to let it end. The figure's smile widened, a grotesque thing that seemed to stretch too far, too wide. You can't stop it, Anya. You're already in its grasp. With a flick of its wrist, the rift pulsed again, and the space around Anya began to distort violently. Images from her past, from all the lives she had lived before, flashed before her eyes, her childhood, moments of regret, choices she had made in desperation, people she had loved and lost. They tore through her consciousness, dragging her under, showing her every weakness, every mistake. But amid the chaos, she caught a glimpse of something. A thread, faint but undeniable, weaving through the storm. The device. The connection. The power she had been afraid to embrace was right there, pulling her in, guiding her. She realized, with dawning clarity, that the rift wasn't something to be fought, it was something to be understood. Her heart pounded in her chest as she reached for the device, her fingers trembling. There was no other choice now. The figure's voice was a distant echo in the background, taunting her, mocking her attempts to break free. But Anya wasn't listening anymore. She was focused. The device in her hands had one purpose, one key to unlocking the way forward. The rift howled in fury as Anya pressed the device's central button, her hands shaking with the weight of the decision. The world around her seemed to stop. The rift hesitated, the very fabric of reality holding its breath. Anya felt the pressure mounting, the moment teetering on the edge of oblivion. She had no idea what would happen next, only that there was no turning back. The figure stepped closer, its presence suffocating. "You can't escape it," it said one last time, the final words hanging heavy in the air. Anya squeezed her eyes shut, holding onto the device, feeling the pulse of the rift battling against her own resolve. The thread she had seen before was growing stronger, the connection clearer. But then, a voice, her voice, echoed through the darkness. And this time, it wasn't the twisted version of herself. It was something else, something buried deep within her heart. You have the power to rewrite this ending. This is your story, . The rift roared. Anya opened her eyes. And in that moment, she made her choice. The energy around Anya intensified, the very air around her crackling as if the fabric of reality itself was about to rip apart. The figure, still looming before her, was now little more than a shadow, an extension of the rift itself. Its presence pressed in on her, like 1,000 whispers in her ears, all telling her she was powerless. That nothing she did would matter. But she refused to listen. Her fingers clenched around the device, its pulse beating in sync with the rift's chaotic rhythm. The pull of the rift had grown insatiable, each breath she took felt heavier, the weight of the endless realities crashing down on her. And yet, through it all, that thread, faint, fragile, but unwavering, remained. It was a connection. A possibility. "You're nothing," the figure sneered, its voice low and guttural. "You are just a vessel, a tool for the rift's power. You can't escape your fate." Anya gritted her teeth, refusing to acknowledge the truth in its words. She had seen the worst parts of herself, had battled her darkest fears, but there was one thing the rift could not take from her, her will. The will to survive, to fight, to carve her own path even in the face of insurmountable odds. The device in her hand hummed louder, its light flickering erratically. She knew this was the moment. The rift was drawing closer, threatening to consume her entirely, but the device could alter its course. It was the key, she just had to figure out how to use it. With her heart pounding in her chest, she pressed the central button once more. A surge of energy rippled through her, as if the very universe was holding its breath. The rift paused, its pulse erratic, uncertain for the first time. For a split second, Anya felt a sense of control, as if she could redirect the chaos that had been spiraling out of her grasp. But that control was fleeting. The rift reacted violently, convulsing in response to her manipulation. The ground cracked open beneath her feet, splitting in jagged, destructive lines. The world around her began to fragment, like shards of glass falling away, each piece a potential reality collapsing into oblivion. The air became thick with energy, a palpable tension that felt like it would snap at any moment. Anya's heart raced as the figure before her moved again, faster this time, its eyes now glowing with an ominous, unnatural light. "You think you can change the end? You're too late. The rift is already in motion. There's no stopping it." She ignored the figure's words, focusing on the device, which was now shaking in her hands. Its light was flickering erratically, like a heart beating out of sync. She could feel the strain in her muscles, her entire body screaming for release as the pressure of the rift built to unbearable levels. Suddenly, the rift seemed to shift, its chaotic energy funneling toward her. A sound, deep, resonating, emerged from within it, a voice that was not her own, yet echoed in her very bones. Anya. The voice was familiar, soft, but tainted with an undercurrent of something dark. Her breath caught in her throat. No, not now, she thought, but it was too late. The air around her distorted, bending and warping, as though the rift itself was alive, adapting to her presence. The light from the device grew brighter, a stark contrast to the consuming darkness of the rift. But even as the device flared to life, a shadow fell over her, something familiar and terrifying. There was no mistaking the voice this time. Anya, it's time. Her heart stuttered, recognition crashing through her like a wave. The figure in front of her, the one she had tried so desperately to defy, stepped closer. It was not just a twisted version of herself anymore. It was her, a version of herself that had been lost to the rift long ago. The ground trembled beneath her, and the temperature dropped. Her breath was visible in the air, and the space around her was warping as the figure drew closer. You think you can outlast this? The figure asked, its voice sharp like broken glass. The rift is your legacy, Anya. It's always been your legacy. Anya's mind raced. She had seen this before, in her dreams, and the fractured pieces of the timeline she'd witnessed. This version of herself, broken and consumed by the rift's power, had been a warning. The cost of failing. Of letting it win. But this time, she wouldn't fall victim to it. The device pulsed in her hands again, as if acknowledging her decision. She could feel its energy surging, the connection strengthening, even as the rift fought to tear it apart. Anya closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath, and in that moment, she made a choice. She wasn't going to fight the rift, not in the way she had been trying to before. She wasn't going to try and force it into submission. Instead, she would embrace it. She would rewrite the narrative. She could control this. She had to. The figure was now so close, she could feel its icy breath on her skin, could hear its mocking laugh, as if it knew she was about to make a fatal mistake. You're already gone, Anya. The rift owns you. She reached out and touched the device's surface, allowing its energy to course through her body, feeling every part of it connect with her mind, her soul. There was no fear now, no hesitation. Just clarity. The rift responded, the pulse around her flaring in anger, as if trying to rip the device from her hands, to erase her defiance. The figure reached out, its fingers like knives, ready to claim her once and for all. But Anya's will was stronger. As her mind locked into place, the rift seemed to pause, the very air holding its breath. The figure recoiled, its dark form flickering, as if unable to comprehend what was happening. Anya's fingers pressed harder against the device, and a deep hum filled the air. It was time to decide. Would she let the rift take everything? Or would she rewrite the end? The world trembled, but Anya wasn't afraid anymore. She had the power to choose. And the rift, no matter how much it wanted her, could no longer control her fate. Anya's grip tightened around the device, feeling the thrumming power coursing through her veins. The rift loomed, swirling with endless possibilities, but its energy seemed to waver for the first time. It was as though the fabric of the universe itself was uncertain, confused by her sudden resolve. The figure, now only inches from her, seemed to flicker, its form distorting like a reflection in a shattered mirror. You cannot control it, the figure hissed, its voice splitting the air like a blade. You cannot change what is already in motion. The ground beneath Anya's feet rumbled again, a violent tremor that threatened to knock her off balance. The air grew thicker, oppressive, the weight of countless collapsing realities pressing in from all sides. Her breath came in shallow gasps as the rift fought against her, its chaotic pulse escalating. It wanted to consume her, to tear her apart and remold her into something else, something it could control. But Anya refused to surrender. A blinding light flared from the device, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. She felt the energy radiating from it, a pulsing rhythm that matched the frantic beat of her heart. The rift recoiled, the violent fluctuations subsiding for a brief moment, but it wasn't enough. She knew she couldn't hold it back forever. As she stood there, trying to center herself, a new realization swept over her, something deeper, something more terrifying. The rift wasn't just a force of destruction. It was a manifestation of the choices she had made, the path she had walked and the one she had abandoned. Each reality, each fracture, was a reflection of a decision she hadn't fully understood. She wasn't merely facing the rift, she was facing herself. Every choice you made has led you here, the figure continued, its voice softer now, more sinister. The rift is not your enemy. It is your creation. It is your future. Her mind reeled. What did it mean? Was she truly responsible for this endless cycle of destruction? Could she have stopped it earlier? Was there a point at which she could have turned back? The rift pulsed again, its tendrils of energy wrapping around her like chains. The moment of clarity shattered, and a torrent of emotions surged within her: doubt, fear, regret. Asterisk, could she control this? Could she truly rewrite everything? Asterisk. The figure smiled, an unsettling expression on its face. You think you can escape what you become? This is your destiny, Anya. There is no out. There is only the rift, and the rift is you. The words hit her like a physical blow, knocking the breath from her chest. Her knees trembled beneath her, but she didn't fall. She couldn't. Not now. The light from the device flickered again, its power waning, and Anya realized with a sinking feeling that she was running out of time. The rift had been toying with her, testing her resolve, but now it was getting serious. If she didn't act soon, it would swallow everything. But how? The device was reacting in unpredictable ways, as though it, too, was struggling to comprehend the chaos unfolding around her. There had to be something more she could do, something beyond just fighting it. Asterisk think. Focus, asterisk her thoughts raced, and then a quiet understanding slipped into her mind, a whisper amidst the madness. It wasn't about control. It was about connection. She wasn't alone in this. There were threads, fragments, of other lives, other versions of herself, each one as real as the one standing before the rift now. The device, the rift, it wasn't just her battle to win. It was everyone's. Suddenly, the air seemed to shimmer, and Anya felt something shift. The rift responded, its chaotic energies pulsing more violently. The figure screamed, a sound full of desperation and fury, as if it could sense the change in the air. But Anya was no longer afraid. She wasn't alone. With a sharp intake of breath, she extended her hand toward the rift, toward the swirling mass of shattered realities. Her fingers brushed against the energy, and the world seemed to crack open before her eyes. Fractures splintered outward, infinite versions of her, each one locked in their own struggle against the same force, flickered into existence. This is it, she thought, her heart racing. She wasn't just trying to survive anymore. She was trying to reach them. As she reached out with everything she had, her mind felt like it was stretching, expanding, touching the edges of each reality, pulling on the strands of fate she could barely comprehend. Every moment in time, every decision, every version of herself that had ever existed, it was all connected. And somewhere, in all that chaos, was the key to stopping this. But the rift wasn't about to let her slip away. It convulsed violently, trying to push her back, to sever the connection she was forging. The figure, her shadow, her mirror, was already moving toward her, faster now, its form twisting and stretching. You cannot escape, Anya. You are mine. But she didn't flinch. She couldn't. She focused harder, pushing against the rift's pull, reaching deeper into the web of possibilities. The rift's energy began to ripple again, but this time it wasn't pulling her in, it was fighting her. Her head spun, and the world around her twisted, the fractured realities overlapping in a dizzying, disorienting dance. She could feel the pull, the raw force trying to drag her back into the endless spiral of destruction. But she didn't let go. A pulse of light surged through her, and for a moment, everything froze. The figure in front of her paused, its twisted form flickering as if struggling to maintain its shape. The rift itself seemed to hesitate. Anya's hand trembled, but she kept it steady, her voice whispering into the chaos. "I won't be the one who breaks." And yet, even as she spoke those words, she felt the overwhelming weight of all her choices press in on her. The rift was collapsing in on itself, but there was a cost. Every step she took, every decision she made, seemed to fracture the space around her more. The stakes had never been higher. The silence between them was deafening. Anya didn't know how much longer she could hold on. But she wasn't going to stop. Not now. Not when everything was at the edge. Not when the rift was on the verge of swallowing her whole. The tension between her and the rift, between past and future, had never been greater. The figure took another step forward, its form now an almost indistinct blur, and Anya's heart raced. It was coming down to the wire. And the rift had only just begun to reveal its true power. The air around Anya crackled, the energy surging through her body like a storm that couldn't be contained. Her heart raced, her pulse sinking with the violent pulse of the rift. Each breath she took felt heavier than the last, as if the very atmosphere was closing in, suffocating her. The figure was no longer just a shadow, it was her, a twisted reflection of herself that had morphed into something she could no longer recognize. A monster formed from every doubt, every regret she had ever buried deep inside her. "You still think you can save it all," the figure sneered, its voice splitting the air like glass. "The rift isn't the enemy. It is you. It always has been." Anya's vision blurred as the truth of those words hit her like a physical blow. Every choice she had made, every step she had taken, had led her to this moment. The rift wasn't just a consequence, it was a manifestation of her own fractured self. Her failures, her desires, her inability to let go of the past, it had all converged into this singular, terrifying force. The rift seemed to sense her hesitation. It thrummed louder now, the energy spiraling faster, its grip tightening around her, pulling her in. Anya fought against it, her mind screaming, but the more she struggled, the stronger the rift became, its power drawing on her fear, her weakness. "You cannot outrun your own creation," the figure whispered, its voice now a low, menacing hum. It took another step, its form warping, becoming more monstrous, more powerful. Anya could feel it getting closer, as if it was preparing to consume her whole. The device in her hand flickered, its light dimming. It was running out of energy, out of time. Desperation clawed at her chest. She couldn't fail now. She had come too far, made too many sacrifices. Her entire existence, the entire world, hung in the balance. But what choice did she have? How could she fight something that was a part of her? The figure extended a hand, its fingers stretching unnaturally long, like tendrils of darkness. "The rift will swallow you, Anya. It will consume everything. Your past, your future, your very essence. It will all become part of the void." Her mind flashed to the faces of everyone she had left behind, friends, family, people she had never truly been able to protect. The weight of their loss bore down on her like a crushing wave. What if they were lost forever because of her? What if she had failed them all? No. She couldn't think like that. She couldn't give in. Not when there was a chance, asterisk the only chance asterisk, to end this. She had to stop the rift before it consumed everything. Before it tore apart the very fabric of reality. But how? The device pulsed again, its light barely visible now. It was a last beacon of hope, but it was dying. Anya's hand shook, the reality of the situation sinking in. If she didn't make a move now, if she didn't do something drastic, the rift would take everything. "Do it," the figure screamed, its voice shaking with fury. "End it all. There is no escaping your fate." But Anya didn't move. She couldn't. There was a final piece of the puzzle she hadn't considered, a truth she hadn't wanted to face. The rift wasn't just an external force. It was inside her, a part of her, every decision, every regret, every fear she had pushed down for so long. It wasn't a battle she could win by force alone. The world around her shimmered, blurring, as the rift's energy reached its peak. The walls of reality bent and twisted like they were being unraveled by an unseen hand. Time itself seemed to stretch, collapse, and snap all at once. The figure, her shadow, was right. This wasn't just about stopping the rift. It was about accepting it. Accepting her own power, her own mistakes, her own choices. The tension in the air was unbearable. The rift was on the verge of consuming her, of erasing everything she had fought for. It was here, now, at the very edge. Anya closed her eyes, taking one last deep breath. She had no time left. No more choices. The device in her hand flared with its final burst of energy, but it wasn't enough. She wasn't enough. And then, without warning, the rift began to collapse in on itself. The sound was deafening, a roar that shook her to her core. Anya's vision blurred once more as the reality around her distorted. Her heart hammered in her chest. The figure reached for her, its long fingers outstretched, desperate to pull her back into the void. No, she shouted, reaching out with every ounce of strength she had left. She wasn't going to be the one who broke. Not now. Not when the world hung by a thread. The rift flickered, its violent energy flickering like a dying star, as if it was fighting to keep its hold on her. And in that moment, Anya felt the weight of every choice, every fragment of herself she had ever tried to hide. She was a part of it. A part of the rift. A part of this destruction. And she had to accept it. The world began to twist faster, more violently, like it was unraveling at the seams. She could feel it, the truth. She had been running, fighting, but the only way to stop the rift was to embrace it. But was she strong enough to do that? Was she willing to pay the ultimate price? As the rift pulsed once more, ready to collapse, Anya stood at the edge, feeling the pull of everything she had ever known, everything she had ever feared, coming to a head. And then, darkness star. The darkness swallowed her whole, an infinite void that stretched in every direction. There was no sound, no light, only an oppressive, suffocating silence that pressed in from every side. Anya's body felt weightless, suspended in the nothingness. Her chest tightened, each breath coming harder than the last. She could feel the rift, still pulsing, still there, deep inside her. It wasn't gone. Not by a long shot. She tried to move, to reach for something, anything, but her limbs felt heavy, as if they were made of stone. She was trapped, suspended between two realities, neither here nor there. The rift was a force that was too powerful, too overwhelming for her to control. It was inside her now, and it felt like it was tearing her apart from the inside out. And then, in the pitch-black void, a voice echoed. Low, haunting, yet undeniably familiar. Anya, you've finally come to understand. Her heart skipped a beat. It was her voice, her own voice, but twisted. The sound of it was sharp, cruel, as though it were mocking her every step. Do you see now? The voice continued. You think you can save them all, but you can't. Not when the very thing you're trying to stop is a part of you. It's always been inside you. Everything you've done, every choice you've made, has brought you to this point. The air around her rippled, and suddenly, the darkness faded, just for a moment. Anya saw flashes. Images. Her past. Her mistakes. Faces she had left behind, faces she could never forget. The rift, in all its destructive power, was rooted in them. In the people she had failed. In the promises she couldn't keep. In the fears she had never confronted. No, Anya whispered, shaking her head. This isn't me. But the voice only laughed. It's all you. You can't run from yourself, Anya. You never could. The images grew more intense, the faces of her past warping and shifting, becoming more distorted, more grotesque. The weight of their anger, their betrayal, pressed down on her, suffocating her. They were accusing her. All of them. And in that moment, she realized they were right. She had spent so much time fighting to stop the rift, to fix what was broken. But in doing so, she had ignored the very thing that had caused it. Her own darkness, the lies she had told herself, the pieces of her that she had buried and never faced. And now, it was all coming back to destroy her. But she couldn't give in. Not now. Not when everything was at stake. Anya's hand clenched into a fist, her nails digging into her palm. The device she had been holding was still in her grasp, flickering weakly, but it was useless now. Its power had drained, its light fading like a dying star. She could feel the rift expanding, its power surging again, and this time it wasn't just threatening her, it was threatening the entire world. Her world. Everything she had fought for. The space around her began to crack, the fabric of reality splintering as the rift's power threatened to break through. The voice in the darkness spoke again, its tone cold, detached. "You're too late." "No!" Anya screamed, the words bursting from her throat. She fought against the gravity of her own fear, pushing herself up, her hands trembling as she reached for the remnants of the device. But it was no use. The device was gone, its power spent. She was powerless. Her breath caught in her throat as the ground beneath her began to crumble, the void expanding rapidly, consuming everything in its path. She could feel the rift, growing stronger, more violent, as if it were feeding on her despair, on her inability to stop it. But then, something else shifted. A flicker of light. A pulse of energy, faint but real. It came from deep within her, from the very core of her being. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt something, a spark. A connection to the world around her. It wasn't the device. It wasn't the power she had tried to control. It was her own strength. Her own will. Her ability to choose. With a surge of determination, Anya reached out, her fingers brushing against the air around her. And the rift responded. The energy rippled outward, crashing against the walls of the void. The voices, the images, the darkness, they all roared in opposition, but she stood firm. She wasn't going to let the rift control her. She wasn't going to let it consume everything. But the longer she fought, the more she realized how fragile this battle was. Her strength was weakening, the darkness pushing harder and harder. The rift was too strong, and no matter how much she resisted, she could feel it closing in. "Anya," the voice called out again, quieter now, but still filled with venom. "You cannot fight it. You are me. And I am you." She couldn't escape the truth. It wasn't just the rift she had to fight. It was herself. She had to confront every part of her that she had tried to bury. Every failure. Every regret. Every fear. She had to accept it, embrace it, or she would be lost to it. But as the rift pressed closer, threatening to pull her back into the darkness, Anya realized something even more terrifying. If she couldn't stop it now, if she couldn't face her own darkness, everything she loved would be destroyed. And yet, there was still no way forward. No clear path. The tension built, a crescendo of chaos and despair. The rift seemed to sense her uncertainty, growing larger, its pull stronger, more insistent. Anya's heart pounded as she braced herself, but the fear gnawed at her. And then, a flash of light. The world around her shattered. But it wasn't the end. Not yet. The light surged around her, blinding and unbearable, as if the entire fabric of reality had just torn apart. Anya squeezed her eyes shut, but the brightness didn't fade. Instead, it enveloped her, filling her senses until it felt as though her very soul was being drawn into the blinding void. She opened her eyes again, but the world around her had completely shifted. She was no longer in the oppressive darkness of the rift. Instead, she found herself standing on a jagged cliff, the wind howling around her, its biting cold cutting through her like knives. Below, the abyss stretched out, a vast chasm filled with swirling shadows and ghostly whispers. The horizon was alive with flickering sparks, remnants of broken worlds and shattered realities. Everything felt wrong. The very air was thick with tension, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Anya stumbled backward, her heart racing as she tried to make sense of her surroundings. She could feel the presence of the rift, its energy still swirling beneath the surface, but it was different now. More distant. Almost as if it had shifted into another realm entirely. But that didn't make her feel safe. If anything, it only made the danger more profound. Then, she heard a voice again, familiar, but now warped, twisted into something darker. "You think you've escaped it," the voice said, "but you haven't. You never can." Anya's breath caught in her throat as she whirled around. Standing before her, shrouded in an eerie glow, was the figure. The one who had haunted her thoughts, her dreams. Her reflection, but not. Her reflection, twisted into something unrecognizable. "You're not real," Anya gasped, the words coming out as a desperate plea. "Oh, I'm real enough," the figure replied, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "I've always been with you. A part of you, buried deep down, waiting. You've tried so hard to escape, but now you must face it. You must face me." Anya's pulse thudded in her ears, each beat a heavy drum of dread. She could feel the rift, still tugging at her from the edges of this strange realm. It wasn't done. It wasn't finished with her. "You're not me," she said, though even she wasn't sure if she believed it anymore. "You're not real. You can't be." "I am you," the figure said, stepping closer, its presence pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. "I am everything you've tried to bury. Every lie you've told yourself. Every fear you've refused to confront. I am the darkness inside you, Anya. And you've never been strong enough to defeat me." Anya's mind raced. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. It was all coming crashing down. Everything she had ever tried to outrun was standing before her now. The rift, the destruction, the choices she had made, it was all tied together. All of it had been leading to this moment. "You're nothing but a lie," she spat, her voice trembling but defiant. "I've spent my life running from you, but I will not let you win. I will stop this." The figure smiled, a cruel, mocking grin. "You think you're strong enough to stop this? You think you're in control? The rift isn't just a force, Anya. It's you. It always has been. You can't escape yourself. You can't escape the truth." A surge of power, a crushing weight, slammed into her chest. Her vision blurred, the world around her warping like smoke in the wind. The rift was closing in again, pulling her back, dragging her into its grasp. But this time, something was different. The voice, the presence of the figure, it wasn't just her fears talking anymore. Something else was coming. Something more powerful. A new force was beginning to take shape, rising from the depths of the chaos. Anya's heart pounded louder, faster. Her hands shook, and she stumbled back, her eyes wide with realization. It wasn't just the rift. It was everything she had never understood about herself. The truth she had been avoiding all this time. "You're right," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I've been running. I've been hiding. But I'm done." She reached deep within herself, drawing on every ounce of willpower she had left. The rift, the dark figure, it all started to blur, melting away as she forced herself to take control. But even as she did, she could feel the weight of her own fear, her own darkness, pressing in on her. The light around her flickered again, a crack forming in the air between her and the figure. She wasn't sure what she was doing, what she was trying to accomplish, but the rift was still pulling at her, still waiting to consume everything. "Let go," the figure whispered, its voice low and insistent. "Let go, and become one with it. Become one with me." Anya could feel it. The power, the darkness, the urge to surrender. To give in. It was so strong, so tempting. But she knew, deep down, that if she gave in now, there would be no going back. Everything she had fought for, everything she loved, would be lost forever. Her hands clenched into fists. She wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. But the figure wasn't finished. With a final, cruel laugh, it reached out, and the ground beneath Anya's feet began to crack open. The rift pulsed with a final surge of energy, and for the first time, Anya felt true fear. True helplessness. The world around her shattered. And in that moment, Anya had a choice. To surrender to the darkness, to let it consume her, or to fight back, to embrace the truth that had been hidden all along. But the ground beneath her cracked wide open, the rift expanding into a vast, unfathomable abyss, and she knew she wasn't alone. The forces at play were far beyond her comprehension, and the answers she sought were slipping away faster than she could hold onto them. The light flickered one last time, then went out. Anya's breath quickened as the rift expanded, its jagged edges like the teeth of some great, ancient beast. The figure before her was no longer just a reflection, it was her. The same face, the same eyes, but the darkness that radiated from it made her heart race. "Do you think you can stop this?" the figure whispered, its voice a haunting echo of her own. "You're too late, Anya. You always have been." Her mind screamed in protest, but her body was frozen, as if the air itself was thickening with a weight she couldn't escape. The ground beneath her cracked, sending shards of stone tumbling into the abyss below. She glanced at the team, scattered around the edge of the rift, their eyes wide with fear, but they couldn't reach her. The dark energy emanating from the figures seemed to form an invisible barrier, pushing them back. She wanted to run, to fight, to do something, but her legs felt heavy, unresponsive. It was as if the very space around her was warping, bending time and space in a way that made everything feel distorted. The world was shifting, and she had no idea what direction it would take. "We were always going to end up here," the figure continued, a twisted smile curling at its lips. "Everything you've done, everything you've believed in, it was all leading to this moment. You're part of the cycle, Anya. You always were." Her heart thundered in her chest. Cycle? What was it talking about? The ground beneath her shifted again, and the rift seemed to widen even more, pulling at the fabric of reality itself. She could feel the pull, as if the rift was calling to her, trying to drag her in. Her mind flashed back to the strange markings, the ancient texts, and the warnings they had uncovered about time. The warnings they had all dismissed. "Stop," she screamed, though her voice seemed swallowed by the overwhelming silence. "I can't, this can't be happening." The figure took a step closer, its form flickering in and out of focus. "You think you can change it? The timeline is already broken, Anya. And you, of all people, should know that changes come at a cost." She felt the weight of those words sink deep into her gut. The cost. It was always the cost. Every action she had taken, every choice, had led her here. But how could she have known? How could she have anticipated the consequences of tampering with the threads of time? The figure reached out, its hand a mere inch from her face, its cold presence sending a shiver down her spine. "You were never meant to fix it," it said, its voice lowering to a whisper. "You were meant to break it." Anya stepped back, her heart racing, her pulse a frantic drumbeat in her ears. "No. I can stop this. I can fix it." But the rift behind her surged, and in an instant, the ground beneath her cracked open completely. The abyss beckoned, its dark depths promising a final descent into nothingness. Her team shouted her name, but it was as if they were worlds away, their voices distorted by the strange energy surrounding her. Without thinking, Anya reached out, grasping for anything to hold on to. Her fingers brushed against the rift's edge, and she felt a jolt of raw power surge through her arm. Her vision blurred, the world spinning faster than she could process. She was falling, tumbling through the dark energy, spiraling into a place where nothing made sense, where time twisted and folded in on itself. And then, just as the last of her thoughts began to slip away, she felt a hand, warm, solid, and real, grasp hers. She blinked, the world around her stabilizing for a brief moment, and there, standing in front of her, was Elias. He had somehow made it through, despite the barriers, despite the chaos. His eyes were wide with fear, but there was something else there, too, something she hadn't seen before. A look of determination. "We can still fix this," he said, his voice unwavering. "Together." But the figure, the dark reflection of her, was already reappearing at the edge of the rift, its grin widening as the ground began to tremble once more. The stakes had never been higher. The rift was widening, pulling in everything in its path. The team was struggling to hold their ground, the very air around them vibrating with tension. Every decision, every moment, was leading them closer to the breaking point. Anya didn't know if she could stop what had already been set in motion. She didn't know if anyone could. But one thing was certain, the battle was far from over, and the cost of their actions was only beginning to reveal itself. The ground beneath Anya trembled again, more violently this time, as if the rift itself was alive, writhing with hunger. She felt it pulling at her, not just physically, but inside her, like it wanted to tear at her very soul. Elias tightened his grip on her hand, but even his strength couldn't seem to steady her against the growing force that surrounded them. "We can't hold this much longer," Elias said, his voice strained. "The rift, it's not just tearing at the fabric of space. It's unraveling everything." Anya's heart skipped a beat. Unraveling everything? What did he mean? The air around them seemed to warp with his words, and she couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in her stomach. It wasn't just the rift. It was the consequences of everything they had done, everything they had tampered with. "We're running out of time," she whispered, more to herself than to him. Elias glanced back at the others, but they were all struggling to keep their balance, their faces pale with fear. The rift was not only expanding but splintering into smaller cracks that radiated out, each one creating ripples in the world around them. The earth cracked in violent spurts, the sky above turning from twilight to a roiling, sickly red. The figure, the dark reflection of Anya, hovered at the edge of the rift, its form flickering and distorting. Its gaze was locked on her, like a predator watching its prey. "You think you can escape?" the figure mocked, its voice now a deep, resonating growl that seemed to echo from every direction. "You can never escape what you are, Anya. What we are." Anya's mind raced. What did it mean? What we are. The words felt like a puzzle she couldn't solve, each piece slipping away faster than she could grasp it. Before she could react, a tremor shot through the ground beneath them, sending them all sprawling. Anya hit the dirt hard, pain shooting through her side, but she forced herself up, desperation clawing at her chest. She looked around, her gaze frantic. "Where's the device?" she shouted. Elias was already moving, running toward the center of their makeshift camp where the device, a relic of untold power, the one thing they'd hoped could seal the rift, lay abandoned. But the closer Elias got to it, the more the air seemed to crackle with energy, the rift's pull growing stronger. It was as if the very air was alive, pushing against them, suffocating them. "We need to activate it now," Anya shouted, scrambling to her feet, ignoring the pain in her body. Elias grabbed the device, its surface humming with unnatural power, but as his fingers touched it, the rift seemed to respond. It let out a deep, resounding sound, a hum so low it rattled her bones. The rift surged forward, violently pulling at the edges of reality itself. "No!" Elias screamed as he tried to stabilize the device, but the rift was beyond their control now. It was feeding off their efforts, its power growing exponentially. The figure watched them, its eyes glowing with malevolent triumph. "You think you can stop this? You cannot fix what was never meant to be fixed," it said, its voice now cold and final. Anya's stomach twisted with a realization so sharp it made her dizzy. They hadn't just tampered with time, they had disturbed something far more dangerous. Something that had been set in motion long before they had arrived. This wasn't just about saving their world, it was about something far darker. They weren't fighting to save the future, they were fighting to survive it. The figure raised its hand, and Anya's blood ran cold. She could feel the pull of the rift intensifying, the walls of reality buckling, pushing them all toward the edge of an abyss that stretched beyond comprehension. The world was coming apart. The device in Elias's hands sparked, its hum turning into a sharp, screeching noise that sent shockwaves through the air. He staggered back, a look of horror on his face as the device seemed to short-circuit. "No, it's not working," he shouted, panic flooding his voice. Anya's heart pounded in her chest. The ground beneath them cracked open, swallowing anything in its path. She looked back at the team, now struggling to stay upright, their faces a mixture of fear and disbelief. There was no way out. Anya! Elias screamed, his voice desperate. We have to. Before he could finish, the rift flared up with a blinding light, and Anya felt herself pulled into it, her body weightless as the world around her fragmented into shards of chaos. Time, space, and reality itself twisted and bent, stretching into something unrecognizable. She felt as if she was falling through a million versions of herself, each one a different path, a different choice. For a moment, everything went dark. When the world came into focus again, she was no longer on the battlefield with Elias and the others. She was alone, standing in the middle of a dark void. The air was thick with an oppressive, cold silence. There were no landmarks, no sky, no ground, just emptiness. But ahead of her, through the shadows, she saw a flicker of light. And then she heard it, the whisper. Anya. Her name was like a breath in the dark, soft and haunting. She turned toward it, dread seeping into her every movement. The light flickered again, and the whisper became louder, clearer. You're not supposed to be here. Anya's heart raced. She wasn't sure if the voice was from the figure or something else entirely, but she knew one thing for certain, wherever she was, it wasn't the world she had known. And whatever was about to happen would push her, and her choices, into unknown territory. The next moment, the rift trembled again, and she felt the weight of an even greater challenge pressing down on her. The voice echoed through the void, distant and yet unnervingly close. Anya's breath caught in her throat, her heart hammering against her chest. She wasn't sure where the voice came from, but the weight of it, the sense of being watched, observed, was inescapable. She took a step forward, her feet sinking slightly into the strange, unyielding darkness beneath her. The flicker of light that had drawn her in grew brighter, but it didn't warm the air. It felt cold, like an omen, drawing her into something far beyond her understanding. Anya. The voice was clearer now, as if the very space around her was trying to speak. You've made your choice. But some choices have no return. She froze, the weight of the words crashing down on her. Choices with no return, had they already crossed a point of no return? She thought of Elias, of the team, their lives hanging in the balance, teetering on the edge of something far worse than death. She glanced behind her, but there was nothing. No familiar faces. No team. Just the void, an endless, crushing emptiness that felt like it would swallow her whole. She had no idea where she was, or how she had even gotten here. Had they all been pulled into this place? Or was she the only one left? Where are they? She whispered, her voice trembling. Where is Elias? Where is everyone? The light ahead of her flickered again, and a figure emerged from it, tall, cloaked in shadows, its features blurred. It wasn't the figure she had seen before. This one felt different. More ancient, more powerful, with an unsettling calm in its presence. You are the only one here, Anya, the figure said, its voice like a distant thunderclap. They have been lost to the rift. They cannot reach you. They cannot help you now. Anya's chest tightened. She didn't want to believe it. She couldn't believe it. The thought that Elias, the others, her friends, were lost, that she was completely alone in this, was a nightmare she couldn't bear. No, she whispered, shaking her head violently. No. I won't believe that. I'll find them. I will. You can't, the figure interrupted, its voice reverberating like 1,000 voices speaking in unison. The rift has claimed them. It has claimed you as well. But you have one choice left, Anya. One final path you must walk. The air grew colder, the light dimming once more as the figure took a step toward her. She could feel the pressure building, the gravity of its words sinking deeper into her bones. What choice? She demanded, her voice cracking. What do you want from me? The figure tilted its head slightly, an almost imperceptible movement, yet it sent a chill through her that made her blood run cold. Your choice is simple, Anya. You can remain here, in this space, and accept the fate of those who have been lost. Or, it paused, letting the word hang in the air, thick with a promise of something more. You can return, but at a cost. A sacrifice. A price you may not be willing to pay. Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to comprehend what it was asking. Sacrifice? What could possibly be worth the price it was asking of her? I don't understand, she whispered, the words barely leaving her lips. The figure moved closer, its presence pressing in on her from every side, like it was filling the very space around her. You will understand soon enough, it said. Time is no longer on your side, Anya. The rift is spreading. The longer you hesitate, the more it consumes. Consumes? Her mind raced. Consumes what? Everything, the figure replied simply. This world. This reality. All things, everything you know, everyone you care for, it will all be consumed in time. The rift is not just a tear in space. It is the beginning of an end. The beginning of your end. Anya felt her knees buckle, the weight of its words threatening to crush her. She looked around, searching for something, anything, that would make sense of this madness. But there was nothing. Just the endless dark, the void that stretched beyond her comprehension. What am I supposed to do? The thought repeated in her head like a mantra, but it didn't bring her any answers. She thought of Elias, of the team. She thought of the world they had fought to save. But now it seemed so fragile, so small in the face of what was happening. The figure's voice returned, calm and unwavering. You have the power to change the course of this. You can seal the rift. But you must give up what you cherish most. The choice is yours. A cold sweat broke out across her forehead. Give up what you cherish most, what did that even mean? Her mind swirled with doubt, her heart torn in 1,000 directions. The cost sounded impossible. What could be worth the sacrifice it was demanding? And then she thought of Elias. Of the team. Of everything they had fought for. Could she walk away, knowing that they had all given their lives to this cause? The rift groaned around her, louder now, its presence pressing in like a storm gathering strength. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for her decision. Anya felt the weight of time slipping away. Asterisk one choice. One chance, asterisk. The figure's shadow stretched further, its form now fully encircling her. It's time, it said simply. You must choose. A sick feeling twisted in her gut. She could feel the tears stinging at her eyes, but she swallowed them down. There was no room for weakness here. Not now. Not when everything depended on her. She could feel the rift pulling at her, dragging her toward the edge. The stakes had never been higher. The fate of everyone she loved, everything she fought for, hung in the balance. But the figure had made one thing clear, this was not just about saving the world. It was about her, and the price she was willing to pay. Anya's breath came in ragged gasps as the weight of the figure's words settled around her like a shroud. The rift pulsed with a sickening rhythm, a heartbeat of something ancient and insatiable. She could feel it now, deep within her bones, this dark force that threatened to unravel everything. It wasn't just a tear in reality, it was a living thing, a force of nature, and it was growing stronger with every passing second. She clenched her fists at her sides, her mind racing. The choice. The price. How could she even begin to fathom what was being asked of her? The cost of saving everything, of saving the world, was something she wasn't sure she could bear. But if she did nothing, if she walked away from this? The thought twisted in her gut, a sickening churn. She couldn't do nothing. She couldn't turn her back on the lives of everyone who had ever trusted her, especially Elias. The figure loomed before her, silent now, watching her with an almost calculating gaze. The coldness around her deepened, the shadows stretching out like fingers reaching for her. I'm not afraid of you, Anya said, her voice barely above a whisper, but it held a note of defiance. I'll do what I have to. I'll fight this. I won't let it win. The figure's voice echoed again, cold and detached, like the wind that howls through empty streets. You already lost, Anya. The rift is already in motion. You cannot stop what has been set in motion. You cannot erase the past, nor undo the consequences of your actions. But you can make a choice. A final one. The last of its words hung in the air like an impossible weight. Anya could feel them pressing down on her, suffocating her, and yet the figure's indifference stung more than anything. Why me? She demanded, her voice gaining strength. Why is it up to me? Why am I the one who has to make this choice? The figure's response was slower, almost regretful, as if it had been waiting for her to ask this very question. Because you are the one who awakened the rift. You and your choices. Your will, your resistance, brought you here. And now, you will face the consequences. Whether you choose to sacrifice or be consumed. Anya felt her knees tremble, but she stood tall, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. She thought of Elias, of his smile, of the way his eyes had always held a spark of hope. Could she condemn him to this fate? Could she let him vanish into nothingness, lost to the rift, because of a choice she made long ago? But what would it cost her to save him, to save the others, to stop the rift from consuming the world? She closed her eyes for a brief moment, trying to center herself, to push the panic and fear away. There had to be another way. There had to be something she could do that didn't involve this impossible choice. But the rift's growl echoed louder, insistent. It's already happening, it seemed to say. Time is running out. She could feel it now, in the pit of her stomach, the knowledge that the rift wasn't just a tear in space. It was a reflection of something deeper, something personal. The choices she had made, the mistakes she had allowed to fester, had brought her here. She had created this. And now, only she could end it. The figure watched her, unmoving. Do not waste time, Anya. The longer you delay, the more the rift consumes. You are running out of time. The fate of those you love depends on your choice. Will you fight for them, or will you let them be lost to the rift? The words sliced through her like a blade. She could feel the weight of it, her entire world on the edge of collapsing. The air seemed to thicken, pressing in on her chest, as if everything she had ever known was being drawn into a void that would erase it all. The rift is part of me, she realized with a sickening clarity. The mistakes, the lies, the betrayals, it was all connected, tangled together like a web. And now, the only way to untangle it was to face it head on. But what would that mean? What would it cost her? The very thought of giving up everything she held dear, her team, her relationships, her future, felt like it would tear her apart. And then, a thought flashed through her mind, cold and sharp. What if I can't save them all? The rift was pulling at her, its influence reaching deep into her soul, urging her to give in. To accept that some things couldn't be fixed. To accept that some sacrifices were too great to bear. But no. She wasn't ready to give up. She couldn't. She took a step forward, her eyes blazing with determination. I won't let this end like this. I won't let you win. There's always a way. The figure's gaze softened, but only for a moment. It leaned in closer, its voice almost a whisper. Then you will discover the truth, Anya. But understand this, the cost of truth is greater than you can imagine. Once you step into the next stage, there will be no turning back. Her heart raced as she faced the figure, her mind still spinning with doubt and fear. The rift loomed larger now, its power undeniable. But she couldn't back down. Not now. Not when everything, everyone, depended on her. With a shaky breath, she nodded. I'm ready. And as she stepped into the darkness that awaited her, the world around her began to tremble, the rift stretching wider, pulling faster, like a hungry beast closing in. The figure's shadow seemed to follow her, its voice the last thing she heard before everything went silent. Remember, it whispered, there is no end without sacrifice. Anya felt the ground beneath her shift, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The moment she stepped forward, the world she knew seemed to collapse into itself, folding in strange angles, like she was walking through a doorway that led into the unknown. Her pulse quickened, and the rift behind her rumbled with an otherworldly growl, its presence seeping into every corner of her mind. She stumbled, her feet unsure as she moved deeper into the darkness. It was like being trapped in a fog, her senses distorted, the air thick with the oppressive weight of something ancient and unfathomable. It was as if the rift was alive, pulling at her, tasting her fear, and feeding on it. Her breath came in shallow bursts, the only sound in the void. But there was something else now, a whisper. Barely audible at first, but it grew louder with each step she took. It wasn't the figure's voice anymore. This was something darker, something older. Asterisk, you shouldn't have come. This is where it ends, asterisk. Anya froze, her heart hammering in her chest. The voice wasn't just in her ears. It was inside her mind, echoing in the deepest corners of her thoughts, resonating with a truth she didn't want to face. Who's there? She whispered, her voice trembling. But the answer wasn't words. It was a feeling, a rush of cold that wrapped around her, pulling her further into the abyss. She tried to move, but her legs felt like lead, as if the very air had become thick, almost impossible to move through. You can't escape what's inside you, the voice echoed, swirling around her. Asterisk, the rift is a reflection. It's always been a part of you. You are its keeper, its creator. You opened the door, Anya. Now you must face what you've done, asterisk. The darkness pressed in tighter, and Anya's breathing became ragged. She tried to take another step, but the ground beneath her seemed to ripple, undulating like liquid. The edges of the rift were closing in, the pull becoming unbearable. Her mind raced, the weight of the voice's words crashing down on her. She'd always known there was something she wasn't facing, something lurking in the shadows of her past. But this was beyond anything she could have imagined. The rift wasn't just something that had appeared out of nowhere. It had always been there, waiting, tethered to her in ways she had never understood. It was the consequence of her choices, her regrets, the lies she had told herself to survive. Elias. The team. Her father. All the people she had hurt, all the ways she had run from the truth. Could she undo the damage? Could she save them all without destroying herself in the process? Face it, the voice continued, closer now, its tone like cold steel against her skin. Asterisk, you cannot stop this. You have never been able to, asterisk. No, Anya whispered, shaking her head, her voice breaking. I can stop it. I can fix this. But even as the words left her mouth, she felt a deep tremor run through the rift, as though mocking her defiance. The voice wasn't done. It echoed through her mind with more force than before. Asterisk, the only way out is through. The only way to close the rift is to embrace it. But to do so, you must give everything. Do you understand? Everything, asterisk. Her heart lurched as the reality of those words sank in. The price had always been too high. She had known that from the moment she had stepped into this mess, but now, the true cost was becoming clear. The rift wasn't just a tear in space-time. It was a doorway, and to close it, she would have to sacrifice everything she had left. Her friends. Her future. Her identity. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, a burning ache, as if her very soul was being torn in two. Her thoughts blurred as the weight of her decision settled on her shoulders like an insurmountable mountain. In the distance, she saw a light, a flicker of something, just beyond her reach. It felt like hope, but it was distant, impossible. Could she make it? Could she reach the light before the darkness swallowed her whole? But as she took a step toward it, the rift's grip on her tightened, pulling her back. The voice grew louder, more insistent. Asterisk, there is no light for you. Only darkness. You will never outrun this. It will consume you, asterisk. Tears stung her eyes as she fought to keep moving, pushing against the overwhelming pull of the rift. She couldn't, asterisk, she wouldn't, asterisk, let it win. There had to be another way. But no matter how hard she fought, the rift seemed to grow stronger, its hunger insatiable. She could feel it twisting around her, tearing at her mind, her very essence. She wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on. Every step forward felt like an eternity. The darkness was closing in, and the light, the one hope she had clung to, was beginning to fade. Everything is lost, the voice whispered again, its cold breath brushing against her skin. It's too late. Anya's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms, and she pushed through the pain. She wouldn't listen. She couldn't afford to. Not when there was still a chance, however small, that she could save them all. But as she reached out toward the flickering light again, something shifted. A presence, dark and powerful, loomed just behind her. She turned, heart pounding. The figure from before was there, standing in the shadows, its eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. Anya, it said, its voice cold and filled with inevitability. You've made your choice. But understand this, the price of your decision is greater than you can imagine. Anya took a step back, dread washing over her. She had no more strength left to fight, no more will to resist. But still, she refused to give in. Not yet. The figure stepped closer, its form flickering like a broken mirror. You are about to learn the true cost of saving the world, it said softly. And in that moment, Anya realized that the true battle was just beginning. Anya's breath came in short, ragged bursts as the figure loomed closer, its shape warping and shifting, almost as if it were made of smoke, flickering in and out of focus. Her mind raced, her heart thundering in her chest. The light she had seen before was now almost out of reach, just a distant memory swallowed by the endless dark that surrounded her. She knew she was at a crossroads, one wrong step, and it would all be over. The rift was no longer just a force she could try to understand. It was a living, breathing entity, feeding off her fear and doubt, pulling her deeper into its grip. You can't run from what you've done, the figure's voice rasped, its tone colder than the ice that now gripped her bones. This is the price of your choices, Anya. You wanted to play with forces beyond your understanding, and now you must pay. Anya's hands shook, and her mind raced with images of everything she had lost. Elias. The team. Her father's face, fading from her memory as if it had never existed. Every decision she had made, every moment when she had turned away, choosing herself over them, over the truth, had led her here, to this moment. No, she whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was trying to convince the figure or herself. I can stop this. There has to be a way. I won't let it consume me. The figure tilted its head slightly, its gaze penetrating, as though it could see straight through her. You think you have control? You think you can stop something that's already inside you? Anya staggered back, her hands instinctively reaching for anything solid in the swirling chaos. The rift seemed to stretch and collapse around her, as if the very space was fighting to swallow her whole. Her pulse hammered in her ears, but she forced herself to focus, to push through the panic. She wasn't going to let it end here. She couldn't. Not after everything she'd been through, not after everything she had yet to do. I didn't start this, she said, her voice gaining strength, even though the figure's presence made her skin crawl. I didn't open this rift. I was trying to close it. The figure laughed, a hollow, bone-chilling sound that echoed around her, reverberating through her chest. You didn't open it, Anya. You've always been connected to it. The rift is you. It was inside you before you ever stepped into the darkness. It was in your choices, in your past. Anya's mind reeled. The voice, it felt too familiar. Her thoughts swirled with the images of things she had long buried, fears, regrets, mistakes she had hoped would never come to light. The face of the figure seemed to shift, its features warping, as though the shadows themselves were taking on the shape of her deepest fears. Everything you've done, every lie you've told, has fed into this moment, the figure continued, its words slithering into her thoughts. You can't escape yourself. You can't undo the past. Anya's legs trembled, but she stood her ground. I've made mistakes, she admitted, her voice barely audible. But I'm not giving up. Not now, not when there's still a chance. The figure's eyes narrowed, its form flickering with a malevolent energy. You don't understand. It's too late for redemption. The rift will consume you, and in turn, it will consume everything you care about. There is no fixing this, Anya. You're already lost. The weight of those words crushed her chest, but she couldn't let them take root. She knew, deep down, that the real battle wasn't with the rift, it was with herself. The doubts, the guilt, the fear that had driven her all her life, that had led her to make choices she now regretted. It was all coming to a head. The rift was just a reflection of what she had failed to face within herself. But there was still a flicker of hope, a small spark that refused to go out. She clenched her fists, the raw energy of defiance surging through her. No, she breathed, more firmly this time. I won't give in. I can fight this. I'll find another way. The rift trembled violently, its pull becoming almost unbearable, as though it were responding to her defiance. The figure stepped closer, its cold breath washing over her, a whisper in her ear. You think you can stop this? You've only just begun to understand the price you'll pay. The ground beneath her began to crack, and she stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance as the world around her distorted. The fabric of reality itself seemed to tear, rippling like a sheet of glass shattering under pressure. She could feel the rift pushing against her mind, trying to crush her resolve, but she refused to break. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it, a faint glow, flickering like a dying star, barely visible through the shadows. It was the light again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't warm. It wasn't comforting. It was cold, harsh, like the last light of a dying world. Anya could feel it pulling her toward it, and though it terrified her, she knew she had to reach it. It was the only way to end this nightmare. She had to face what was coming, no matter the cost. The figure laughed again, its voice low and dangerous. You'll never make it, it hissed. That light is your doom. But Anya didn't hesitate. She pushed forward, running toward the flickering light, every instinct telling her to turn back, to escape the nightmare that was closing in around her. The darkness howled, the rift's pull growing stronger as she moved closer to the light, but she refused to stop. She couldn't stop. Her hands reached out, her fingers brushing against the edge of the light. It was so close now, so close she could feel its presence, its power, vibrating through her like a living thing. But just as her fingers grazed the light, everything went black. Anya's mind spun in the darkness, the coldness overwhelming her senses. She felt as though she were falling, tumbling through an endless void where time and space had no meaning. The rift's presence was everywhere now, pressing in from all sides, its whispers echoing in her mind like 1,000 voices clawing at her consciousness. She couldn't see, couldn't breathe, but she could still hear, the low hum of the rift's power vibrating through her very bones. It was pulling her deeper, further into its depths, and for a moment, a horrible thought crossed her mind, what if this was it? What if there was no way out, But just as despair began to wrap its cold fingers around her heart, a faint sound reached her ears, a voice, distant but familiar. It was a voice she thought she had left behind long ago. Elias. Anya, the voice echoed, soft but desperate. You have to fight. You can still get out of here. Don't let it take you. Her heart skipped. Elias. She was sure of it. But how? How could he be here? Was it his spirit? Or was this part of the rift's cruel game, a final test of her resolve? She tried to call out, but no words came. The darkness seemed to swallow her voice whole, leaving her trapped in a space where sound had no place, where nothing made sense anymore. Yet, somehow, she could still feel him. Feel his presence pulling her forward, guiding her, as if she were tethered to him by something stronger than the rift itself. You have to remember, his voice urged, though it was fading. The light, it's not just a way out. It's a choice. You have to choose it, Anya's thoughts swirled in a fog of confusion. What choice? She had already chosen to fight. But now, as the rift's pull became stronger, it felt as though the choice was being taken from her, as though the darkness wanted to claim her completely, to break her will. The air around her grew thick with pressure, like she was sinking deeper into an ocean of shadow. The darkness pushed in on all sides, closing in, suffocating her. Panic rose in her chest, and she struggled to take a breath, but it felt like there was no air, no way to pull herself free from the crushing weight. Then, something changed. A crackling sound, a brief flicker of warmth. For a moment, the pressure lifted, and Anya's mind cleared. She saw it again, the faint glow of the light, just beyond reach, now pulsing with energy. But it wasn't the same. The light was distorted, twisted, as though something was trying to corrupt it from the inside out. Her chest tightened with realization. The light wasn't just a way out, it was connected to the rift. It was part of the rift cycle, the illusion it had created to draw her in, to keep her trapped in its grip. The rift wasn't just some force she had stumbled into, it was a reflection of her own choices, her own fears. And the light, the one thing that had once seemed like her salvation, was now a part of the trap. Anya's pulse quickened. The figure's words echoed in her mind, its voice still haunting her, still lingering like a shadow in the corners of her thoughts. Asterisk, you can't escape what you've become. This is your fate, asterisk. No, Anya whispered aloud, even though there was no one to hear her. I can change it. I can still make a choice. She reached out again, her hands trembling as she tried to touch the light. The darkness screamed around her, the rift's forces growing stronger, but her resolve hardened. She would not be consumed by this, by her past, by her fears, by the mistakes she had made. I am not the same person, she thought, the words barely a whisper in her mind. I can fight this. Her fingers brushed against the light once more, and this time, it didn't flicker. It held steady, warm and bright, pulling her in. But as she moved closer, a terrible realization hit her. The light wasn't simply drawing her in, it was demanding something from her. A sacrifice. A price for escape. She could feel it now, the energy coursing through the air, binding her to the rift. It wasn't just about escaping the darkness. It was about understanding it, facing the part of herself that she had always ignored, always pushed away. The choices she had made, the people she had hurt, the lies she had told, they were all tied to this moment. She couldn't outrun them anymore. The voice of the figure echoed louder, this time a mocking laughter that reverberated through the very air around her. You really think you can defeat me? You think you can escape your own darkness? It jeered. Anya felt her heart race, the weight of its words pressing down on her, trying to crush her spirit. But in the midst of it, she felt something stir within her, a flicker of strength, of defiance. She wasn't the same person who had fallen into this trap. She wasn't the same person who had abandoned those who had once trusted her. She could still choose to break free. She could still fight. The light pulsed again, and the ground beneath her began to tremble. Anya's thoughts swirled, she had to act, and she had to act fast. This was the moment, the point of no return. She could accept the rift's grip and let it consume her, or she could face the truth, confront everything that had led her here, and make the ultimate choice. But as she reached toward the light once more, something shifted. A cold, malevolent force wrapped around her wrist, pulling her back. Her body jerked, and the darkness surged, the rift threatening to pull her into its depths. No, she screamed, her voice raw with desperation. She fought against the pull, using every ounce of strength she had left to resist. The light seemed so close, so within her grasp, but the rift was dragging her back, tightening its hold with every passing second. The figure's laughter echoed again, louder, more triumphant. You can't escape it. It's already over. And then, the darkness closed in. Anya's breath came in short gasps as the darkness pressed in on her, its grip tightening around her chest like a vice. The coldness seeped into her bones, and for a moment, she felt like she might lose herself to it entirely. She could barely think, her mind scrambling to hold onto the remnants of her clarity. But there was something beneath the surface of the darkness, a flicker, a whisper, something urging her to keep fighting. She didn't know if it was Elias' voice, or the remnants of her own willpower, but she wasn't ready to give up, not yet. She had come too far, faced too many fears, and she couldn't let the rift swallow her whole. The light seemed so far away now, as though it had receded deeper into the abyss, mocking her efforts. Yet there was no time for hesitation. Her eyes burned, her body trembling with exertion, but she fought the pull of the rift with everything she had. But the figure's voice loomed over her, steady and unyielding, slicing through the chaos like a blade. You really think you have control? You think you can fight something that is already inside you? The words were laced with venom, each syllable dragging her further into the abyss. It's too late, Anya. You've already chosen. You are the rift. Anya's heart froze. The voice was different this time. It wasn't just a force or a shadow, it was something more familiar. Something she couldn't quite place, yet felt so painfully close. No, she whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. I am not this. The words felt hollow, but the rift's powers seemed to feed off her doubts, growing stronger as she resisted. Her eyes darted around, searching for something, anything, that could save her. She had to get out of here. She had to stop this. But everything felt like it was slipping through her fingers. Her past, her choices, the guilt, the regrets, they were all mixing together, merging with the rift, as if the two were one and the same. And then, the light, flickering, fragile, emerged once more, pulsing with energy. It wasn't the same soft, welcoming glow from before. This time, it was blinding, almost painful to look at. Was it really the light she was after, or had she been deceived all along? Was the rift feeding off her hope, twisting her perception of what was real? She reached for it again, her hand trembling. The rift pulled harder now, the dark energy flooding her senses, trying to drown out her thoughts. She couldn't think. She couldn't breathe. But she couldn't stop herself either. The voice from the darkness returned, this time with a malicious calmness. You can't run, Anya. You've been running your whole life. From your choices, your pain, the truth. It's all here now, and there's nowhere left to hide. A sharp pain shot through her chest, and for a split second, the world seemed to collapse inward, as though the weight of everything she had ever feared was crashing down on her all at once. The light flickered violently, casting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. No, she cried, her voice desperate, as though she could shatter the illusion with her words alone. But the darkness only grew, pushing her deeper into its grasp. Every part of her body screamed for her to let go, to surrender. And yet, through the suffocating pressure, a part of her, her core, refused to back down. It was a fight she had never won before, but she couldn't stop now. She wouldn't. In the distance, she thought she heard a sound, a faint rustling, like something shifting just beyond her reach. Her heart thudded in her chest as she focused on the noise. It was a figure, standing just out of sight, barely visible in the edge of the light. Elias, she whispered, her voice trembling. Is it really you? For a moment, there was silence. The world held its breath. Then, the figure stepped forward, not Elias, but someone else, someone familiar, someone she didn't want to face. It was herself. Her heart skipped, and the air around her felt thick, charged. She tried to speak, but her words caught in her throat. She had seen herself before, in flashes, moments of reflection, of doubt, but never like this. Never as a figure standing in the same space as the rift, her face locked in a grim expression, eyes cold and unfeeling. What are you? Anya demanded, her voice wavering. Why are you here? The figure didn't answer right away. Instead, it just looked at her with those haunting eyes. Then, a voice, not hers, but a mirror of it, spoke. You've been trying to run from this, from the truth. But the truth is that you've never been free. Not from yourself. Not from the choices you've made. Anya's pulse raced as her thoughts collided in a frantic whirl. She wanted to turn away, to push the figure back into the shadows. But she couldn't. It was as if the figure was the embodiment of everything she feared, everything she had tried to outrun for so long. You can't escape it, Anya, the figure continued. Not even in the rift. It's inside you. It always has been. The words hit like a punch to the gut, and Anya recoiled. The very air around her seemed to crackle with an energy she couldn't contain. It was suffocating, overwhelming, and for a moment she felt herself faltering. But just as the darkness seemed to engulf her, a flicker of movement in the corner of her vision caught her eye. A spark. A small, bright spark that wasn't a part of the rift. It wasn't part of the darkness. It was something else entirely, a light that burned from within her, not from the outside. A choice. Anya gasped, her hand instinctively reaching toward the spark, the warmth of it drawing her in. She didn't know what it was or where it had come from, but she knew she couldn't ignore it. She couldn't let the rift consume her. But as her fingers stretched toward the spark, the figure lunged forward, its voice a scream of fury. "You can't do this. You're mine." Anya's heart pounded in her chest as the figure closed in on her, its presence suffocating, oppressive. The world around her seemed to distort, the light flickering and warping, casting eerie shadows that twisted into shapes of doubt and fear. Her fingers were just inches from the spark, that tiny, radiant flame that held the promise of something greater, something beyond the rift, beyond everything she had ever known. But the figure was faster. It lunged toward her, its form a blur, its grip icy and unyielding. Anya barely had time to react as it seized her wrist, the force of its pull dragging her away from the light. Her body slammed into the cold, unseen ground, her breath stolen from her lungs in a desperate gasp. "You think you can fight this?" the figure hissed, its voice thick with malice. "You are nothing but a vessel for the rift. There is no escaping it. There is no other side for you. This is your reality now. It always has been." The words hit like a tidal wave, crashing over her, suffocating her will. The spark, her last hope, seemed to flicker, dimming as if the figure's grip on her soul was draining it away. Anya fought to breathe, her chest tightening under the weight of the figure's grip. "No," she whispered through clenched teeth, her voice hoarse and trembling. I'm not what you say I am." The figure's grip tightened, its fingers digging into her skin, and it loomed closer, its eyes gleaming with cruel certainty. "You've been running from yourself, Anya. But there's nowhere to run now. You are me. We are one." A sharp pain shot through her head, like 1,000 needles pricking her mind. The rift's energy surged inside her, filling her veins with icy dread. Her thoughts twisted and fragmented, images flashing before her eyes, memories of choices she had made, of paths she had taken, each one leading her to this moment. She could feel her past unraveling, the weight of everything she had done, every mistake, every regret. It was all crashing down on her, forcing her to confront the darkness within. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't escape. "You can't fight yourself, Anya," the figure whispered, its voice dripping with contempt. "You've already given in. There is no redemption here. The rift is you, and you are the rift." A cold tear slid down her cheek, a raw emotion swelling inside her, a mix of anger, fear, and defiance. This wasn't who she was. This wasn't what she wanted. The rift had tricked her, twisted her mind into believing she had no choice. But she wasn't ready to give up. Not like this. With a guttural cry, Anya wrenched herself free from the figure's grip, the darkness swirling around her like a storm. She stumbled backward, her vision blurred, her body trembling with exhaustion. She could feel the rift's energy, dark and overpowering, surging through her. But something else was rising within her too, the spark. It was faint, but it was there, a flicker of light in the depths of her soul. She didn't know what it was, where it came from, or why it was there. But it was hers. It was her strength, her will to survive. And she wouldn't let it go. Not now. "You can't stop it," the figure sneered, its voice dripping with venom. "You can't control it." Anya's vision cleared for a moment, and she saw the spark again, pulsing in the distance, brighter now. She reached for it, her hand trembling as she stretched toward the light. The figure shrieked, its form distorting, its body writhing as if the very act of her reaching for the light was causing it pain. "You're mine," it howled. "You'll never escape me. You will always be the rift." But Anya didn't listen. She couldn't. The spark was too strong, too real. and she would fight to the very end to hold onto it. Her fingers brushed against the light, and an explosion of energy surged through her, flooding her senses, filling her chest with warmth and power. The rift around her trembled, the shadows shrinking back, the darkness recoiling as if it feared the light. But just as Anya felt herself gaining ground, a cold, searing pain tore through her chest, and she screamed, her body convulsing as the rift's power clashed with her own. It was too much. Too much to contain. In the distance, she heard a voice, a familiar voice, one that seemed to reach her through the chaos. Anya! Hold on! It was Elias. But the voice was distant, fading. She tried to call out to him, but the rift's grip tightened around her, pulling her back into the depths. She could feel herself being torn in two, her very soul warring against the force that sought to consume her. She was losing herself. But then, through the suffocating darkness, the light flared again. It was brighter now, more intense, and for a moment, Anya felt herself being lifted, pulled toward it. The darkness screamed in fury, its tendrils stretching to pull her back, but the light was stronger now. She could feel it. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Anya allowed herself to hope. She didn't know if she could control the light or if the rift would consume her whole. But one thing was certain, she wasn't going down without a fight. As the light pulsed around her, her body on the verge of collapse, she could hear Elias's voice again, clearer this time. He was getting closer. She couldn't see him, but his presence was undeniable. She reached for him, reaching for the spark that had brought her this far. But before she could make contact, everything exploded in a blinding flash of white. And then, nothing. Complete silence. The light flickered and vanished, leaving Anya in an abyss, caught between two worlds, neither light nor dark, neither safe nor lost. Her body hung suspended in the void, her mind swirling in chaos. And the only sound she could hear, echoing in the distance, was the voice of the figure. You are mine. Anya's chest heaved, her body trembling in the emptiness, her heart still racing. The world around her was silent, cold, devoid of light, devoid of sound. Yet, she could still feel the weight of the figure's presence, its malevolent force pressing down on her. She could almost hear its whispers in the darkness, feel its eyes watching her, even though nothing was visible. The light had disappeared. The spark was gone. But somewhere, deep inside her, something still burned. A faint ember of hope, a flicker of defiance. She wouldn't let it die. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but she forced herself to push through the panic clawing at her mind. She couldn't fall apart. Not now. Anya's senses sharpened as the void around her seemed to shift, warping and stretching. She felt herself being pulled again, but this time, it wasn't the rift, it was something else. Something older, something familiar. The sensation tugged at the very core of her being, like a thread unraveling through the very fabric of her existence. Anya. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Elias's voice. Her body jerked, and her eyes snapped open, though she wasn't sure when they had closed. She was back in the rift, or at least some version of it, and yet it was different now. The air was thick, electric, vibrating with a strange energy that pulsed through her very veins. It was as if the rift itself had been altered, reshaped by her struggle, by her determination. Elias, she whispered, her voice shaky. The words tasted foreign on her tongue. Elias, where are you? The ground beneath her was soft and shifting, like the surface of an ocean at rest. She reached out, but there was nothing to hold on to. No solid ground, no physical form. She was suspended, alone, asterisk again asterisk, yet she felt the presence of Elias somewhere within this vast, formless expanse. A sudden wave of vertigo hit her. She staggered, her mind spinning, struggling to stay grounded in this new, shifting reality. The rift was no longer just a void, it had become something else, a living thing, pulsing with intent. As if the rift itself was aware of her presence, its power growing in response to her defiance. And then, in the distance, she saw it. A faint glow, barely visible, like a beacon cutting through the darkness. Her breath caught in her throat. The light, the spark, was back. But this time, it wasn't alone. The figure emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing, its form rippling with darkness. It seemed to ripple through the air, moving not in steps but in waves, as though it were both everywhere and nowhere at once. "You think you can escape this?" The figure's voice echoed in her mind, its presence suffocating. "You belong to the rift, Anya. You are nothing but a part of it. You always were." Anya's pulse quickened. She stepped back instinctively, but there was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to run. The rift's grip on her seemed to tighten with every breath. She felt the figure pulling at her very essence, threatening to consume her completely. "No," she breathed, her hands shaking as she tried to summon the spark, tried to reach for the light once more. "I won't be yours. I'm not your prisoner. I'm—" The figure reached out, its hand a blur of shadow, and Anya felt the full weight of its power pressing against her, suffocating her. Her lungs burned, her body fought against the overwhelming force that threatened to swallow her whole. The darkness crept into her skin, into her bones, and the spark flickered in her chest, struggling to stay alight. But then she heard it again. The voice, softer this time. "Elias. Anya, listen, you have to fight. You can't let it take you." She couldn't tell if the voice was real or if it was just the rift twisting her thoughts, but it was enough to make her pause, to make her focus. She closed her eyes, her breath steadying as she reached deep inside herself, digging past the terror and the pain. She had to remember. She wasn't alone. She felt a pull, a connection, stronger than ever. It was Elias, or at least a piece of him, a tether that linked them even across this endless expanse. He was still with her, somehow, and he was counting on her. She couldn't give up. Not now. With a final, desperate push, Anya summoned the last of her strength and reached for the light, her hand trembling as she extended it toward the glowing beacon in the distance. The figure snarled, its form twisting in agony as the light flickered brighter, stronger, in response to her will. But the rift was powerful, too powerful to simply be overcome with one spark. "You will never control it," the figure hissed. "It is beyond you." Anya's heart raced as the light pulsed around her, pushing back against the darkness with a force she had never felt before. The air crackled, and she felt herself being pulled, torn between the light and the void. But in that moment, just as she reached the light, the figure struck. Its hand, no longer shadow, but a clawed, jagged thing, slashed at her, sending a jolt of pain through her chest. She gasped, stumbling back as the figure's power surged, a shockwave that rattled her to her very core. "No," she whispered, barely able to stay on her feet. Her vision blurred. The light flickered. But then, something changed. The spark didn't fade, it grew. Anya could feel it deep inside her, a new power, a force she had never understood but could now control. She felt herself shifting, changing in response to the rift's energy, merging with it in a way that terrified and exhilarated her all at once. "I am not the rift," she whispered, her voice gaining strength, defiance ringing clear. "I am more than this." The figure's laugh echoed in her mind, but this time it sounded distant, like it was fading. Anya felt herself rising, her power growing with every beat of her heart, her connection to the light stronger than ever before. But the rift, the figure, they wouldn't give up. Not without one final attempt to crush her. And as the ground beneath her cracked open, the figure lunged once more, its claws reaching for her. The air between them thickened with tension. Anya knew she couldn't hold on forever. But one thing was clear. She wasn't going down without a fight. Not this time. Anya's body shook as the figure's claws closed in, its shadow consuming everything in its path. She could feel its power, an unrelenting force that seemed to push against every fiber of her being. The air was thick with the weight of it, suffocating her, pulling her under. She reached out desperately, her hand trembling as she grasped for the spark, the light that had once given her hope. But it was slipping away. The rift was changing again, warping, twisting. What had once been a void was now becoming something far more sinister. It wasn't just a place of darkness, it was alive. She could feel its pulse, its hunger, growing stronger with each passing second. It was trying to swallow her whole, to erase her, to consume everything she was. Anya's breath hitched, the claws now inches from her skin. She could feel the power in them, the ability to tear through her like paper. Her heart thundered in her chest, each beat louder than the last. "Anya," a voice whispered in her ear, faint but unmistakable. It was Elias again. His voice was strained, distant, but still there. Still with her. "You can't let it win," he urged. "You have to fight. You have to believe in the light." The words were a lifeline, a flicker of hope in the overwhelming darkness. She reached for them, digging deep within herself to find the strength she thought was lost. The claws were close now, their chill sinking into her skin. But she could feel something else, too. The spark. It was still there, faint but burning. A flicker of light in the midst of the consuming shadow. She clung to it. With a sudden burst of strength, Anya thrust her hand forward, willing the light to grow, to push back the shadow that clung to her. The rift groaned in protest, the very fabric of it warping around her as if trying to reject her will. The darkness surged, but Anya's resolve only grew stronger. The light flared, a sharp burst of energy that sent a shockwave through the rift. The figure shrieked, its form writhing in pain as the light tore through the darkness around them. But it wasn't enough. The rift wasn't just the figure's prison, it was its strength, its foundation. The light couldn't break it. Not yet. Anya stumbled back, her legs shaking, her energy draining as the light flickered again. The figure was still there, still watching, still hungry. It wasn't done with her. "I told you," the figure's voice rasped from the depths of the rift. "You are mine. There is no escape." Anya's pulse raced. It was true. She had no idea how to escape. She had no idea how to defeat something like this. But then Elias's voice came again, sharp and clear. "Asterisk, you are not alone, starred." The words cut through the fog of her fear, and for a moment, she felt it. A surge of energy, not from the light, but from within. A connection she hadn't realized was there, something deeper, older, stronger. It was a bond forged from the very fabric of the rift itself, something elemental that had been hidden until now. The rift wasn't just a place, it was a conduit. A bridge between realms. And Anya wasn't trapped inside it, she was connected to it, tied to it, woven into its very structure. She had the power to shape it, to bend it to her will, to become part of it without being consumed. But she didn't know how. The figure lunged again, its claws slashing the air, a final attempt to break her. Anya's heart skipped a beat as it closed in, the sound of its approach deafening in her ears. She could feel the weight of its presence, the suffocating pressure of its power. The rift trembled around them both, a battle of wills, each one pushing against the other, each one vying for control. She could feel the darkness pressing in, feel herself being dragged under. Her mind screamed for her to fight, to find a way out, but the rift was too strong. The claws were too close. And the spark of light she had clung to was fading fast. Suddenly, she realized something. The rift didn't just draw power from the darkness. It fed on it, grew stronger with each soul it consumed. But it wasn't invincible. It was a creature of balance, of cycles. And balance could be broken. Anya gasped as the realization hit her like a wave. The figure's claws were inches from her throat, its shadow wrapping around her like a noose. Her breath was shallow, the world closing in. But in that moment, she understood what she had to do. She had to break the cycle. She had to break the rift itself. With every ounce of strength she could summon, she reached inside herself and willed the rift to bend. Not with light, but with emptiness. She pulled at the fabric of the rift, unraveling its threads, loosening its grip on her reality. The figure screamed, a sound that shook the very air around them. But Anya didn't stop. She dug deeper, pulling the darkness into herself, feeding it back into the rift until it started to crack. The power was overwhelming, like holding a storm in her hands, but she could feel it. The rift was weakening, its hold slipping. But it wasn't over. Not yet. The figure was still there, still fighting, still struggling to hold onto its power. And Anya felt it, too. The rift had been reshaped, but it wasn't fully in her control. Not yet. The world around her flickered. The edges of reality blurred. The rift was changing again, shifting. The air was thick with tension, and Anya felt herself teetering on the edge of something huge. Something she could barely comprehend. The rift, the figure, the power, they were all connected, and the balance was about to break. But Anya wasn't sure if she could survive the fall. The tension built, the air crackling with energy, and she knew this was the moment. The moment that would decide everything. The rift was collapsing. The figure was breaking apart. And Anya was at the center of it all. But as the void stretched and the power surged, something shifted again, something that Anya had not anticipated. A new force, unknown and unknowable, surged into the rift. Something ancient that had been waiting for this very moment. And as the world around her trembled, she realized that the true test was just beginning. The stakes had never been higher. Anya's heart pounded in her chest as the presence surged forward, an energy unlike anything she had felt before. It was neither light nor darkness, but something in between, something ancient, primordial. The air crackled with its power, pushing at her from all directions. Her vision swirled, and the rift before her seemed to stretch and warp, expanding into something vast and incomprehensible. The figure, still reeling from the pull of her power, howled in fury. Its form shifted, its features blurring as it tried to regain its footing. But it was clear, it was weakening, unraveling in the face of Anya's will. Yet, as the rift cracked and the void seemed ready to collapse in on itself, a new force flooded in, swallowing up everything else. It was cold. More than just physical cold, it was a deep, gnawing chill that seemed to freeze time itself. Anya could feel the very fabric of reality shaking beneath her feet, as though the universe itself was buckling under the strain of the rift's existence. Then, from the depths of the void, a voice echoed. It wasn't the figure's voice this time. It wasn't Elias's voice either. This voice was distant, layered with centuries of sorrow and knowledge, and it vibrated through her very soul. "You've awakened it," the voice said, and the words filled the air with a pressure that made it almost impossible to breathe. "You have opened the door, and now it will come." Anya's hands trembled. She could barely comprehend the magnitude of what was unfolding. The rift was more than just a prison for the creature, it was the doorway to something far worse. Something that had been sealed away for eons, forgotten and buried beneath layers of time and space. "What do you mean?" Anya's voice cracked as she tried to speak, but the words barely escaped her lips. She could feel the pull of the rift growing stronger with each passing second, as if it were reaching toward her, desperate to pull her in. The voice continued, its tone carrying a weight of inevitability. "The cycle you've tried to break is not the true end. It is only the beginning of something far darker. The creature you face is but a harbinger, a messenger for what lies beyond. And now that the seal has been weakened, there is no stopping what will come next." Anya's mind raced, her heart a frantic drumbeat in her chest. What could possibly be worse than the creature that had haunted the rift for so long? What kind of force could this voice be talking about? Her hands clenched into fists, the reality of the situation dawning on her like a bitter, cold truth. She was standing on the precipice of something far beyond her understanding, something far beyond her control. She could feel the rift growing, the very ground beneath her feet trembling as the void pulled at her, beckoning her into its endless depths. As if to punctuate the voice's warning, the rift gave a violent shudder, and the temperature dropped even further. Anya could see her breath misting in front of her, and the world around her began to fracture. The once stable reality was now cracking, pieces of it slipping into the rift, swallowed by the expanding darkness. She could hear the figure's voice now, distant and desperate. "You cannot stop it. You cannot control what has been unleashed." The word struck Anya like a physical blow. She was running out of time, time to understand, time to act, time to escape. And all she could do was hold on, brace herself for the unknown that was coming. But even as the rift continued to swell, she felt a glimmer of something. something deep inside her. The spark she had clung to before, the light that had once given her hope, was flickering again, brighter now, stronger than it had been before. She could feel it, a pulse of power that resonated with the energy of the rift itself. This wasn't the same spark she had used to push back the figure. It was something different, something that resonated with the ancient force that had just spoken to her. It was a connection, a thread between her and whatever lay on the other side of the rift. The air hummed around her as she focused on the spark, trying to harness it, to control it. It felt like trying to hold the storm in her hands, unpredictable, volatile, yet powerful. She could sense the energy building, swirling around her, and it was as if the rift itself was listening, reacting to her. She wasn't sure if she could control it, but she had to try. She had no choice. With a deep breath, she reached out toward the rift again, her hand trembling as she extended it into the void. But this time, instead of pushing against it with light or force, she pulled inward, drawing on the power that had surged within her, intertwining it with the ancient energy that had flooded the rift. For a moment, everything was still. Then, without warning, the rift exploded in a flash of light and shadow, the force of it throwing Anya back. The world around her spun as the rift writhed, reacting to her interference. The void seemed to collapse on itself, and for a brief, fleeting moment, Anya could hear the distant cry of the figure, fading into the blackness. But it was not over. The rift was changing, warping into something new, something even more dangerous. The power that had filled it was not simply vanishing, it was coalescing into a new form, something far more powerful than she had ever anticipated. It was an energy that didn't belong to her world, a force that transcended time and space. And then, she felt it, ****. Anya's breath caught in her throat as she realized what she was feeling, thousands of eyes, all watching her. She could sense them, feel their presence like a dark cloud gathering around her. They were waiting, hungry, and she knew in that instant that the true test was not just about surviving the rift, it was about surviving what came next. The ground beneath her cracked and buckled as the rift tore open wider. The temperature dropped even further, the air becoming thick and suffocating. The once stable reality was crumbling, slipping away as a new force emerged from the void. And Anya knew, without a doubt, that whatever came next would test everything she had ever believed in, and push her to her absolute limit. Anya's pulse raced as the rift continued to grow, its edges now pulsing with an eerie light. The air around her felt thick, suffocating, as if it were pushing against her very skin. The presence, the eyes, they were still there, watching, waiting. But the terror wasn't just in the unseen force. It was in the power that she could feel, surging inside her. It was as if the energy of the rift and the ancient voice had tethered themselves to her, binding her fate to whatever lay beyond this chasm. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to her knees. The weight of the situation, the realization of what she had unleashed, crushed her. She had thought she could control it, that by understanding the rift, she could close it, lock it away, and end the nightmare. But the more she reached out, the more she drew on the energy, the stronger the rift became. The more it wanted her. And now it was starting to feel like there was no turning back. But that was not the worst of it. As she knelt, gasping for breath, a sudden, sharp pain shot through her chest. It felt like a jagged knife had pierced her heart. She screamed out, the agony so intense it blurred her vision, and in that moment, her mind shattered into fragments of fear and realization. She could feel something inside her, twisting, turning, as if trying to take root within her very soul. It wasn't just the rift anymore. It was them. The presence had found a way in, its influence seeping deeper into her than ever before. She could hear the voices now, not one but many. They whispered in her mind, pulling at her thoughts, urging her to do things she didn't want to. The demands were soft at first, but they grew louder, more insistent with every passing second. Join us, become one with the void, open the gates wider. Anya gasped for air, her hands clutching her head as if trying to hold her sanity together. She felt as though she was being torn apart from the inside, her thoughts no longer her own. The energy in the rift, those eyes, those entities, had found a crack in her defenses, and they were pushing into her mind, clawing their way into her consciousness. No, no, I won't, Anya whispered, her voice shaking. She dug her nails into the dirt, trying to ground herself, trying to fight back. But the pull was stronger than she had ever anticipated. The rift opened wider still, a deep, gaping maw of swirling darkness that seemed to swallow the light. The land around her trembled, the air thick with the force of the rift's expansion. The entire world felt like it was unspooling at the edges, and she was caught at the center of it. She could no longer see clearly. The ground was shaking beneath her, the horizon now a blur of jagged lights and shadowy shapes. In the distance, the figure that had once tried to stop her, Elias, had disappeared, swallowed up by the growing darkness. She didn't know where he was anymore. He may have been her only ally, but now, it felt like they were all alone, the two of them lost in a war they couldn't possibly understand. And then, in the middle of the chaos, she heard the whisper again, but this time, it wasn't in her mind. It was a voice, louder now, reverberating through the very air. You were always meant to be a part of this. Anya whipped around, but there was no one there. The landscape was empty, save for the swirling void that had overtaken everything. Her breathing was shallow, her body trembling, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the rift. The power that flowed from it had her completely entranced, her every nerve burning with the energy it radiated. The ground beneath her buckled, and she was thrown forward. Her hands scraped against the earth as she tried to steady herself, but the pull of the rift was becoming too much. Her arms felt like lead, and her legs were numb. She had to move, had to find a way out before the rift consumed everything. She needed to shut it down, to stop whatever was coming next, but every instinct in her told her it was too late. The forces at play were already far beyond her control. And then, as if the rift itself was alive, a tendril of black energy shot out from its center. It coiled around her ankle, pulling her toward the rift with terrifying speed. No! Anya screamed, her voice hoarse as she struggled against the pull. Her hands scrambled at the earth, desperately grasping for anything to anchor herself to. But the tendril tightened, its grip unrelenting. The darkness was overwhelming, its coldness seeping into her bones, freezing her very spirit. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, urging her to surrender. She fought against them, fighting the urge to succumb, to give in to the call of the rift. In a final, desperate act, she pulled everything she had, every scrap of energy, every ounce of willpower, into her body. The power surged through her, the air crackling with raw energy as she fought back against the tendril, against the rift itself. It was a gamble, a last-ditch attempt to save herself. The tendril recoiled for a moment, as if in surprise, but it was far from over. The rift didn't just want her. It needed her. And as the pull began to intensify again, Anya realized something chilling. The rift wasn't just a threat to her. It was a doorway, and she was its key. Anya's heart pounded in her chest as the rift's grip on her tightened, pulling her closer to its dark center. Her breath came in short, panicked gasps, the cold energy seeping through her skin and into her veins. She could feel the power thrumming beneath her feet, an electric hum that echoed through every fiber of her being. The tendril around her ankle constricted, dragging her toward the abyss that threatened to swallow everything whole. With every inch closer she came to the rift, her thoughts became more disjointed, her vision blurring. It was as if the world around her was folding in on itself, the edges of reality warping and twisting. The whispers in her mind grew louder, more urgent, until they drowned out all rational thought. Asterisk, you were meant to open the door. You were meant to bring the end, asterisk. Anya clenched her jaw, trying to push the voice out of her head, but it was no use. The darkness had already seeped too deep into her, and she could feel the weight of its intentions pressing down on her soul. She wasn't just fighting to survive anymore, she was fighting to keep the very essence of who she was from being consumed. No, she screamed, her voice hoarse, desperation thick in her throat. She dug her fingers into the ground, feeling the dirt crumble away beneath her fingertips. She was losing her grip on the earth, on herself, on everything she thought she knew. But then, just as the darkness seemed ready to pull her in completely, a blinding light sliced through the air, searing her skin and forcing the tendril to release its grip. Anya gasped, her body jerking back as the light flared, momentarily blinding her. She shielded her eyes, still trembling from the energy that had almost consumed her. Through the haze of light, she saw a figure moving toward her. It was Elias, but he looked different. His face was twisted in an expression of pure determination, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. His hand reached out to her, his voice steady but filled with urgency. "Anya, we don't have much time. We need to close it now." Her mind was a storm of confusion, her heart still racing. Elias had always been there, guiding her, but this felt different. His presence was powerful now, the same force that had nearly consumed her now emanating from him. "What are you?" she started, but the words caught in her throat. "There's no time for explanations," Elias interrupted, his grip tightening on her arm as he pulled her to her feet. "You were right. The rift doesn't just want to open, it wants to anchor itself to this world. And the longer we let it exist, the harder it will be to stop it." Anya's head spun, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place, but she couldn't keep up with the rush of thoughts crashing through her mind. How could Elias know all of this? Had he been keeping something from her all along? And if so, was he the key to stopping this, or the very reason it had started? Before she could ask, the ground beneath them trembled again, this time more violently. The rift, sensing their resistance, reacted with fury. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, blocking out the light, and the earth cracked open, sending waves of energy across the land. The rift was fighting back. Anya stumbled, clutching Elias's arm for support. She could feel the ground beneath them splintering, the world tilting toward the rift's gravitational pull. "We have to stop it before it's too late," Elias said, urgency lacing his voice. "The longer we wait, the stronger it will become. You're the one who opened it, Anya. And you're the one who can close it." She swallowed hard, the weight of his words crashing down on her. She was the key. She had known it deep down, but hearing it spoken aloud made it feel real. Too real. "But how?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Elias's eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and determination. "You have to face the darkness inside you. It's already started to take root, but if you can confront it, if you can regain control, you'll have the power to close the rift. Otherwise..." The air around them crackled again, and the tendrils of the rift lashed out, nearly knocking them off their feet. The force was growing stronger, and they were running out of time. Anya's heart pounded louder now, the realization that she was the only one who could stop it settling over her like a weight too heavy to bear. The rift was no longer just a threat to the world, it was a threat to her very existence. She could feel its influence tugging at the edges of her mind, threatening to swallow her whole. If she didn't act, she would be consumed by it, her consciousness lost forever in the dark void. She closed her eyes, trying to center herself, but the darkness inside her surged forward, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The voices were louder now, their demands impossible to ignore. "Asterisk, join us. You were always meant to open the gate. The end is inevitable, asterisk." Her stomach churned, bile rising in her throat. She could feel the rift's energy pressing in from all sides, and it was clear now that it wasn't just the rift trying to break through. It was her, too. The darkness inside her wasn't just something she had to fight, it was something she had to understand. Elias's hand was still gripping hers, but his touch felt distant now, almost like a shadow, and for a moment, she thought she saw a flicker of something else in his eyes, a secret that he wasn't telling her. But there was no time to question it now. With the rift closing in on them, Anya took a deep breath. The decision was hers now. She had to face the darkness, not just to save the world, but to save herself. She turned to Elias, her voice shaking. "Tell me what I need to do." Elias nodded, his expression grim. "Focus on the light within you. It's the only thing strong enough to push it back. Don't let it pull you in. You have to believe you have the power to control it." But as the last words left his lips, the rift gave one final, deafening roar. The world shattered around them as the tendrils of darkness surged, and everything, Anya, Elias, the earth beneath them, began to unravel. Anya's pulse thundered in her ears as the rift's energy pressed harder against her. It felt like the very air was being sucked out of her lungs. The world around her was slipping away, the edges dissolving into the inky void that was swallowing everything whole. The ground beneath her cracked and splintered, sending shards of stone into the air. The only thing that remained was the rift, pulsing, living, breathing with an otherworldly hunger. She had always known there was something inside her, something darker, a presence that had been with her since the moment the rift had first opened. But now, with the rift's power threatening to overtake her, it was no longer a question of whether she could control it, it was a question of whether she would survive it. Elias was standing beside her, but his face was drawn, his eyes wide with fear. His grip on her arm was tight, but there was something in the way he looked at her now, something she couldn't quite place. It was as if he, too, was struggling against the force of the rift. Something was different about him, something more dangerous than the Elias she had known. "Anya," he shouted, his voice strained, almost frantic. "You need to fight it. If you don't, it will consume us both." The words hit her like a punch to the gut. She had always believed that Elias was the one who held all the answers. He was the one who had been her guide, her anchor in the chaos. But now, in this moment, she realized that he, too, was just as lost in this nightmare as she was. The whispers in her mind grew louder, more insistent, like thousands of voices calling to her from the rift. "You're ours. You were always meant to bring the end. Join us. Embrace the darkness, *. Anya's hands trembled at her sides, her fingers curling into fists as she fought to hold on to herself. She couldn't let the rift win. She couldn't let the darkness take over, not when so many lives depended on her. But the pull was so strong, so overwhelming, that she could feel her resolve slipping. "You have to stay with me, Anya." Elias's voice broke through her thoughts, and she turned to face him, her heart twisting at the desperation in his eyes. He was right. She couldn't do this alone. But there was something about his expression that unsettled her, something that felt wrong. "Elias," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What's happening to you?" He flinched, his gaze flickering away, but in that brief moment, she saw it, his eyes glowed, an unnatural light burning in the depths of his irises. It was the same glow that had been inside the rift. The same darkness. Before she could say anything more, the ground beneath them cracked open with a violent tremor, sending them both sprawling to the floor. The rift had grown larger, its swirling black tendrils reaching out like fingers, grasping at everything in their path. The sky above them had turned a sickly shade of purple, the very air thick with the weight of impending destruction. The force of the rift slammed into her chest, and for a moment, Anya thought she was going to be torn apart. The darkness pulled at her from all sides, ripping at her mind, her soul. It wanted her, needed her to surrender. "Anya," Elias said, his voice low, almost pleading, as he reached out for her again. But there was something in his eyes now, something that made her heart stop. "You don't have to fight it anymore. It's a part of you. It always has been." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. She stared at him, her breath caught in her throat, as the rift pulsed around them, its hunger growing. Elias's face was twisted in something that wasn't fear, it was something darker, something she couldn't recognize. It was as if he had fully embraced the rift, as if he had been waiting for this moment, too. "No," Anya whispered, shaking her head, but the darkness within her stirred, rising to meet Elias's words. "You can't fight it," Elias said again, his voice soft but filled with a chilling certainty. "It's your destiny. The rift is inside you, and it will never let you go." Her heart raced, fear and confusion flooding her mind. This wasn't the Elias she knew. This wasn't the friend she had trusted. He was changed. And the more she looked at him, the more she realized that the rift had taken root in him, too. He wasn't just trying to help her, it was as if he wanted her to give in, to become part of the rift's darkness. The whispers in her mind were louder now, overwhelming everything else. "Join us. Become one with the rift. You cannot resist, *. The pull was stronger than ever, but Anya fought against it. She had to hold on to who she was. She had to believe that there was something left inside her worth saving. With every ounce of strength, she pushed back, reaching into the depths of her being, trying to find that spark of light Elias had spoken of. It was there, buried beneath the weight of the rift, but it was faint, fragile. She could feel it slipping away, but she wouldn't let it go without a fight. Elias's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with frustration. You don't understand, Anya. The light within you isn't enough. You can't resist the rift. It's too powerful. But as the darkness clawed at her, something inside her stirred, a surge of defiance, a whisper of hope. She wasn't going to give in. Not now. Not when so much was at stake. Her mind raced, her thoughts spinning, as the rift's energy surged around her, threatening to swallow her whole. She had to make a choice. She had to decide, would she let the rift take everything she loved, or would she fight it until her last breath? But as she gathered her strength to strike back, Elias stepped forward, his eyes locking onto hers with a look of cold determination. You're too late, he said quietly, almost regretfully. It's already begun. And in that moment, Anya felt the truth of his words. The rift had already begun to take root in her, and no matter how hard she fought, no matter how much she resisted, she knew deep down that it was only a matter of time before it claimed her completely. The world around them shattered, and the rift's power surged to an all-encompassing roar. Everything, Anya, Elias, the land itself, was being pulled into the heart of the darkness. And as the void closed in, Anya realized that the true battle was not just against the rift, it was against the very thing inside her that had always been there, waiting for this moment to rise. The air crackled with tension as the rift continued to swell around them, its energy tightening like a vice. Anya could feel it now, the suffocating pressure, the hunger of the rift that gnawed at her from the inside. Elias was right, it was inside her. But what terrified her most was not just the darkness pulling her in, but the realization that Elias was already consumed by it. His face was no longer the one she knew. It was a mask of cold indifference, his eyes now reflecting the very thing they had both fought against, the darkness that had been growing inside them all along. Anya, Elias's voice was softer now, almost gentle, but the words had a bite to them. There is no way out. This is who you are. This is your purpose. You were always meant to bring this. She recoiled, the weight of his words sinking deep into her chest. Purpose, she had always thought her purpose was to fight, to stop this from happening. But now, standing before Elias, the truth felt more like a betrayal than a revelation. The man who had been her ally was no more. What stood before her now was a hollow echo of the friend she had once trusted. No, she whispered, shaking her head, trying to shake off the thoughts clouding her mind. I will not let you do this. I won't let the rift consume me. I won't let it take control. Her words sounded hollow even to herself, swallowed by the roar of the rift growing louder around them. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the sky above them flickered with strange, distorted flashes of light. The very world seemed to be unraveling, the fabric of reality itself slipping away into the void. Elias's expression softened for a moment, as though he could almost feel a trace of the person she once was. But the rift's hold on him was too strong. Anya, you're fighting the inevitable. It's in your blood. It's in both of us. It's too late to turn back now. The words stung, like 1,000 needles in her chest, but they also ignited something deep inside her. The darkness had always been there, yes. But the light, however faint, still existed within her. She wasn't going to let Elias drag her into this void with him. There had to be another way. Suddenly, the rift pulsated, sending a shockwave of raw energy crashing toward them. Anya was thrown off her feet, the ground beneath her cracking wide open as the force tore through the air. Her body slammed into the ground with a sickening thud, and for a moment, everything went black. When she came to, the rift was still there, a gaping maw of darkness, but Elias was gone. He had disappeared into the abyss. Panic clawed at her chest as she scrambled to her feet. She called his name, her voice breaking through the air. But there was no response, only the sound of the rift, its hunger growing louder. She ran forward, her breath ragged as she fought against the weight of the darkness closing in around her. She could feel it tugging at her, pulling at the edges of her mind, whispering promises of power and release. But she couldn't listen. She couldn't let herself fall into it. Asterisk, stay strong. Stay strong, asterisk. But the moment she took another step, the world shifted again. The rift seemed to open wider, its tendrils reaching out, drawing her closer. The ground split beneath her feet, sending her tumbling into the unknown. She fell for what felt like an eternity, the darkness wrapping itself around her, pulling her down into its depths. She couldn't fight it any longer. The pull was too strong. The rift had claimed her, and there was nothing she could do to escape. As she sank deeper, she caught a glimpse of something, a figure moving in the distance, a shadow standing against the blackness. It was Elias, but he wasn't himself anymore. His form flickered like a broken reflection, torn between his humanity and the darkness that had consumed him. Elias! Anya cried out, reaching toward him, her heart pounding in her chest. He turned toward her, but there was no recognition in his eyes. Only cold emptiness. "You're too late," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. "The rift is already inside you. You were always meant to join us." The words hit her like a knife to the gut, but she wouldn't give in. "Not yet." "No," she whispered, her voice shaking with fury. "I won't become one with the rift. I will fight. I will fight until the end." But as the words left her mouth, the rift pulsed again, this time with an intensity that made her skin burn. The darkness surged around her, threatening to swallow her whole. Suddenly, a surge of energy shot through her, more powerful than anything she had ever felt before. It was like a second presence, an echo of something older, something deeper, something that had been waiting for this moment. And in that moment, she understood. The rift was not just a force of destruction. It was a force of creation. It had the power to tear the world apart, but it also had the power to rebuild it, to shape it in its own image. Anya's heart raced as she realized the truth of what Elias had said. The rift was inside her, but so was something else. Something that could change everything. She didn't know what would happen if she gave in, if she embraced the darkness fully. But one thing was certain, if she didn't, everything would be lost. As the darkness closed in on her, Anya felt the weight of the choice pressing down on her. There was no going back. No easy answers. Only the unknown, stretching out before her like an endless horizon. But she wouldn't surrender just yet. The fight wasn't over. It was only just beginning. And no matter what happened, she would make sure Elias's sacrifice would not be in vain. Anya stood at the precipice, the rift swirling violently beneath her, its tendrils stretching like fingers, reaching, begging for her. The weight of the choice pressing on her chest was unbearable. The energy she had felt surge through her only moments ago was still crackling in her veins, raw and untamed, like a force she had no control over. It hummed with power, but also with something darker, something ancient. Elias's shadow flickered at the edge of her vision. He was still there, somewhere in the depths, lost to the rift, but not entirely gone. His words echoed in her mind, repeating like a mantra, "You were always meant to join us." The thought gnawed at her, a constant presence she couldn't shake. Was that really true? Was the darkness truly part of her? Had it always been there, buried deep inside? She closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath. There had to be another way. She couldn't give in. Not after everything they had fought for. But the longer she stood there, the more the rift seemed to pull at her, its whispers growing louder, its presence suffocating. The world around her blurred, as if reality itself was being warped, reshaped by the rift's hunger. Anya's heart pounded in her chest as she stepped forward, her every instinct telling her to run, to escape. But where would she go? The world she knew was slipping away, consumed by the very darkness she had been running from for so long. The ground beneath her feet cracked and shifted, splitting open like an ancient wound, and for a fleeting moment she wondered if it would swallow her whole. But then, something within her stirred. A quiet whisper, like a soft breath against her ear, urged her forward. Embrace it. The voice was not Elias's. It was something else. Something older. Something that had been waiting in the shadows all this time, something that had always been tied to the rift. She gritted her teeth, fighting the urge to follow the voice. She couldn't. She wouldn't. But as the rift pulsed again, stronger than before, she felt the pull intensify. The darkness wrapped around her like a cloak, tightening with each passing second. She was losing herself to it. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced the darkness, cutting through the rift like a blade. Anya stumbled back, shielding her eyes from the brilliance. The light grew, expanding in every direction until it filled the void, pushing against the encroaching darkness. For a moment, the rift faltered, its pull weakening just enough for her to breathe. But it was only temporary. The darkness was still there, waiting, watching. From the blinding light, a figure emerged. It was not Elias. Not the man she had known. It was someone else, a being of light and shadow, their form shifting and changing with every passing second. Their eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural intensity, and their presence exuded an unsettling calm. Who are you? Anya whispered, her voice shaky as she backed away. The figure did not speak at first. Instead, they raised a hand, and the rift trembled in response. The ground cracked open once more, sending tremors through the air. The figure's eyes locked onto Anya's, and for a moment, it felt as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling before her. You are not alone in this, the figure said, their voice resonating deep within her, echoing in her bones. The rift is not merely a force of destruction. It is a bridge. A gateway. And you, Anya, you are the key. Her heart skipped a beat. A key? She wasn't sure she understood, but the weight of the words pressed on her, heavy and undeniable. Why me? She asked, barely able to form the words. What do you want from me? The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, they extended their hand toward the rift. As they did, the rift pulsed once more, this time with a brilliant, almost blinding light. The darkness faltered, but only for a moment. Then, it surged back with renewed fury. Because you are the one who can close it, or open it forever, the figure said, their voice steady, but with an undercurrent of something darker. The rift was never meant to be sealed. It was meant to change the world. To remake it. And you are the only one who can control its power. Anya's breath caught in her throat. The words hung in the air, thick with meaning, but she couldn't make sense of them. She felt as if she were being torn between two worlds, one foot in the light, the other in the growing darkness. You want me to control it? To become a part of it, she asked, her voice trembling. The figure nodded. You have no choice. The rift has already begun to merge with you. Fight it, and it will consume you. Accept it, and you can wield its power. But beware, there is no going back. The ground beneath her feet shook violently, the rift roaring as if it were alive, its tendrils stretching further, pulling the sky itself apart. No, Anya whispered. I won't become part of this. I won't let it destroy everything. But as the words left her lips, a sudden wave of pain shot through her chest. It was as though the rift had taken hold of her once more, its power coursing through her veins, twisting her insides. The darkness, that terrible hunger, was there, clawing at her, pulling her toward it. Anya, the figure's voice cut through the pain. You cannot resist forever. You are already marked. It is part of you now. Her vision blurred, and she stumbled forward, barely able to keep her footing. She wanted to scream, to fight, to tear the rift apart, but her body felt like it was betraying her. The power of the rift was too much, and it was swallowing her whole. Do it, the figure urged. Embrace your destiny. Embrace the power within you. Anya closed her eyes, the darkness and the light battling within her. She didn't know what to do, where to turn, or even who she was anymore. The rift was inside her. And if she gave in, there would be no coming back. But if she resisted, if she tried to fight, everything she had fought for could be lost forever. And as the pain intensified, she felt herself slipping. The rift was taking her. There was no escape. But then, just as all hope seemed lost, something inside her sparked. A thought. A memory. A tiny flicker of defiance. Anya didn't know if she could fight the rift anymore, but she knew one thing for sure: she was not going to give up without a fight. The next step would define everything. Anya's breath came in shallow gasps, each inhale sharp as she struggled against the overwhelming weight of the rift's power. It was as if the very fabric of her being was being torn apart. Her heart raced, her mind swirling with 1,000 conflicting thoughts. She wanted to resist, to fight back, but the darkness inside her was growing stronger, more insistent. It clawed at her, pushing her towards something she couldn't quite understand. The figure of light stood motionless, watching her, waiting. Their eyes glowed with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her, seeing into the deepest corners of her soul. "You cannot hold on forever," they said quietly, their voice like the ringing of a distant bell. "The rift will consume you. It is inevitable." "No," Anya whispered, her voice trembling. "I won't let it." But even as she spoke, she could feel the darkness swirling inside her, its tendrils wrapping around her consciousness, pulling her closer to the abyss. A sharp pain erupted in her chest, and she gasped, clutching at her heart. The rift was in her. It was becoming a part of her, its power mixing with her own, and it was destroying everything she had ever been. The figure took a step forward, their hand outstretched. The air around them shimmered with energy, the very atmosphere warping as they spoke again. "The choice is yours, Anya. You can embrace the rift's power, become one with it, and reshape the world in your image. Or you can fight it, but know this: if you resist, it will destroy everything. Your friends. Your world. Everything you hold dear." The word struck her like a physical blow, and for a moment, she faltered, her resolve slipping. Could she really fight this? Could she really save anyone if she didn't accept what the rift offered? The temptation to surrender was overwhelming, a whisper in the back of her mind, telling her that this was the only way. But no. No, she couldn't let herself fall into that trap. With a trembling hand, she reached into the depths of herself, searching for something, anything, that could hold the rift back. Her thoughts flickered to Elias, his face, his voice, the way he had once cared for her, how he had sacrificed everything to try and stop this very thing. She couldn't let his death be in vain. She couldn't let the darkness win. The ground beneath her feet began to crack and shift again, the rift pulsing with power, drawing everything toward it. She felt her body being pulled, her limbs heavy, like the rift was sucking the very life out of her. "No," she screamed, her voice raw with desperation. "I won't let you take me." But even as she cried out, the darkness inside her surged forward, breaking through the walls she had built. The rift's influence was suffocating, crushing. She could feel herself slipping, her thoughts clouding. The edges of her vision darkened, and for a moment, she thought she might lose herself completely. But then, just as the darkness was about to claim her, she felt something else, something more. A flicker of warmth, a spark of light, a presence that wasn't the rift, wasn't the figure. Something familiar, something from deep within. "Anya." The voice was soft, distant, but unmistakable. "Elias." Her heart stopped, the pain in her chest momentarily forgotten as she searched the air, the shifting shadows, desperate for the source of the voice. "Elias," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Elias, is that you?" The figure's eyes narrowed, their expression unreadable. "You hear it, don't you?" they said, their voice almost mocking. "The rift whispers to you, too. But it is not Elias you hear. It is the rift, calling you to it. Calling you to become its vessel." "No," Anya said fiercely, shaking her head. "No, it's him. He's still here. I know it. I can feel him." The figure stepped forward again, their form flickering, as if they were not quite solid. "You are delusional," they said coldly. "He is gone. And if you do not embrace the power of the rift, you will be, too. Anya shook her head again, more vehemently this time. No. He's not gone. He's still here. I can feel him. I will find him. I will bring him back. As the words left her mouth, something shifted in the air. A crackle of energy rippled through the rift, and for a moment, the world seemed to freeze. The ground stilled. The rift pulsed in a steady rhythm, as if listening. And then, a blast of light shot up from the rift, bright and blinding, engulfing everything around her. Anya screamed, her body pushed backward by the force, her vision fading. Her thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind, her mind unable to grasp onto anything, everything slipping away, leaving only the crushing weight of the darkness. But then, just as suddenly as it had come, the light receded, and Anya was left standing in the center of an eerie calm. The rift had closed, but not entirely. It still lingered, hovering in the air like a threat, its pulse barely perceptible but still there, waiting. Anya collapsed to her knees, her chest heaving. The pain was unbearable, like her heart was being torn apart. But as she looked up, there, standing before her, was Elias. His figure shimmered in the light, a faint silhouette, barely more than a ghost. Elias? Anya gasped, reaching out for him, her voice trembling. He smiled, but it wasn't the warm, familiar smile she remembered. It was distant, almost sad. His eyes, once full of life, now held a deep sorrow. Anya, he whispered, his voice soft, but laced with an undertone of finality. It's too late. The words were a punch to the gut, and for a moment she felt the world tilt beneath her. No, she whispered. No, it can't be. I'll fix this. I'll bring you back. Elias shook his head, a slow, painful movement. You can't. The rift, it has already taken its toll. You're too late. Anya's heart shattered. She reached out again, her fingers trembling, but the figure of Elias began to fade, dissolving into the air like smoke, his form slipping through her grasp. No, she cried out, her voice breaking. Don't leave me. Please. But it was no use. Elias was gone. And the rift, it was still there, waiting. Anya's breath came in ragged gasps, the weight of the moment pressing down on her like a crushing force. Her hands were slick with sweat as she gripped the jagged edge of the broken stone, trying to steady herself. The world around her seemed to tilt, the shadows growing longer, deeper, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to warp and unravel. Her mind raced, but the thought she had dreaded all along refused to leave her. There was no turning back now. The choice had already been made, even if she hadn't fully understood its consequences. From the edge of the crumbling ledge, she could see the faint glow of something moving below. A figure, barely visible through the swirling mist, seemed to be watching her, waiting. Anya's pulse quickened. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to flee back the way she came. But the path was gone, swallowed by the relentless encroachment of the darkness that had followed her since the moment she set foot in this cursed place. What do you want from me? Anya whispered, the words escaping her before she could stop them. The figure below didn't respond, but the air around her grew colder. The mist seemed to deepen, swirling with an unnatural life of its own. She could feel the pull of it, the sense that it was alive, aware, perhaps even waiting for her to make the next move. But what could she do? What could she possibly do against something so vast, so powerful? The ground beneath her began to tremble. A low, rumbling sound echoed through the chasm, reverberating in her bones. It was as if the earth itself was trying to warn her, to tell her that the reckoning was coming, whether she was ready or not. She glanced behind her, hoping, no, praying, that the way would be clear. But the ledge had already started to collapse, large chunks of rock tumbling into the abyss below, disappearing into the thick fog. There was no way back. She was trapped. You've come too far, a voice called out from the darkness, so soft at first that it seemed to be a whisper in her own mind. The price must be paid. Anya's heart skipped a beat. The voice wasn't the one she had expected. It wasn't the voice of the ancient being she had feared, nor the one of her allies. This was something else entirely, something older, darker. Something that had been waiting for her. "What do you mean?" she demanded, her voice cracking with desperation. The figure in the mist stepped forward, now visible in its entirety. It was tall, its features shadowed and indistinct, but its presence felt like a weight on her chest, suffocating her. Anya struggled to take a step back, but there was nowhere to go. "You came seeking knowledge, power," the figure spoke again, its voice low and commanding. "But not all knowledge is meant to be known. Not all power is meant to be wielded." Anya's mind reeled. This wasn't supposed to happen. She had followed the clues, solved the riddles, faced the dangers that had awaited her at every turn. But now she saw the truth, and it was worse than she could have ever imagined. The darkness around her seemed to pulse with energy, closing in from every side. Her heart pounded in her ears as the air grew thick with dread. She had thought she understood the stakes, but she had underestimated the forces at play. This was bigger than anything she had ever encountered. Bigger than any of them could have imagined. "Please," she begged, her voice barely audible. "I didn't know. I didn't understand." The figure tilted its head, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. "You were never meant to understand. And now, the cost is your soul." Before she could react, the mist surged forward, wrapping around her like a tightening noose. The world spun in a dizzying blur, and for a moment she felt herself being pulled in every direction at once, as if her very essence was being torn apart. And then, nothing. Anya was plunged into an empty void, suspended in a darkness so deep she couldn't even remember what light had felt like. There was no ground beneath her feet, no air in her lungs, only the haunting silence that seemed to stretch on forever. "Is this it?" she thought, the question echoing in her mind. "Is this the end?" The silence stretched, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind. But then, something else. A soft, almost imperceptible hum, growing louder. The mist began to swirl once more, this time faster, with more purpose. The void around her shifted, twisting and folding as though reality itself was being torn apart and remade before her eyes. And then, she saw it. The source of the power. The thing that had been pulling the strings all along. It was no longer a distant threat, it was here, with her. And it was hungry. The hum reached a crescendo, the air crackling with energy. Anya's heart raced as she realized the truth, this wasn't the end. Not yet. But it was a crossroads, a point of no return. The moment where everything would change. The power that had been dormant inside her, inside every one of them, was about to be unleashed. And there was no way to stop it. The ground beneath her trembled again, but this time, it wasn't just the earth that shook. It was her. The void began to ripple around Anya, the swirling mist collapsing inward as if some unseen force was reclaiming it. A piercing light erupted from deep within her, radiant and fierce, shattering the suffocating darkness. For a moment, she felt weightless, as if the light itself was lifting her from despair and into something greater. The ominous figure in the mist faltered, its once overwhelming presence now diminished. It loomed closer, its glowing eyes narrowing with rage. "You cannot escape. You are bound to this," it hissed, its voice shaking the very fabric of the void. But Anya wasn't listening. The power coursing through her veins was no longer foreign or terrifying, it was hers. The fragments of her journey, the lessons learned, and the sacrifices made had all led her here. She had been shaped by this ordeal, forged in the fires of fear and determination. "This ends now," she declared, her voice steady and unwavering. With a wave of her hand, Anya summoned the energy within her, weaving it into a barrier of light. The mist recoiled, and the figure screamed, a sound of anguish and defeat, as the barrier expanded outward, forcing the darkness to retreat. The void began to crumble, fragments of it dissolving into the light. Anya felt solid ground beneath her feet once more, the oppressive weight on her chest lifting. She was no longer trapped, she was free. The world around her reformed, vivid and alive. She stood in the heart of the ancient temple, its once ominous halls now bathed in sunlight streaming through the cracks in the ceiling. The relic that had been the source of so much pain and power lay shattered at her feet, its energy dispersed. Anya took a deep breath, the air fresh and cool. She felt the presence of her friends behind her, their voices calling out in relief. "You did it," one of them cried, rushing forward to embrace her. She smiled, though exhaustion weighed heavily on her. "We did it," she corrected. "Together." As they stood there, surrounded by the beauty of the reborn world, Anya realized something profound. This wasn't just a victory over darkness, it was a new beginning. A chance to rebuild, to heal, and to carry forward the strength they had discovered within themselves. She turned to her friends and said, "We've got work to do. Let's make it count." The screen faded to black as the story ended, but not before Anya's voice echoed one final time, hopeful and inspiring. To anyone out there facing their own darkness, remember, the light is always within you. You just have to believe. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the story, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe for more epic adventures. See you in the next one.